Hey, hello, Mike. Are they? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what kind of figured. So yeah, they under different conditions they would have worked if they'd have turned them out on grass, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be the broken mouth cows that they just kept in their yard. Uh, so they wouldn't fit the bill on this deal, but okay. Well, thanks for checking on that. Let me know if there's other ones that look like they'll work when you get there. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Mike. Okay, bye. Morning, Lydia. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for jumping on here. I'll invite
Yeah.
you co-host here. You kind of the same this morning. We'd be available for the first
Yeah.
hour or so to help people get in.
Yep. Yeah.
Uh,
Got
okay.
the whole morning.
All right. I appreciate that. Did you register? Did you get it?
I didn't register.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. I'm just wondering. Let's
One guy reached out and he was like, "Oh, how do I log in today?" And um, I told him you just has to use the Zoom link, but
okay.
I
Okay.
don't know if he got anything.
Yeah. Let me check and see if Selena got a message. There should have been two text messages that went out.
Okay.
One at the out an hour before, and one um probably going out right about now. I think Micah was going to try to change it.
Okay.
Um, so there should. Let me check and see if Selena got one. Did you get a text message, Selena? Okay. So there should have been two that went out, but okay. So when did you can try hooking up the Starlink too if you want. So something I didn't talk to you about this, just had this idea, Selena. Um Something that like Russell and those guys do the morning after the pitch is they'll do like a re-pitch. It's more of the logical. Would it would would you be available to do that like 10 after? I mean, I'll so let me explain what you need to do is just like
Whoa.
that they should be asked.
The glass bowl. But here's a spoon.
So you just say, hey, Jared made an offer, or just so we made an offer yesterday, so you're gonna go through some of those questions. So it'd be like, is this a family pass? Do I need to be there the whole time? Just like 3 or 4 questions that way.
And I need somebody else to ask a question. Not just this one.
It just kind of helps with the interaction, like
Those guys put that at different scene like they did.
sometimes they will. Yeah, they'll have. Huh. Maybe it's just in the. Okay. Well, I'll just do it. I'll just run through that.
Do you want me to be admitting these people into the Zoom room?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Question. I don't know that I know enough. Well, no.
Hey, good morning, everybody. We are less than 10 minutes away from getting started. You're in the right place. Welcome. Kick off here right away.
All right, then. Bye-bye.
Oops. All right, how's everybody doing this morning? Go ahead and put an emoji in the chat that represents how you're feeling this morning. All right, we got lots of people jumping on here. Let us know where you're calling in from this morning. Debbie, you're multitasking, huh? You got a grandbaby. Daniel, welcome from the Dominican Republic. Got people from Afton, Wyoming. Yeah, just throw in the chat where you're from. Maryland, welcome. Welcome, Rudy. Hey, we've got another Lydia here. I was confused yesterday. I guess Lydia is no longer Lydia R, Lydia Sorensen. I'll make note of that. So Lydia's maiden name is Raider, so she was a Lydia R. So we've got Lydia from North Carolina and Lydia from Clover Valley. All right. From Saskatchewan, welcome. There we are. Okay. Maryland, we do have an international audience already. Welcome, everybody. We're just about ready to kick off day 2. Welcome, Amy from Nebraska. You've got free-ranging goats too, Tana. Okay, let me do a sound check here. I'll hook up my external microphone. Okay. Does it? Can you guys hear me okay? Got some head nodding. Okay, very good. Very good. That should be better. So did you guys get a text message reminder this morning? Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you did get that. I'm not sure. Yes, okay. All right. Some people did, some people didn't. Sorry if we bombard you with text messages. We may go ahead and roll out another one because some people did not get one. Also, if you happen to get a phone call from a 775 number, it is just a reminder that the class is happening. You don't need to call back that number. It's just, it'll go right to voicemail and say, hey, the class is happening, and jump on. So that's the other thing that may happen here this morning. All right, we're letting lots of people into the room here. 32 people here so far. Oh, thank you. Okay, so it did come 15 minutes ago. All right, very good. Technology is working. Micah is working behind the scenes to make sure that everyone's at the right place at the right time, and Lydia is working in the front scenes, helping answer questions. And yeah, you bet. That was thanks to Lydia that you got your link, Rudy. She's on it this morning. Okay, we'll give folks just a couple minutes here. Yep, and those that are just joining, just tell us where you're from. Maybe share what the weather's like where you're at right now. Something unique about you. What's okay? And be ready. Be ready to do a quick review with me when you guys get on. Remember that those who teach learn the most. Okay, Vivian, good to have you back on here. It's August in Oklahoma. Oh, that's where you're from, Janelle. Welcome back. Appreciate you being attentive yesterday and being on. Okay, we'll give folks just a couple minutes since we've got people jumping in from everywhere. Arizona looking like rain. Good deal. Yeah, we're just introducing ourselves, where we're from, what the weather's like, where you're at. We're here in Ruby Valley, and it is a sunshiny, completely clear, not a cloud in the sky. Gratefully, it's not overcast with smoke here today. There's some pretty big fires here in the west. Yeah, good morning, Josh. Good to see you back on here today. Where are you from, Josh? If you said it earlier, I missed it. But saw you were on a lot yesterday. We appreciate that. Okay, welcome from Sacramento. All right, we still have a few people joining us here. We're just getting to know each other in the chat. I invite you to go ahead and turn your cameras on. Congratulations to the winners yesterday. Those who participated, played full out. We had a winner from, let's see, Paula. She got a ticket to the workshop, and Vivian had a ticket to, or actually a consultation with Steve Campbell. So congratulations to Vivian and to Paula. We like to reward people who stay on and stay engaged, and we'll be giving away some different things throughout the day today. Okay, with that, want to thank you, acknowledge you for showing up here today, day 2. This is the 7th of August. This is the Profitable Regeneration Summit, and I am your host, Jared Sorensen. It's an honor to be here today. Consider to serve the agriculture community as a third generation rancher, technically fourth generation, third generation on this ranch. I take stewardship very responsibly. It's very near and dear to my heart. Part of that stewardship, I believe, is stewarding the knowledge that we've been given and entrusted with. And I want to acknowledge the people that have made this possible first and foremost, and those would be the fellow presenters. Did you guys have a good day 1 yesterday? Just go ahead and put in the chat. Show me some type of emoji that would represent day 1. If you guys are here if this is your first day, that's great. You did miss out. There's a little FOMO there, but you know what? We're going to send out the recordings. Actually, Micah, thank you very much for getting this done. We have the raw recording of day 1 already. So that should be in your inbox if you haven't seen it already. Plus, we have the speaker who was not able to speak yesterday. He was on the agenda, and his presentation is up and live and loaded for you guys. Very cool. So we're going to go ahead and mute everybody here as we get started. Just so that we can preserve the recording of this. This is being recorded again for day 2. Look for the day 2 recording to go out. Yeah, Brad, the Ranching for Profit talk, man, that was very concise. We're going to talk about some of the common challenges that we're facing in agriculture, profitability being number 1. Lydia, love it. Good emojis there. Very, very good. Douglas, thank you for being on again today. We really appreciate the way that you participate and support this group and support people. Thanks for being on camera as well. Janelle, good to see you. Michael, Joel, wonderful. Hey, Brad's back in his truck this morning. That must be your office, your mobile office, huh? Dawn, Doreen, you guys were awesome to be on camera. We appreciate that, and welcome. Even if, like Brad, you're out driving, that is all right. Wherever you're at, we welcome you to jump on camera and participate. That helps this to be more engaging for us as presenters. So to be able to start this off on the right foot, we're going to dedicate this to our Creator and do things in His name and honor that. I've asked my wife Selena if she would be willing to give us a prayer to get started. So if you would be willing to join us in prayer, we will do that first and foremost.
Dear Father in heaven, we are so grateful for this beautiful morning before us. We are thankful for the wonderful people that are here. We're thankful for their openness, their good hearts that are dedicating their time today to learn and to grow and to become all that Thou hast for them to become. And we praise Thee for the missions and callings Thou hast put on their hearts, as well as the presenters, and for leading and guiding them through this meeting today, that the words that Thou would have them share and the experiences that are going to help those who've come to receive, that we're thankful for that, for the experiences Thou hast given them, that and the words to share what they have been given. We're thankful for the different weather experiences we all have across the globe, and the ways that it is blessing our circumstances and our operations. We ask Thy hand on each of the people here and their operations and their families, and that Thy hand will also be on the technology to function optimally and in a manner that'll best serve everyone. And ask a special blessing with the presenters as they get on and prepare to share. And we ask these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Selena. Thank you. Thank you. And again, we want to acknowledge everybody that's here today, those that are jumping on live. It looks like we are approaching 100 people on here live. We've had hundreds of people register, and thank you to those who have shared the link to register. It's not too late to do that. So what we're going to do here to get started before we bring up our first presenter, we're going to do a quick review. So I'm going to share my screen, and go ahead and put in the chat if this is your first day. If you guys missed yesterday, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat if this is day 2 for you. That way we can know. Either way, you're going to get a lot out of day 2, and you will get access to the day 1 recording, which should already be in your inbox. Okay, looks like so far we have Rob, maybe a couple. Christina, welcome to day 1. What we're going to do is do a quick review. The way that we do that, I want you to think about yesterday, maybe review your notes. I'm going to share some images of the different presenters, and just one sentence, one phrase, one word, one thing that came to mind from each of these presenters as I share their image. So first off, let's see, let's scroll up here to the top. Okay, we've got Alejandro Carrillo. What do you guys remember from him? Go ahead and throw something in the chat from Alejandro. He was remember the presenter from the Chihuahuan Desert. For me, it's making a garden out of the desert. That's my takeaway. If it can be done in the Chihuahuan Desert, it can be done anywhere. What is your takeaway from Alejandro Carrillo? Specifically, what are the ways in which you're going to apply that to your operation? It can be done. I love that. I love that. That is, yeah, relentless. Steward, Lane, thank you. Let's see. Cam King actually was not able to make it. He's going to, we will send out his, well, actually what I'll do is I'll just share the link for the playlist. His presentation that he did at the last one was awesome. You guys can check that out. And prayers go to him. He's not feeling great right now. Keith Burns is actually going to present today, so stay tuned. He's going to present around noon our time, I think is when he's up. So Joni, what do you guys remember from Joni? Kind of had a lot going on here, but she's the founder of Snacktivist, the founder of Rhizosphere. The way they use water is amazing, especially since going through droughts. Yeah, those are good. These are coming in really fast. Okay, so this is our way to be able to share. We think alike. Technologically efficiency, not complexity. Okay, you guys can read through those. Very good. Joni was an awesome guest, and we appreciate her. And then we're actually going to hear from Devona today. Matt Powers. What do you guys remember about Matt? Remember the permaculture guy? His topic was doing permaculture at scale. Yeah, motivational. He's definitely a good teacher. He said he's a retired English teacher. He presents things, lots of ideas. Okay, so what do you guys believe it can be done at scale after that talk yesterday? I still have a hard time wrapping my mind around permaculture at a large scale. But it's sure given me some ideas of just some small places to start. Yep. Okay, next we're going to move on. So Darren, you're going to hear from him today. Travis, insights from Travis's. Anything that you guys remember? Biodel Ag. He was enthusiastic, had a lot of details. His product are able to reduce the necessity and the use of herbicides. So definitely plays a piece if we're on that regenerative journey. Nick Voss, that recording is in your inbox. Go look for that. It's a half hour long. I haven't yet listened to it, but we want to honor and acknowledge him for making that available. He is actually on the other side of the world right now. We appreciate that he was able to get that recording out for you guys to view. So it's going to be on our YouTube page. And I think we have a playlist where all of the videos will be uploaded as soon as they're made available. So if you want to save that playlist, feel free to share it. You know, we've looked at, do we charge for the replays? And no, we don't. We don't charge for the class. We don't charge for the replays. It's an opportunity for you to be able to share the knowledge that you've gained and make that available. All right. How about Dallas? How about Dallas? Who enjoyed Dallas Mont's presentation yesterday? I thought it was the most concise presentation I've heard about the ranching for profit economic model. I took a lot of notes, probably more notes during that one than any one of the presentations. But I know that for some people, it was a little bit maybe dry because it's just numbers, right? But remember, yesterday we identified in our poll that profitability is the number one concern. So go back and listen to that. I'm so grateful that it's recorded and that we can review it and look at that and apply that to our businesses, those principles. And they are tried and true sound principles. So yeah, David, awesome. Great presentation to know how to be profitable, what profitability actually means. I'd be surprised at how many people we consult with when you ask if they're profitable, they don't have any idea because they don't know how to measure profit. And he explained that it's way more than what your taxes say. All right, who else do we have here? We're going to hear from Larry and Stacy today. So stay tuned for them. They're going to be up here in about an hour. And let's see, we also had, who did we miss? Oh, Ken Hamilton and Steve. Let's start with Ken Hamilton first. He was actually one of those who pinch hitted for us. What did you guys remember and take away from Ken Hamilton, our concluding speaker yesterday? Key insights. For me, it was that we can get to zero chemicals. Like nature really does work, and all we have to do is support it. Yeah, Lane, appreciate that. Ken is passionate about what he knows and what he teaches, and the data is amazing. Absolutely right. How awesome is that? And how timely was it that he had actually just got some of that data back yesterday? When I found out that Nick was not able to join live, I reached out to Ken and said, "Hey, Ken, we got a slot. Can you fill it?" And he said, "What do you want me to talk about?" And he told me that data had just shown up in his inbox. And we said, well, let's talk about that. So go back and listen to Ken's presentation. And last, but certainly not least, yesterday, again, he wasn't in the official lineup, but he filled in for Cam King. And that was Steve Campbell. What did you guys think about Steve Campbell's talk yesterday? Was it awesome or what? I mean, I have listened to Steve all day. I have spent hours in the truck. He and I went and looked at some cattle to purchase in Oregon. I was privileged to have him in the passenger seat all the ride up there. We spent the night visiting with the family and sorted some cattle the next day and drove back to his place in Idaho. And I tell you what, you just never run out of things to glean from Steve Campbell. He's such a depth of knowledge. And I appreciate so much that he is able to perpetuate what his mentor, Gerald Fry, taught him and even add to it. I think Gerald is awesome, and in no way does this take away from him. But I believe that Steve is able to explain it in ways that really make sense and make it practical for us. So Janelle said, sorry, there's lots of other things. Yeah, can listen to Steve all day. Janelle, thank you for your comment. Learned a bunch of very easily usable cattle info that can translate into my herd immediately. Well put. Well said. Awesome. Okay, so that was day one. If you missed it, don't worry, the recording is going to go out. It's good to go back and review. We talked yesterday about fast learning. Remember the acronym FAST? F stands for? Somebody put it in the chat. Yep. forget. Let's just set aside. Let's not pretend like we know everything. A stands for being active, being engaged. That looks like participating full on in the chat when we're asking questions. You pause and you answer those questions. You raise your hand. You participate. Active. Remember what the S stands for? Who remembers? And the acronym FAST for fast learning. Anybody? Wait for it. It's going to come up here in the chat. Do I need to pull up my notes? S stands for state, our physiological state. Remember, as we sit up straight, as we roll our shoulders back, chin up, eyes forward, it's going to open us up to receive more air, and our brain needs air to be able to function, right? Our brain is our biggest draw of energy, biggest organ. It's the organ that draws the most energy, the most blood of all the other organs. And so it's important that we take care of that by sitting up straight, breathing, getting oxygen to our brain. And T is for teach. Yeah, you got it, Bonnie. Awesome. So that's what you guys have done here in the chat, and I want to thank you and acknowledge that. Thank you for teaching each other. Thank you for reminding yourselves. Very cool. So before we bring up our first presenter here again, thanks to all those who are just jumping on now. We are into day 2 of the Profitable Regeneration Summit. This why is this summit so important? Why now? Why are we talking about these things about? Remember the pillars that I talked about yesterday? Oh, we didn't talk about Jared's talk, right? That was one. I forgot. What did we learn from my talk yesterday? We talked about those pillars of stewardship, about building a legacy business, about building a kingdom-based business, about doing things God's way, putting the kingdom of God first. I think I've tried for a long time to do things my way, to do things the worldly way. And there's a measure of success there, absolutely. But sometimes God's way does not make sense to the world, and that's okay. Remember, we have to remember, somebody put it in the chat, that KI, that kingdom intelligence, that supersedes any other type of worldly wisdom that could be out there. So we've had some questions. Yesterday we talked about the opportunity to join us for the next event that Ag Steward's doing. And we're going to share about some of the common questions that come up from people. Is this for me? This is the landing page. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that into the chat. Some of you have been here to one of these before. If you've been here before, just go ahead and put in the chat, been there, done that. That way other people in the room can reach out to you, private message, say, hey, what did you get out of it? So this is happening in less than 2 weeks. It's called the Profitable Steward. And some of the common questions that we get are down here at the bottom. Okay, will this work for a small or large scale operation? These questions I'm just going to go through them because maybe add a little bit more context. This class is geared for those who are ready to make their regenerative stewardship agriculture experience full time. In other words, to be able to replace your off-farm income, or to take what you're currently doing and scale it. And ideally, we'll work on like a 10x scaling plan, what that actually means. So yes, it works on both large and small scale. Can you bring a friend or a spouse? If that friend is part of your business, if they're part of your team, then absolutely. Otherwise, we will, and that actually, God, I need to refresh that page. So it's $147 per ticket. We ask if they're not part of your business, you don't share the Zoom link, they get their own ticket. How can you prepare for the event? The more work that you do by going back and reading your notes, starting a vision for where you want to be in 3 to 5 years down the road, really dialing in on your numbers. And I get it, you may have no idea where they're at. Some of you are going to know exactly down to the penny, and that's awesome. But I would say the majority don't have a real clear vision. So get clear on your numbers before the class, because we're going to use your numbers, your operation, your data, your carrying capacity, your unique vision, your team to be able to build out a plan for you. Do you need to be at your computer the whole time? Yes, ideally. You can be on your phone, but it's most effective if you're at least sitting down in a place, ideally with your core team, so that you can work together, because we do breakout rooms. We'll spend time on your own business. So those are some of the common questions that we get. And any other questions about the 2-day class before we bring up our first speaker? Am I overlooking the links to view yesterday's session, or did it fail to get attached in the email? We will check that out. Yeah, Lydia, if you're on, if you want to send Micah a quick message and ask her, just to be sure that those did get sent. Okay, so the price for the class, you guys saw it, it's $147. Normally $500. You sign up during the class here today, it's or throughout the weekend, it'll be $147. So we encourage you to do that. That's your next step. Take that, and we look forward to seeing you on the class, seeing the progress that we can make together. All right, let's see if our first speaker's in the room here. Okay, we're gonna send. Okay, not quite here yet. We're gonna send him a quick message. Okay, you guys have asked about the schedule.
Okay, just real quick turn. So
Yep.
they're asking if the link for the sessions from yesterday, it didn't get put in the email. So we will be sending out another email with that link. It says there's a link, but I was just looking and it's not in there. So we could get that sent out.
Okay, thank you for catching that. Yep. Okay, so look for that during the class today. That link will have the replay. We can also pull it up and post it here in the chat, the playlist for the replay from yesterday. Okay, so people have asked, what is our schedule? As you can see yesterday, it's a little bit in flux. I generally don't publish the schedule, but we're gonna share. I'll just share over here so you guys know. We're first gonna hear from Josh Adams. Then we'll hear from, let's see, Josh Adams. And then you'll hear from me, from Larry and Stacy, and then I'll do a wrap up with them. We'll have Keith Burns, Ray Archuleta, Ross McGarva, Devona Bell, and Darren J. Doherty from the Regenerative. So that is our tentative order of events for the day. But as you noticed yesterday, sometimes those things out of necessity get changed. We appreciate that you guys are willing to flow with it. If you're not able to be here for the whole time, we get it. You will be able to catch the replay, and that is just fine. But we encourage you, just like we talked about yesterday, to miss a minute could be to miss that piece that you really need for yourself, for your business, to be able to help get the answer that you need. So we encourage you to stay on, to stay attentive, to be here and to be present. Okay, looks like Josh just joined us. Welcome. I'm going to make you co-host, Josh, and then you can unmute. So I want to introduce Josh Adams. I've known Josh Adams for over a decade. He is one of the very best farmers in the world, I believe, when it comes to forage production, quality forage production. He has dispelled the myth that growing high quality forage is degenerative. He actually is able to regenerate soil while growing high test forages. His business, Living Soil Management, is an incredible business focused on helping farmers and ranchers to rebuild soil, which in turn makes their crops healthy, their livestock healthy, the land healthy, their bank account healthy, themselves healthy, cleans up the environment. It's a pretty amazing processes that he's been inspired. And so, Josh, glad you're able to join us here today.
Yeah, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Josh is
Alright.
traveling today. Appreciate that he jumped on, took some time out of his schedule to be with us.
Yeah, you bet. Well, it's an honor to be here. Share a little bit why we do what we do, and just focus on that today. But the origin story, I got into farming a long time ago. I don't come from a family farm. I simply farmed as a kid with working for neighbors and friends, and I just loved it. I enjoyed it. There was something about it that just spoke to me. And I went into other business after I was grown and left, and I decided to just continue that agricultural path. The other businesses that I was involved in weren't fulfilling. It wasn't where I belonged, so I jumped out and bought a farm when I was 25 years old somehow, and just went for it. And I noticed that everybody used synthetic chemicals, and that's just how you farmed. And I was fine with that. I didn't have anything against it until I got home from a trip and I noticed all my alfalfa fields had been eaten down by alfalfa weevil. And so I called in the spray planes, and they came and they sprayed all my alfalfa fields and killed the weevil. But in the process of that, the bunch of those synthetic chemicals, they came and they landed on my lawn. And we had just had our first child at that point, and I thought, and it completely offended my senses. And I thought that my daughter has no business being out on that lawn that smells, very offensive, very terrible. And so I thought, I wonder if there's a different way to do this. And so we just, and I had complete control over this big farm, and I was able to iterate and work on it. And I'll be darned if we didn't figure out that biological farming is possible, profitable, and a high yielder. And so anyway, we farmed that way for a long time, and I didn't even know that there was anything special about it. I'd never heard the word regenerative before. I didn't know anything about that. All I was trying to do is see if I could grow a lot of healthy crops, a lot with high yields, make the soil better, and make money for my family. That's all I was focused on. Well, it turns out more than just me are interested in that. And so, yeah, we started a business called Living Soil Management to be able to expand that kind of management all over the place. And I believe that that's important for a few different reasons. I thought, maybe we should just buy more farm ground and just farm more acres this way because it seems to be working. And there's, we don't have any weed problems. We don't have any pest problems. We have high yields. The elk and the deer love my farm, and they stay out of the other farmers' fields that that spray chemicals. And I thought, well, that says something. You couldn't drive a herd of cattle down the road past our farm ground. You'd have to dig those cattle out of our fields. And it was funny. They would trail just fine with no fences, trail right down that road past grain farms, potato farms, other alfalfa farms, no problem. They'd trail right down the road. As soon as they would get to the Adams portion, where we had been treating with nothing but biological farming practices for years and years, man, they'd pile out those animals. They know what healthy is, and they know what nutritious is. And so I thought just evidence after evidence after evidence suggested that this is a good thing. I wonder if it can be expanded. And so one thing led to another, and we actually started a management and consulting company focusing on management. where we treat primarily for irrigated farm grounds all over the country, and we're expanding rapidly. But the why behind that is, if it's possible, one of our methodologies at Living Soil Management is, we feel like if it's possible to farm and grow feed, food, fiber, and fuel without synthetic toxins, why shouldn't we? I feel like that's a pretty big deal. And I'll be darned if that's not what we're doing. And so we can farm, if it grows in soil, we believe that we can farm it up without any synthetic toxins. And this is because it feels to me that life, God is in charge of life. God is also the creator of this world, in my opinion. And so I believe that why not just try to mimic and mirror his processes, the God of nature's processes, to be able to turn the 5,000 horsepower of solar energy that lands on every square foot of earth every year. How do we turn that into nutrients that can nourish and not give ourselves these adverse reactions that are killing kidneys and killing livers and killing pancreases out there in the world? I didn't ever see a kidney clinic when I was a kid, and now every time I drive through any kind of city at all, there's 4 of them. There's a reason for that, in my opinion. And it can't all be blamed on farming, but quite a bit of it can, in my opinion, because it takes nutrients to be able to create health in any kind of living organism, right? And so one thing that we're doing, I wish I had a whiteboard. I do better. I'm a visual guy. I wish I had a whiteboard here, but if you think about how ground gets fertilized right now, we put little in chemical systems, throw little prills of fertilizer out on the ground, and then we rely on irrigation water and rainwater to drag that solubilized nutrient down to a root. The root then soaks up that solution, and then the plant is fertilized. Well, fair enough, but one thing that they forget to teach you in school is that minerals are a very, very poor dissolver in water, right? So in 1911, 1 bowl of spinach had the same nutrient density as 11 bowls of spinach today, and we're talking minerals. The reason behind that is because there's a different way to fertilize, right? There's Mother Nature's way. And how Mother Nature does it is she has little microorganisms that buzz around in the ground, in the soil profile, and they're like little beavers. They're constantly chewing apart chemical and electrical bonds down in the soil profile. What they're doing is they're aligning soil particles. They're changing the environment in which they live to be able to create a healthy environment for the root that's now poking down, that they want to have a transaction with, that they want to have a relationship with. So these little bugs, these little microbiological bugs, they want to create a nice little happy home for the root to bust through there, because their job is to grab minerals and nutrients and drag them over to this little root hair and feed this root hair minerals and nutrients, right? Well, in return for that, up to 40% of the photosynthetic energy that plant is taking is converted into sugar, in which gets then shoved out into the end of that root hair as a root exudate, it's called. It's just basically a little bit of sugar to be able to feed that microbiology. So the microbiology comes over, chews on that sugar, says, hey, that's a pretty good deal. I'm going to go get some more nutrients for this root so that it keeps feeding me. And so all that process right there, I call that microbial translocation. So that is, in my opinion, that is God's fertilization program. But the tough part about God's fertilization program is it's very susceptible to getting messed up and turned around by herbicide, pesticide, fungicide, and every other kind of side there is, okay? And so that's a big problem. So those little microbiological organisms that do that activity, that bring nutrients into this living system, they require air, and they require places to live, and water to be able to move, and air to breathe. We'll just say that. And it's interesting to me how in this world of, I don't know, organic, regenerative, whatever, all the words and terms you want to use, I just call it biological farming, that we say reduce chemicals, reduce whatever else, bad practices. And I don't like that very much. It's kind of like saying, it's kind of like saying, you know what, instead of smoking 3 packs a day, I'm only going to smoke 1 pack a day, and I'll call myself a non-smoker. That's how it feels to me. And so at Living Soil Management, we absolutely forbid 100% every kind of synthetic toxin there is. That is not allowed. If a farmer that we're working with chooses to put any kind of synthetic side of any kind on their ground, they're no longer under our management. We have to walk away just because it's completely antithetical to the biological system. So I love every other tool though. Every other tool is on the table. Technology, let's use it. Some tillage, sure, let's use it. Tillage is natural. Minerals, mined minerals, you bet, let's go. Anything that Mother Nature understands is 100% on the table. And so the trick, here's the trick. I'll tell you the trick. The trick is that we've been at this for 19, how long, Jared? 19 years probably at this point. And the trick for us is to, okay, figure out soil and sap samples, figure out what the profile is, figure out what the bugs are in the ground, and treat accordingly, and zero in on the proper amounts of micro and macronutrients that ground needs, as well as the biological life and then the biological food. But what we do is we try to keep it very simple. And so we narrow everything down to a very simple process of elimination. We think, okay, let's forget the noise and let's just say, okay, well, there's only 5 things. Let's quit being complicated. There's only 5 things. There's matter, and there's energy, and there's space, and there's time, and there's intelligence. That's all there is. There's only 5 things. And so let's quit being stressed out about it and say, okay, our management needs to consist on one of those 5 things. All right? Matter, energy, space, time, and intelligence. It's either lacking or abundant in one of those areas. And so when we employ all of those things and then become able to read what Mother Nature is trying to tell us, then abundance can occur, because like I previously stated, we're just being bathed in energy constantly from the sun. And a lot of us out there have good rain resources. We have good irrigation resources. And so we need to take these different resources that we have that we're honestly bathing in, and turn it into sustainable human nutrition, one way or the other. Any questions about that?
This is really good. Just repeat those 5 things again, Josh. I'd love for people to take note, and then maybe give us an example of when you would notice, like, okay, one of those is missing. What's going to be the indicator that we need energy or time or matter or space?
Yes. So the only thing that exists in this world are 5 things. It's matter, energy, space, time, and intelligence. Okay. And so an example would be, okay, so maybe because I promise we have farmers on here that are saying, hey, if I don't throw 200 units of urea on my corn, grass, whatever, it completely falls apart. Okay, fair enough. That's because you don't have a couple things. You don't have energy, and you don't have intelligence. Okay, if you require that much synthetic chemical input, synthetic fertilizer, then that means that there's no air in the soil profile, which means there's very few microorganisms to be able to translocate nutrients in the soil profile, which means that there's no mineral or nutrient translocation, which means there's no intelligent communication between that root hair. I don't know how that works. From the root hair to the microbe, somehow that root hair tells that microbe what it needs. That microbe knows what kind of nutrient or mineral it's asking for. That's intelligence. And so you're lacking those things. You're lacking energy because there's no microbiological activity, and you're lacking intelligence and energy. So you're lacking those 2 things, right? If I go onto a place and it's all pinched out and it looks yellow, it looks like it's overcrowded, well, that's a space issue, right? You don't have enough space for your crops. If you jump onto the living soil management system, right, and you say, okay, no more synthetics ever, we want we want to really pop this stuff. And we treat with microbiological extracts and plenty of minerals and nutrients, then we have to suffer because we need more time. And that's the annoying thing that a lot of people find with that's so satisfying about chemical farming, right? It's kind of like liposuction, instant results, no work required. And so people love to farm that way. They love to farm that don't know any better. They love to farm with I call it caffeine and sugar diets, basically. I tell people all the time that if you give my 6-year-old daughter a Red Bull and a Twinkie, man, you're going to see results right away. She's going to bounce off the walls, man. If you go and hit a field with Roundup, man, satisfying. The next day, she's brown, she's dead, perfect. Instant gratification, right? That's not how biological farming works. Unfortunately, even though it's very satisfying to see that immediate gratification, sometimes these things, they take time, because what we have to do is we have to use through mechanical means or through mineral means, we need to lower the aerobic zone so that microbiology can live down deeper. We got to lower that zone. And then we got to let those populations do their thing. We got to let them have time to chew apart those chemical and electrical bonds. And then we got to have time for that plant to respond and grow. And so what we find this year, we found a lot is we find on first year fields that we take on. So we'll see the conventional fields that the guys throw the chemical nitrogen and the herbicide on. It'll shoot up really quick, and the leaves will be stalk straight, and they'll be very lignified because they're kind of shocked and they're all stressed out, and they just grow very fast, right? And so the farmer sees that, and he looks from his pickup out on the road. He says, "Oh, look at that response," right? And then the living soil management method comes along, where you got biology, nutrients, and minerals, right? And it's kind of like eating a really well-balanced meal. You're not gonna eat one really good balanced meal and then be like Superman, right? You got to exercise. You got to eat more well-balanced meals. And so in 2 days, their field's going to look like it did something. Our field's just going to kind of look lazy. The leaves are going to be peeled over because they're not going to be stressed. They're going to be kind of lazy. I like it when, especially when grasses are just like pointed straight up like goalposts. I don't like that. That means that they're making lignin. They're trying to complete their life cycle. They're stressed out. They're living on caffeine and Twinkies. And they're just like, let's get this over with and die. But the leaves that kind of lay over and they're lazy, and the leaves get real wide and they're collecting sunshine like crazy, those plants aren't stressed out at all, right? And so that's something to pay attention to as well. So when we look at all of these different things, energy, matter, time, space, and intelligence is something that you have to pay attention to. But it's also, you got to translate those principles into Mother Nature's language. I bet it'd be interesting to know what Mother Nature's language is saying. One of the best ways that I have found to dictate what Mother Nature is trying to tell us is what weeds grow in this ground of whatever kind. Now, nobody here on this webinar has weeds, though, I'm sure, right? Nobody has any weed issues of any kind.
No.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We're all weed free, but for those other people that aren't on this webinar, we'll just talk about them for a minute. So when we go out into a field and we see weeds growing, I bet a lot of people will say, "Well, Josh, how do you control the weeds, right?" Well, why do y'all think the weeds are there in the first place? What's the suggestions? I would highly suggest to you that the God of nature has a plan, and the God of nature didn't set systems up very randomly. The God of nature sets systems up so that everything makes sense. And so if that's true, if that holds, then that means that the weeds that are growing in this ground are there for a reason. And so we just simply need to understand and wait to see what kind of weeds grow in this ground, and whatever weeds grow tell us a big story. And so what we have found great success with is to be able to not control the weeds. I don't even like that word control. I'd actually offer a challenge to all you guys out there. If you can, when you're talking about cropping or even grazing, try to eliminate the word control from your vernacular and see if you can do it. It's a whole it changes the way you think about things. People say, what do you do about weed control? We don't do anything about weed control. All we do is we simply eliminate the need for those weeds to thrive. Those weeds are going to do their job and they're always going to be there. People are very worried, well, what if it reseeds and there's seeds in the soil bank? Fair enough. There's a whole lot of acres out there in the world right now that we treat that has a lot of weeds in it that are this tall, that are all shut down, that don't do anything, that are just on deck waiting to be called up because they don't need to perform. They're all there to do a job. And if the nutrients in the ground are right, and the soil profile is right, then those weeds will go away every single time. And so that's an interesting thing. That's one of the biggest ways. Now, the same thing goes for pests. Same exact thing. They don't want to be around healthy, nutrient-dense stuff. They're just an indicator that stuff is already sick. I call bugs and weeds nature's paramedics.
Yeah, yeah. Very, very good. I mentioned that one day to a colleague that the grasshoppers were just messengers, and that we shouldn't kill the messenger. One day I saw a plane flying over his fields, and so I texted him. I says, "What are you spraying?" One word came back: messengers. Yeah.
100%.
So Josh, this is awesome. This is awesome. I love what you do, and I love how you bring it down and make it practical. Why you and why now?
Yeah, why me? I ask that sometimes. Okay, so I'm not incredibly intellectual. I know I don't have all the answers. I believe that no matter how smart a man is or a woman is, she doesn't have all the answers either. I believe that we live in a system that was created by a higher power. I believe that the God of nature created everything, created us, and I believe that the God of nature's systems are perfect. I believe that if the God of nature's systems weren't perfect, none of this could exist. And so if that's true, then why me? Why now? I believe that people get a little too proud of themselves. I believe that they love technology. They love to make potions. They love to manipulate sciences. They love to do things of this nature. And to their credit, they've done a lot of good in the world. But when it comes to growing food and it comes to sustaining biological life, I think that that's less of the scientists' department and more of the God of nature's department. And so when I was young and I was 25 and I bought that farm, man, I didn't know what I was doing. I wanted a farm. I didn't quite know why. I just jumped in and I started going, and I had to heavily rely on, first I relied on the neighbors, and they told me, hey, you got to spray the weeds during the day until your lips start to buzz, and then you can get out of your sprayer and quit spraying weeds. And I thought, man, that is not something I want to do. I don't want my lips to start buzzing and there to be chemicals in my bloodstream like that. No way. And so I reverted to listening to the God of nature. I climbed up on a hill. I was very frustrated right after I bought that farm, and the ground was as hard as this tabletop. It wasn't in good shape. It had been chemically farmed for a lot of years, and I was frustrated. I thought, man, how do I fix this? How do I make this better? So I climbed up on a hill overlooking that farm, some pasture ground that wasn't fenced that we owned, and so just elk and deer had been managing it for probably 25 years. And I climbed up there and I looked down on my farm, and I just sat there on the hillside looking down, just thinking. And I noticed the ground I was sitting on was soft, it was dark, there was plants everywhere, there wasn't any bug holes in anything. And I just thought, okay, I got to start tuning in to the farmer who farms the ground I'm sitting on. and quit paying attention to the farmer that farms down there on the flats. Because I was spending money and spending energy and spending time, and I wasn't using any intelligence, but I was spending all this time to use my space to try to make a living for my family. It wasn't happening. It was terrible. It was worse than terrible. It was embarrassing. And so I thought, I wonder, because I had to rely on the God of nature so much, I says, I wonder if I can just tune in to how he farms up here on this hill and recreate that down there on the ground. And the biggest barrier that I came up with was the God of nature does things through an extended period of ecological time. And I thought, well, the banker needs paid back. I can't just leave things fallow. I can't just cut crops and leave them in the field like there's certain experts out there that suggest you do. You know, that was my only profit margin. How am I going to leave anything in the field? That doesn't make any sense. And so how am I going to do this and farm like the God of nature farms and still make a living? And so what I realized is I believe that the God of nature created us with big brains and opposable thumbs for a reason. I believe that technology is very, very key in bridging the gap from how the God of nature does it and then speeding up ecological time. So you ask, why me? Why now? Me, because I was desperate. I didn't have any mentors. I didn't have any guides. I had to rely on the God of nature or nobody. There was a lot of people when I was coming up that would secretly enjoy watching me fail, right? There was a lot of hurdles to overcome, a lot of knowledge that I didn't have, and it was interesting. I would go to these conferences, and I would go to university professors, and they would and great people, I'm sure, but they would say 26 letter long words, and you could tell there was a little bit of ego involved in all that. And I thought, man, that shouldn't be how this is. This shouldn't be such a complicated process that only like the creme de la creme of the educational intellectuals should know how to farm properly. That doesn't seem right to me. And so I thought this has to be simple. That's how come I started this webinar today, breaking it down into just the 5 basic things, because that's how it should be. I don't believe in using 26 letter long words nobody can understand. I don't believe in that. I believe that this should be very, very simple. This is not ever going to be easy, but is life ever easy? And so very, very simple approaches using very, very intense effort and leveraging technology to speed up ecological time. Now, why now? Is because right now we have finally figured out enough stuff with technology that we can mimic the God of nature using proper, efficient, cheap technology to be able to speed up ecological time and compress it down to a time frame that actually finally makes sense. Now, owning a company called Living Soil Management isn't an easy business, right? This isn't easy. This isn't just falling off a log, pitching products. We're not a product company. What we believe in doing is, and what our why is being able to speed up ecological time so that people can grow sustainable human nutrition. That's our why. And the way that we are able to do that now, Jared, is because technology has advanced to the point where we can send, semis and spray rigs and brewer mixer systems, and we can get specialized raw ingredients in just the right form to be able to accomplish the right job at the right time for the right price. And until now, until recently, I'll say, that has been very, very challenging. And so we've had to put up with some inefficiencies. We've had to put up with some imbalances. These guys that organic farm that dump tons and tons of manure on. Nature understands manure, but man, after a while you got crazy imbalances. And so we've been able to fine tune it. And so I think I honestly am blessed. Well, I know I'm blessed. Just my having a family and a good looking wife makes me blessed. But what makes me blessed beyond that is that the God of nature that I relied on so heavily, I think he knows that I pay attention. And he's like, okay. And so I've been allowed to understand a few things that he's been very willing to share with me. And over the thousands and thousands and thousands of acres that we've now consulted and walked and helped guys on, we've seen a lot of things and suggested a lot of principles and practices, many of which has proved up very, very well for these people. And so now it's pretty cool to know that the very, very incredibly challenging path to understand what we now understand can now bless other people's lives. And so that's very cool. So that's why me, and that's why now.
Love it. So the next question, and then I'd love to hear what the next step is to work with living soil management, but why us and why where we are? Why is it important that we're here today, that we're learning about what it means to work with nature's God? And why here? Why here in Nevada or Nebraska or the Dominican Republic, or, we have an international audience?
Yeah. So I think people get allowed to find their own way, right? I think I mean, this isn't a theology webinar, but I believe that the God of nature is a father. And I believe as a good father, he allows his children to be able to stumble to learn how to walk, right? And then he allows them to fall before they learn how to run. And it's the same way with learning how to farm, quite honestly. Failure is part of it. We don't see a lot of 35-year-olds in strollers because they just couldn't figure out walking. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of failure to be able to figure stuff out. And so I think he looks down from above, and I think he says, hey, these guys, they're working it out, and they're going to figure out that there's some things that they're doing that's going to poison their water. I hope they figure that out soon. And he lets us stumble a little bit, and people have been so clever for so long, ever since World War II with their synthetics, that we've kind of come around and understand that, hey, just pouring more poison isn't, and synthetics and heavy salts and all this isn't a solution that's sustainable for a really long time. And you hear about the bugs that are now resistant to all the sides. We hear about the plants that are resistant to all the sides, right? I mean, that's so obvious, isn't it? I mean, we're going to be able to get away with a few tricks for a little while, for a short period of time, but Mother Nature's always going to win every single time. And so I had I leased some ground from a chemical rep once, and he got so frustrated, that guy. He would say, man, I just want to buy, and he said the name of some chemical, I don't remember, some of this stuff that just kills everything in the soil, just kill everything, oh, you just got to kill it all. And I just remember he was so frustrated. He says, but it's so expensive to just kill everything. And I was like, well, I wonder if there's a better way, sir, And so, yeah, I think why it's important in the Dominican Republic, why it's important in Kansas and Illinois and Indiana is because we have seen the other way. We have seen, the clever nature of men to be able to come up with the potions that they've come up with. And we realize, hey, this is a game of whack-a-mole that's very stressful, that is putting a lot of money in the pockets of people that rely on an industry for people's pancreases to fail, and for people's kidneys to fail, and for people's livers to fail. And how come there's 60% of young Americans have pre-type 2 diabetes? I read that. Is that right? Come on with this garbage. Like, that doesn't seem, I feel like the report is in. We understand what it is to do what we're doing out there to our farm ground, where we harvest our food, and then the back end effects. This isn't just an accident. Everybody listening to this, have y'all, anybody who's gluten intolerant or has like wheat allergies or anything like that, have you ever been to Italy and sat out on the Mediterranean Sea and ate a panini from Italy and then paid attention to how you feel after, it's way different than it is here. And there's a reason for that. This isn't just an accidental thing, right? It's very, very, very simple. And there's so much distraction and there's so much noise. And I'm going to be bold enough to say that there's so many lies that we don't have to pay attention to this garbage anymore. We really don't. Now, I'm not saying that Living Soil Management knows it all. We're a management and consultant company, right? That's one thing we go out and do. And so what we do is we partner with farmers and we say, okay, here's the rules. Mother Nature has to understand whatever we put on. We use every other tool available to us. We use 0 synthetic chemicals of any kind always. And then we go from there and then we figure it out together. Because in my opinion, if we can just eliminate the synthetic poison, again, I don't think that's too much to ask. And so right now I feel like we have too much poison. We rely on too much poison. I feel like we take too many pills. You know, I can't remember. I was at got a checkup the other day and the doctor says, how many prescriptions are you on? I said, 0. And they looked at me and all wide-eyed and they say, what? You're not? And I said, no, why is that weird? He says, that's very rare. That's very rare. And so apparently the average American is on 8 prescriptions. Is that even a thing? That blows my mind. If people eat food that relies on synthetics, then their body is depleted. And then that body, your physical body, relies on synthetics to just make it down the road. And so why don't we just cut the synthetics off at the source, you know, leave synthetics for like plastic and building materials and stuff, but not to put in our bodies. You know what I'm saying?
For
And
sure.
so why
For
here,
sure.
why now? We got to be healthier, Jared. We got to convert sunshine into sustainable human nutrition. And it's 100% possible. It's very, very, very simple, like crazy simple. You know, if everybody knew how simple it was, I sure would be out of a job, and that would be fine. But everybody in the world needs to pay more attention and eliminate synthetic poison from the environment for so many reasons, and that's why everywhere, and why here, and why now.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Very, very good. Well, Josh, it's been an honor to have you here. We appreciate you taking time out of your day and your travel schedule. And before we conclude, tell people what's the best way to get a hold of you, and specifically, who do you work with? Janelle asked a question. Are you fully crop based, or do you work with pasture management as well? I think that warrants an answer in this, because we have a lot of people that are grazers here that you know don't raise crops, and can you help those of us out too that are harvest with the cow instead of with the
Yes.
swap?
So the difference there is we utilize, so I'll just say again, we utilize technology to speed up ecological time and fix the soil and fix the crops, right? So in my opinion, on almost all of our acres that we manage for are crop based, but the spray rig that we use and the semis that we use, that's technology, right? But if you graze properly and manage your grazing properly, you don't need a spray rig. You don't need the shortcuts, right? You don't need that extra technology if you graze properly. Now you might have to sacrifice some ecological time, but usually on most grazing systems, the extra money that it costs to employ the spray rigs and the brew systems and all that stuff doesn't work on grazing pastures, doesn't work on those kind of systems. So what we do there is we just sit down and we identify ways in which grazing can be done much more efficiently. Usually in all my travels, I see way too light of cattle numbers, pounds to the acre, are way too light. There needs to be way more hooves, and they need to be moved quicker. Because ranchers hate to be farmers, right? And farmers hate to be ranchers. And so it's like talking to a diametrically opposed group almost, right? So when ranchers see weeds, they're like, I ain't no farmer. I'll just spray them. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
that's what I run into sometimes. But on the management side, we heavily manage, good moisture based, whether it be rain or irrigation crops. Just because we see fast responses with biological farming if we can control the rain or if we have plenty of rain.
Yep.
As far as the grazing side, it's mostly consulting, right? There's your cattle can do the same job that my spray rig does. All my spray rig is doing is cycling nutrients. Literally all it's doing, inoculating the ground with biology and cycling nutrients. And so you guys, if you put your game face on, you can do that with your cattle as well.
Cool. Okay. How do we get a hold of you, Josh? These guys that want to learn more.
Yeah, so we have a website, Living Soil MGMT. That's Mike Golf Mike Tango at .com, and there's ways that you can contact us in there. A little bit about our story.
Yeah.
That website is undergoing some changes, I think, but I haven't talked to my website guy lately, but I think that's undergoing a few changes. But you can get a hold of us there. If
Yep.
you'd like to reach out to us, we have a LinkedIn account as well, Living Soil Management. And if you'd like to email us with very specific questions, it's Living Soil MGMT. We have a Gmail account too. It's at gmail.com. So, but
Love
it's
it.
an honor to be invited on here, Jared. I hope a few little nuggets of what we have spoken of today can be of service to somebody out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you being here today, Josh. I think it ties in really well with what our theme is, building a business after the order of God, doing things the right way, which a lot of times means foregoing some of the things that we've already learned, maybe going against the grain a little bit, what everybody else thinks and says works, and really following a higher source of intelligence. So it's been an honor. Thanks, Josh, and hope you guys, you and your family, have a blessed day.
No, I appreciate it. Last words for me would be just please don't fall for the hype. I don't care who the person is. Don't fall for the hype. Pay attention to the God of nature and just keep it simple. That's all.
Amen. Amen. Very well put. All right, you guys, go ahead and share in the chat what your takeaways are from Josh's. There's been a lot of people that have conversed in there with some good questions and some good comments that you've made. I appreciate your participation in the chat, everyone. And so, I met Josh years ago. We were at a Ranching for Profit Executive Link meeting. He was not on my board. But I got to know him, and he talked about what he was doing on his farm in Idaho. And I drove up there one day, spent a good part of the day with him, and drove around and looked at his farm, and realized, hey, there's a different way. Like, I grew up grazing. We were looking at actually purchasing some farm ground, and shortly thereafter, I took over management of an organic farm. It's my first exposure to pivot irrigation and to some of the farming methods. And so, I'm a big fan of going and learning from people who already have it figured out. And I'd watched Josh from a distance and thought, hey, I need to spend some time with him. And so I did. And it's been neat to see how he's grown his business, how he's grown his impact, how he's followed the calling that God put on his heart. And has certainly also been able to see the opposition and the challenge that it is, and that I think each of us will face when we engage and we kind of burn the boats or let go of what is maybe more sure, and we start to follow what is maybe that calling. It takes a lot of faith and takes a lot of courage. And I've been thinking about what does this group need? We can talk a lot. We can talk all day about the tactics and the tools and the technology. But how do you give somebody faith to be able to ensure that, hey, when they feel that call, when they feel that nudge, they're just going to go for it. And they're not going to look back, and they're not going to second guess. and they're not going to let the naysayers, the neighbors, your family members talk you out of what God's put on your heart to do. And I guess, Josh, you're still here. What's helped you get through that, that trough where, you face some pretty intense opposition, some hard things, and you're not out of the woods, right? You're
No, yeah, we're just getting started. We're just barely getting started. In my opinion, if you're doing a good thing and you're feeling really, really, really stiff headwinds, the worst thing you can do is turn your back to it. I promise every single thing that I've ever just decided to do that was good, and I just decided not to quit and gave it all my energy and effort and relied heavily on the guidance from above. Every single time that thing has happened, I say that with the utmost humility. That is not because all I had to do was keep my legs moving and not quit, because quitting is always an option. I just decided that's not an option. I made sure that my intentions were not, ego based. I decided that ego was not my amigo, right? And I decided if I measure success in this life as what I can contribute to others, which is basically what pure capitalism is, if you are of service to your fellow man, then they will reciprocate, and you will have abundance. And just focusing on how many people am I currently serving. When I was absolutely destitute and broke, I wasn't serving very many people at all. And as soon as I decided to serve more people, that's when things started turning around. And so just plan on headwinds, plan on crushing adversity. If your adversity is really light and you have an easy life, you're not doing the right things. You need to do better. I'm calling you out. If everything is easy for you, I don't believe in easy. I believe that this life is intended to be hard, and you should be increasing in strength and wisdom the entire time. And if we fall into the trap and the spider web of saying, hey, I'm set in my ways. Okay, fair enough. You know what you are if you're set in your ways? You've just hit a concrete wall. And if water does that, what's water? It's dammed. And so if you want to damn yourself, go ahead, be set in your ways. But if you're willing to be brave, and you're willing to not bury your talents in the sand, but you're willing to use them and multiply them, then it's going to be hard as can be your whole life. Fair enough. But I'll tell you what, I've never felt so fulfilled, so full of joy, so full of peace, so full of happiness as I do right now, literally. And what I have to do is I have to pay attention. Every word that I speak, I gotta run it through my little filter here and make sure, okay, do you honest to goodness believe that that is true? And if I don't, man, I don't say it. And that, to me, what that allows is it allows heaven to be able to trust me. And then I'm able to take another step forward in a proper direction. And holy crap, the headwind is stiff. It's hard. I get beat up. There's crazy problems. People die that I'm relying on, like it's insane. But I'll tell you what, this is the only way that I have found the best life that there is. I've lived a lot of different ways. This is the best way right here. And so that's how to get through the headwinds. That's how to get through the headwinds.
Face them head on. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And thinking back to right after I met Josh, I'd actually rejoined the EL for 1 year. It was a very inspired decision. I knew that I needed to do it. I didn't know exactly why. The EL is the executive link. We heard from Dallas yesterday about the Ranching for Profit. And so I joined that. We were facing some pretty significant financial challenges in our business at that time. We were really struggling. I grew up with a very different ranch than we currently manage. We had to sell off a huge portion of the ranch that was owned by the government for reasons that were a little bit beyond our control. And so we went from having a year-round cow herd of 1,000 cows to now custom grazing and trying to figure out what the right enterprise mix was. And you know, we tried a lot of different things, and none of them really seemed to quite work. We were just kind of a break-even business, actually going backwards a little bit. And I knew things were bad, and I knew that we were in a distressed situation with the bank. I walked to the mailbox one day, opened the mailbox, and pulled out a letter from the bank, and looked a little bit different than a typical bank letter. When I opened it up, the only thing that stood out on that letter was foreclosure. And I thought, holy cow. What about this whole stewardship, legacy, regeneration, these things that I'm trying to embody? This ranch that my wife and I were blessed to inherit could very well be stripped away from us. Now, granted, we still had a lot of equity. We were able to restructure things. But when that letter came, I realized, hey, I have a choice. That was a piece of information. And how I internalized that was not the ideal way, because I let that piece of information dictate my worth. And my self-worth was tied to my net worth. And as my net worth started to decline and vary, my self-worth did as well. And there came a point when I thought, you know, I can't get this figured out. I can't do things right. We're facing a lot of financial challenges. And the thought came, and it wasn't a godly thought, but it came to my head that my family would be better off if I were to remove myself from the equation and they were to collect on my life insurance policy. And for a few moments, a few days, that thought percolated, and I didn't immediately cast it out. I didn't say, well, that's a stupid idea, Jared. It sat there in my head, and it wreaked havoc on me. I began to think, well, maybe there's some truth to it. You know, maybe I'm not a good provider for my family. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. And all indicators show that I really didn't. Like, I was working hard, but every year we got a little bit deeper in debt. We tapped into a little more equity. We subsidized this ranch with a little more equity. And the writing was on the wall, hey, you can't continue to do this. And in my mind, I was the common denominator. So, hey, let's remove that. And there's enough there in that policy that they could pay off debt. They could have a clean start. I'm forever grateful that I had a mentor who shook me and said, hey, Jared, those are a bunch of lies. He helped me to recognize and realize that that wasn't from God. That wasn't inspiration, that those were absolute lies. And I wish I could say that, wow, we found the silver bullet, but I'm also glad that we didn't. For years we struggled, and we tried and we worked to try to figure out, okay, what do we do with this ranch that we've been given? And what do I do with this mission that God has given me to teach others? It hasn't been an easy journey, you guys. And I'm not here teaching this class because I have it all figured out. I'm here because I'm a student and I need it just as much as each of you. I'm here because I believe that success is not just profitability. It's not just a good positive balance on a balance sheet. I believe those things are a result of living the mission that God's put on our hearts and doing it in alignment with His plan for us. And I hope, and my prayer is that now I'm ready to build a business the way God wants to. And to bring this full circle, yesterday, while one of the presenters was presenting, I had a knock on the door. And this came. It's the biggest check that I've ever seen, you guys. And I don't say that to say, look at me. It was a very different experience than walking to that mailbox and opening the foreclosure letter. Some interesting things happened as I opened that. I realized it didn't solve any of my problems. I realized it was just, again, a piece of information. It was just numbers on a check. And when I told my kids, hey, we got a big check in the mail, and they looked at it and they're like, that's not a big check, that's just a regular check. And I'm like, you're right. It just has a couple extra zeros on it. So, to them, it's just like black and white. Dad, what's the big deal? It's just a check. You're right. It's just a check. It's just a foreclosure letter. It's just a piece of information. That foreclosure letter did not need to destroy my self-worth. And this check does not need to boost my self-worth either. God's the one who gives us our value. And it's only when we look to him, instead of looking sideways, instead of looking at others, instead of looking at our bank account, at our balance sheet, at what other pieces of information say, that we can truly have peace and joy and even prosperity in this life. So it's kind of interesting. It's taken us 29 years, and you know what? We still don't have it all figured out. But I've begun to surround myself with some wonderful people who do have some things figured out. They say that you are the sum of your 5 closest friends. And you know what? If you don't have good friends, that's okay. You can rent them. Like, that's why I hang around Josh. That's why I hang around Larry and Stacy Wallace. That's why I pay to be part of mastermind groups. It's because I want to raise my level of thinking. And in so doing, my value raises. And it's not so much the monetary value as it is my ability to serve and fulfill and to live the mission God's given me, to be able to magnify this calling that he's put on my heart and to be able to influence others. And that's largely why this summit's happening here. Like Josh mentioned, there's nothing special about me. I'm not smarter than the next guy. It was just, hey, I didn't quit this time. I quit on a lot of things. I'm sure glad I didn't quit on my life. I didn't quit on our family. I didn't quit on our marriage. And I don't think God would have blamed me or condemned me if I'd have quit on the ranch when we got that foreclosure letter. If we'd have just said, hey, you know what? Let's just bail. Let's just bail out right now. The interesting thing is that check that came in the mail yesterday is a lot less than what we would have sold out for a few years ago if we'd have said, hey, let's quit now. So here we are. Josh, it's been good to visit with you.
Hey, it was a high honor. I'm going to go to some other commitments now, but thank you so much for inviting me. I've received so much here. Just hearing your words, Jared, real proud of you. But I'm going to sign off, and I'm going to wish everybody out there a wonderful afternoon, and hopefully we'll see you all very soon.
Okay, have a blessed day. Thanks, Josh. All right. So let's go ahead and let's bring up our next presenters here. We've got, there we go, Larry and Stacy Wallace, welcome. We just made you co-host when I talked about renting our friends. These are some of the friends that we rent. They are wonderful to be with. I've been to their ranch in Texas. Sometime we'd love to have them out to our ranch in Nevada. I met Larry and Stacy Wallace at a marketing event in Las Vegas, Nevada. That's not anywhere near where we live, by the way. Like, we are in the complete other end of the state, complete other environment than Las Vegas. Las Vegas is hot, dry, and deserty. We are cool, have 4 seasons in northern Nevada, and not surrounded by casinos, thankfully. But at that event, there's only a few people that had cowboy hats on. One of them was my son, and one of the others was Larry. And so we kind of, stood out and were like, hey, we should, my two boys and I were there, Justin and Keaton. You guys heard the story about Keaton yesterday. Thanks for not laughing. By the way, as I shed some tears yesterday, they say it takes a big man to cry. It takes a bigger man to laugh at him. So thanks for letting me cry a little bit yesterday, share some real and raw things about our lives. But we got to meet Larry and Stacy, and we realized, hey, there's something different about these guys. At those marketing events, there's a lot of bling, there's a lot of showmanship, there's a lot of, hey, look at me, look at my numbers, look at my whatever. The badges, the things that show that, hey, they've reached a certain level, and the awards that they've been given. And I did see them actually walk across the stage and receive an award, but it wasn't that drew me to them. It was their humility and their sense of groundedness, their ability to be able to, take three complete strangers and sit at the same table and devote some time and attention to showing that we were important. So it's an honor to have you here, Larry and Stacy.
Well, thank you, Jared. It's great to be here, and we're so excited to be with you guys today. I hope that everybody's having an amazing day. Like Jared said, we live in East Texas. No casinos around here either.
It's all good.
Yeah. And so we are founders of an organization called Fueled by Fire, and we help entrepreneurs, business owners build businesses, not just by way of revenue, but by profit and ultimately extravagant generosity. And we have a tremendous amount of experience in building businesses from scratch into the hundreds of millions. We've taken a company public before, went up to a $1.2 billion market cap. And a number of years ago, God told us that instead of building up businesses for ourselves, he wants us to teach other people to build up businesses for themselves. And so we take our expertise and knowledge and years of experience, and we help other people do some of the things that we've done in the past. And we do that by showing them how to do business God's way. And so that's very important for us to raise up kingdom ambassadors out in the marketplace. And also too, we have a ranch, and we have a number of acres here in East Texas. And right now we have hay cutters out in the background cutting hay. And so we got a lot of activity going on in the ranch. So you may see a tractor right behind us here in just a little bit. But at any rate, we're excited to be with you guys. And so thank you for having us today, Jared.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, thanks for taking time. You guys are super busy, and we appreciate that you would dedicate an hour to be with us.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, I see Christy's in East Texas as well. So anybody that's out in this neck of the woods, we are so excited that, we get to steward a piece of God's country. And I think that's one of the incredible commonalities of maybe you have property, or maybe you're wanting to be involved in property ownership. Maybe you help people with their property ownership. One of the great things that we believe that is a mandate by God is to steward the land and to steward it effectively. And so while we've helped raise up some significant companies in the marketplace, really our heartbeat is to take anything. And we have doctors and lawyers and ranchers and farmers and authors, and our client list is really diverse. The commonality, though, is stewardship. And I know that today on the posts and on the Instagram and the advertisements for this event, it talked about doing business God's way. But I told Larry before we came on, if you guys don't mind, we like to pray before we enter a room. We know this room doesn't belong to Jared or Selena. We know this room belongs to God. The earth is the Lord's and everything in it. And so we don't believe, hey, we're going to welcome the Holy Spirit into this room. We think it's his room, and we're honored to be here. So Father God, I just thank you for this little minute that we get to come in and provide some supernatural, hopefully downloads that you give. We just provide the open space for people to receive maybe from a different messenger. And God, we ask today that if what you've laid on our heart is stewardship at scale, building a business and a life that you love and doing it the kingdom way. And so, God, today we ask that you would just use Larry and I to speak into this incredible group of leaders, business owners, ranchers, farmers, people that right now have a heart to do something more with their life, to partner with you, to be able to regenerate what you've given us. And God, do it in such a way that it glorifies you. You said, let your light so shine before men that people will see your good works, the work of our hands, and ultimately glorify God. So God, this really isn't about us. It's about glorifying you and pointing back to you in everything that we say and do. And so we're honored to be here. We hope that and pray that your voice is the loudest voice they hear. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Mm.
So Larry and I, we are incredibly honored to be here. We absolutely love Jared and Selena. We love what they stand for. The connection that we made at that marketing event was actually at a dinner table. It was a big meet and greet kind of situation where you just pick your table. And we sat down, and then here comes Jared and these good looking guys, all of them in baseball caps. And I was like, all right, these guys are our kind of people. Larry's there with his cowboy hat on. Our son was there as well. And as we sat down, we connected immediately. Their heart was generosity. While we quickly realized we both had ranches and there were some commonalities there, what was really familiar was the fact that they said, we want to use our land to do something bigger than we've ever done before. And that just hit Larry in our heart that, I believe that alignment precedes assignment. And when you make alignments with people that are in the kingdom, you begin to realize God's got people all over the face of the earth ready to help you do what you're called to do. And we're super excited to be a part of the vision, the God-sized vision that God has given them. What we wanted to do today is just come in with a heart of service and bring a message that hopefully you can apply no matter what your business is, apply it to your business so that you can have stewardship at scale. Larry talked about some pretty big numbers there with the companies that we've grown to 350 million or 1.2 billion. And really, money only makes you more of what you are. And if you are not locked in a position of personal stewardship of your heart, of your life, of your finances, it's very difficult for God to bless that. Now, it doesn't mean that you won't make money. We see people making money all the time, and they go through divorce, and they have kids that are going cray-cray. They've got major stress, heart disease. But there is a way that seems right to man. In the end, it ends in destruction, right? Generally, that's the way the world does things, right? It just seems good. You can go on all these kind of big events and see people showing their helicopters and their money and their bling bling. But behind the scenes, there's so much stress and anxiety and brokenness and division that it just doesn't seem 100% right. Or maybe they're just dropping, maybe you guys, I'm not going to judge anybody, but a lot of these events are dropping F-bombs like Hiroshima, right? And it's like, man, and I'm okay if I got a lot of farmers in here and you guys drop some F-bombs, but I'm just going to say, it feels a little off. It feels like it's almost right, but it's not 100% right. And so God took us through a massive, very swift amount of success early on. Since I was 16, I've owned my own business and been doing, God just gave us the ability to produce wealth. We know it is a gift of God. And so we use that for a majority of our lives. We were about 47 years old, 2017, and we were making more money than we'd ever made before. I woke up one morning and God said, would you give it all away? Like, would you walk away from everything and just say yes to me? And that's really tough when you own land and you have investments and you're making a lot of money and you've got a major social media following and you're winning awards and then all of a sudden you wake up one day and God says, would you give it all away? Can you trust me? And it's easy to say, I trust God, and maybe you lose everything, but to just intentionally give it away. So that day I felt like I was supposed to step out of my position in our companies. And I said to Larry when he woke up, because this was in the middle of the night that I had this dream, I said, babe, I feel like I'm supposed to step down and not, because I'm basically the face of the, I'm the marketer, I'm the salesperson, I'm out front, I'm doing a lot of videos and social media for our company. And he said, well, what does that mean? I said, well, that means that you're going to stick on your cowboy hat and you're going to be the face of this company and you're going to now. And he's like really behind the scenes kind of guy, very much not necessarily wanting to be out front. 1 month later, he came and he says, you're not going to believe this, but I think God's telling me to do the same thing. I think we're supposed to go all in and give everything away, step away and trust God. And so that month, we started on a journey of giving all of our money away. We said, God, does that even mean the house? He said, yes. Putting our house up for sale. We went 9 months without a car and leaning and trusting 100% on the provision of God. Now, some of you guys know what that is, not by choice, but by the pressure of having to be dependent on God. For that season for us, we thought maybe he'll just do it for a few months. He's going to teach us a lesson. He's going to humble us. We were humbled really fast because when we got to the end of our money, we had did an event where we fed 10,000 homeless people and really felt like that was a focus. We were supposed to focus on the homeless. And I remember we were about 6-7 months into it and I went fetal. I was like, God, this is crazy. Our kids are 16 and 17 years old at the time. This makes no sense. Even our pastor was like questioning us. Why would God have you do that when you guys use your money to advance the kingdom of God? And I went to bed that night crying, going, God, why would you ask us to sacrifice all of that we've worked so hard for? Why would you ask us to sacrifice it when we use our money to advance the kingdom of God? And I mean, some of you guys might believe that you can hear God's voice and some of you don't, but it doesn't matter. That night, I felt like he was downloading a message and it was clear. It wasn't audible, but it was in my spirit that I felt he said, say it again. And I said, we use our money to advance the kingdom of God. He said, say it again. I said, we use our money to advance the kingdom of God. He said, Stacy, doesn't that sound narcissistic? You think I need your money to advance my kingdom? I don't need your money. I need your yes. I need your obedience. And God taught us a really hard lesson in that season. It went on for 2.5 years that he would not let us, even though we were being offered to take positions in other companies. And once you're at that level of income production, you become a free agent and people start trying to get you in their company. Every time he would say, no, I want you to trust me. And we went into a season of absolute trust in God for 2.5 years. And it was, as you guys will know, many of you, incredible to see how God provides in a way that your talents can't. Peace began to come into our lives. I remember one day before the peace hit, Larry came to my room and he had just prayed for me because I was in the fetal position crying, oh God, what are we going to do? And he came in and he prayed for me. And I got up. He said, are you really going to quit? I said, yeah, I quit. And he said, you're really going to quit? We have a nonprofit organization called M Women, where we rescue women and girls coming out of trafficking and domestic violence and abuse and molestation and the crazy lives. And now it is men and women, and it's expanded to missions around the world. But in that season, I said, I quit. I just cannot, I just can't tell people to follow me because this is crazy what we're doing. And he said, fine, quit. I'll run it myself. And he said, I will run this women's organization myself. I'll run the business myself. And he was serious, and he walked out and I felt horrible. And he opened up the door. He goes, are you serious? And I said, no. And he said, then get up. Get up. We got to keep moving forward. Well, the next day he wakes up and he is stressed out, telling me that he feels like he's got a Mack truck on his chest. He doesn't know how we're going to make the bill payments. And the night before I'm in fetal and he pulls me out and I said, baby, last night you told me God's got us. Can any of y'all relate? If you can relate to being in that moment where you feel like, oh my God, how am I, God, like we need an answer and we need it like now. Say yes in the chat. Say yes in the chat. You can relate to the fact that there are times in our lives where we are waiting, or we think we're waiting on God. The truth is, we're not waiting on God. He's waiting on us. There's something he's trying to get to us because there's a message he wants to get through us. And he uses adversity. He uses setback. He uses circumstances. And sometimes he even puts us in, I don't think he puts sickness on us, for example, but I think he allows circumstances because he wants that pressure to be put on us, just like Jesus in the boat is sleeping. The disciples are freaking out because they're in the middle of this chaotic storm. Jesus understood something they couldn't, and that is that God uses the storm to get you to the other side of where you're currently at. He uses circumstances to connect you with people. He uses setbacks as a setup to be reframing your comeback. So when you have a setback, don't take a step back, plan, get ready for your comeback, because sometimes that setback is a setup for you to rethink, reboot, recalibrate, re-engineer your God-sized vision. And that's exactly what happened with Larry and I, is we, in that season, that day when he came to me, he says, I feel like I've got a Mack truck on my chest. I said, baby, go for a walk, take the dog, and just worship. Just be alone with God, experience, just silent, let your heart we're good. We're going to be good. Even though we have nothing, at that point, we had given everything away and we didn't know, God, where is the money going to come from? He goes on a walk and he comes back and he checks the mail. As he comes in after checking the mail, he's waving this Visa bill when he gets to the kitchen and screaming, Stacy, Stacy, Stacy. I go running in there concerned because he said he felt like he had a Mack truck on his chest. And I go in there and he's waving this Visa bill. He goes, read it. And I pull it out and it's not a Visa bill. It's Visa telling us that they were giving us a credit for all of the time that they had overcharged us in interest. It was $32 more than we needed that month. How many of you have ever experienced a move of God like that, where you know heaven just touched earth to interject supernatural provision? Say provision in the chat. Provision. Maybe you're in a place right now where you need that. Say provision, because I believe that your words frame your world. And when you say provision, one, you're recognizing God's done it once, he'll do it again. And when you say provision, you're also calling on the God, Jehovah Jireh, that provides. And in that moment, we began to understand God in a way that our talents might have made us money in the past. God had an ethos of heaven on earth. Jesus said, the disciples said, teach us how to pray. He said, pray this, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So that means it's already been done. What you need right now is already been done in heaven. What we're praying for on our land, what we're praying for regeneration, what we're praying for economic stimulus and sustainability it's already in heaven. There is no lack in heaven. There is no debt. There is no drought. There's only abundance. So when we say provision, we're not asking for the bank's favor. We're not asking for somebody to come along and buy our property or bring us the right seed for our product. What we're asking for is heaven's provision come down in a supernatural way. Let it manifest. And when we began to understand that 2.5 years later, from 2017 to 2019, in 2019, I turned 50. And I knew that 50 is a Jubilee year. I knew that it meant coming out and celebrating. It meant freedom. And so we began to declare 2019, December 8th, 2019 is going to be the open door of putting us back into where God has called us. This time he said, I don't want you to focus on companies. I don't want you to focus on building businesses. I want you to focus on building kingdom leaders. Leaders who will understand what it means to rest on the kingdom of God and everything I've provided, and they'll do business my way. They'll step away from the addictions. They'll step away from the porn. They'll step away from the doubt and the crying and the worry and all the things that show our carnality. And they'll begin to say, God, if you can use anything on this planet, use me. Use my property. Use my car. Use my house. Anything that I have, it's yours. Now show me how to steward it. And so in 2019, we spent 2020 preparing and planning Fueled by Fire. 2021, January 4th, 2021, we launched Fueled by Fire, where we work with CEOs, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, landowners, leaders, influencers that have a vision that they don't want to just have success or money. They want significance, not in the world's eyes, although that comes, but they want kingdom significance. They want to leave a lasting legacy that, you know, your children will squander the money, but if you teach them kingdom inheritance, they'll have the values and the integrity and the character and the leadership that they need in order to multiply what it is you've been working so hard to cultivate. And Larry and I, we are passionately dedicated to helping leaders like you, like Jared, like Selena, to be able to take what God has given them. I love the fact that they have chosen not just to steward their land, but to use the land to steward a message. This message of regenerative farming that we're all passionate about, whether you have land or not, we're passionate about regeneration. You know, the interesting thing, in fact, if you go to Instagram right now or after this is over and you look me up on Instagram, on my particular Stacy Wallace, StaciWallace, just put the word kingdom in any post that you see there. Larry set up that we want to give you free something called the Kingdom Way. And it's a training about how to build a life and business the Kingdom Way. And one of the incredible things about it is that Jesus took 3 years. Now he was God in flesh, right? So Jesus took 3 years to train his tribe, his disciples, this kingdom way. He didn't come just to die on the cross, although that's where a lot of people stop the story, right? He died on the cross, he rose again, Holy Spirit now lives in me. All of that was a part of regeneration. What was he really doing? Jesus came, lived as an example, died, showed us how to take the fish and the loaves and grain and water, and he showed us how to cultivate assets, coin in the fish's mouth, that were on earth. He showed us how the earth is God's and everything we need is, he's already put it here for us. God didn't give us chairs, he gave us trees. It's up to us to know what to do with a tree in order to turn it into a chair, right? He doesn't give us money. What he does is he gives us land and cows, and he expects us to figure out the kingdom recipe, how to turn that into scale. So stewardship at scale means that we've tapped into the knowledge of God on how to download this kingdom way. Jesus, that he took 3 years walking with those disciples. Can you imagine? Like, have y'all ever been frustrated with your kids, right? And you're like, have I been with you this long and you still don't clean up your room? Anybody ever been frustrated with your kids? Just say yes in the chat, because here's what I know about human life is we're all like that. How many times has God had to tell us something over and over and over again? And still we're like Peter. Jesus is hanging on the cross and Peter's denying him and the cock is crowing, right? And that's us. So Jesus spent 3 years, day in, day out with his disciples to teach him why he came. And in Luke, he says, this is the reason I was sent, to teach the kingdom of God. What is the kingdom of God? It's how to do life on earth as it is in heaven. So most people, they don't even understand heaven. They don't know how it operates. They don't understand kingdom principles. They don't understand kingdom culture, kingdom values. And so they're trying to do life in Christ the world's way. And they're trying to figure out, why am I so stressed out? Why is the land so dry? Why do we not have the right? Why is the money not there? Why do we not have sustainability? And what happens is, when you begin to understand the kingdom of God, you begin to understand how to unlock unrealistic, unexplainable, but undeniable riches from heaven. One day you can be broke, crying and going, God, I don't know. What are we going to do? How are we going to do this? And next thing you know, all of a sudden, windows of heaven open up to you. Why does that happen? Because he tests us with small things because he's wanting to make a steward over all things. He wants us to have stewardship over the wind and the rain and the things that concern us when it comes to cultivating our crops, cultivating our businesses, cultivating our harvest. So if we really think about it, the kingdom of God is an upside down kingdom. It means, do you remember when we first met? You were a football player playing for Texas A&M, and he went into bodybuilding. And Larry did not grow up in a faith-induced family. In fact, they didn't go to church. They didn't talk about God. So I had the blessing and the privilege. I met Larry at a gym, and he was really, really good looking, like bodybuilder, straight out, like he was just a couple months out of a big bodybuilding competition. And I was dedicated. I had gone through a divorce when I was young. I was married. My husband left me. I was abandoned and went through suicidal depression at a very young age in my early 20s. I said that I will never get married again. I'm going to be celibate the rest of my life, and I'm just going to give my life to missions. And I'm going to be like Mother Teresa of the 90s. And I'm just going to travel around the world, sell all my clothes, wear a smock, and just give my life to the poor. And I grew up, my granddaddy was a missionary and had a Bible college that sent missionaries all over the world. And one of the things that he was very, very passionate about was making sure that missions continued. So I felt, okay, well, this has happened to me. I didn't choose it. I've been abandoned. I went through suicidal depression, felt like God had no use for my life anymore. And then I felt the whisper of God saying, if you'll let me use your story, I'll use your story to change the world. Well, fast forward a number of years later, I meet Larry in a gym, and I was not looking to ever be married. I was just getting ready to work out. And here's this good looking guy there. And he ends up coming over and saying hi to me. The first thing out of my mouth was, do you go to church? I didn't say hello. I didn't say nice to meet you. I was just like, where do you go to church? And he said, well, I go to St. Mary's Catholic. And I said, I'd love for you to come to a Bible study at my place. And we do it every Monday, and love for you to come and just visit. Well, he came to that Bible study, and for the first time in his life, he had an encounter with who Jesus was. He had an encounter with a relationship with the creator of the universe. And that was an incredible beginning of our story. But here's what had to happen. Larry had to learn the upside down kingdom. He had to learn that what happens in the world, what works in the world doesn't necessarily work in the kingdom. And do you remember those times when, whether it was the TV shows or the bodybuilding or the things that it was like, well, this seems to be what works. And you had to learn the upside down kingdom.
Yeah. So for us, the thing that we had to do was, during that season of my life, I was transitioning from being someone who kind of understood who God was, but never really had a relationship. And so for me, during that season, I needed to have some type of a way of creating a filter for myself on the decisions I was making. And I didn't understand what faith was all about, although, I heard people talk about faith, but never had to exercise my faith. Things just happened for me. And so one of the things that I realized is that, I need to start looking at life and the world in a different way. And so this is something that we've actually adopted inside of our own business. If you were to read our company's employee manual, you'll see the statement in here, what would Jesus do? And so for me, you guys probably remember there was a fad during the 90s of the What Would Jesus Do bracelets. And so for me, it was identifying areas of my life that probably Jesus wouldn't do something in that area. And so I would say, for example, Stacy had mentioned that I was a bodybuilder at that time. Well, I was getting ready to go into a big bodybuilding competition in the state of Oklahoma. And I was very much ready to compete. And but I had this idea one morning, would Jesus get up on a stage in a bodybuilding competition and pose, half naked in front of an audience? And the answer is no. And so for me, I had to make a decision that day. Not only did I have to change the type of friends that I hung out with, but also I had to make a decision to whether or not to proceed with bodybuilding. And so I ended up quitting bodybuilding and ended up going to Bible school. And so from that point on, though, that's been a filter of ours, is in every situation, we even ask our employees to always be considering, if you have a choice to make and you're not sure which choice to make, just ask yourself, what would Jesus do in this situation? And it's always good just to go back to the Word of God and to be able to see what were some of the decisions that other people that have gone before us in the Bible, what decisions that they were made, what decisions that they made when faced in the same similar situations.
Yeah, and one of the things that's powerful, even about Larry's story, is, I grew up in a powerful family of faith. So I have been learning kingdom principles my entire life. Then I meet somebody who has just, it's an external understanding that there's a God, but not an understanding how his kingdom works. Everything in Old Testament, everything in New Testament. I saw somebody in the chat talking about, wow, I didn't even think about looking at the Old Testament that way. We have, in fact, when you guys put the word kingdom inside of the Instagram, any post, you're going to get this sent to you, and it's going to start the journey of you understanding the kingdom way. Everything in Scripture, all of Scripture, is about kingdom development. So you go back and you've got judges, and you've got kings, and you've got prophets, and all of them are building kingdoms. There's wars, there's famine, there's trust in God. There's this, there's demigods, there's worry, there's fear, there's murder, there's all these things. And what God is trying to do throughout Scripture, and I'm bringing this back home, trust me, I'm going to bring this back home to our land, and how this impacts what we do in farming and what we do in business and what we do when it comes to creating SOP, standard operating procedures, when it comes to automations, when it comes to what third-party vendors we align ourselves with, when it comes to who our suppliers are, making sure that we're staying the kingdom way. Because sometimes, in fact, I was on a call this morning with a multi-million-dollar business owner who called and said, I just need you to pray. My son has just been instituted into a psychiatric ward. And I said, what happened? And they said, just all of a sudden he snapped. He's got a great job. He's making good money. But he started getting very vocal on social media, and he is very much very bold about his faith. And maybe it's the devil. Maybe the devil's just coming up against him. Well, of course, the enemy is going to come against you, but God gives us grace to do what he's called us to do. If God's called you to 2,500 acres, to expand and to multiply that acreage, to take what God has given you and to multiply, he's going to give you the grace to do it. If God's called you to be an influencer on social media, and that's the platform, he said, go into all the world and communicate the good news of Jesus Christ. If that's the platform, he's going to give you the grace. Now, here's where we've got to watch the upside down kingdom. If you're trying to do it the world's way, you're going to get snafu'd. If you're trying to use social media, for example, and it becomes a demigod to whether or not you're successful, you're going to get hung in depression, because the comparison that happens in social media or online marketing, it's got spirits attached to it. It's got darkness attached to it. So you can be in there and one day you love it. How many of you guys have a love-hate relationship with social media? Like, you love some of the things, the fact that it allows you to talk to people in Zimbabwe and Cambodia and all around the world. But in fact, it's the largest mass real estate on the planet. If you're not going into social media or Facebook or Instagram, and you're not using that to let your light shine, to talk to people in your demographic, then you're not actually fulfilling the commission. But you've got to know that inside of that, it's the largest mass of people on the planet is Facebook. So if you're going to go into all the world, you're going to have an understanding of how to utilize social media, how to use sales and marketing and connection, but how to do it the upside down way, how to do it, or what I'd like to say, the right side up. The world is upside down, but the kingdom way. And so if you are right now, no matter what your business is, if you are right now finding yourself feeling depressed, overwhelmed, struggling where it's causing you to worry or have fear about the future, just know there's an open door in your life that something has gotten in. And in order to do big business, big agriculture, big ideas, God-sized vision, God's way, you're going to have to make sure that you're constantly looking for the doors that the enemy tries to come into, get to you, to get to your soul, your mind, your will, and your emotions. So for example, maybe you're in a season of lack or drought, and all of a sudden you're worrying, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And you start to feel the pressure rising. That anxiety is not from God. So that's not doing business God's way. So when Larry said, what would Jesus do? Would Jesus be anxious? No. Would Jesus be worried? No. Even at the point of death, he wasn't worried. Now, he did say, God, take this cup from me, but not my will, thine be done. So if we want to operate the kingdom way, we've got to watch everything that we're doing and make sure that we're in alignment with the kingdom's culture. So when we've got, only a little bit of time here, but I want to give you as much as we can to help lock your mind into the greatest asset that God has given you while you are alive outside of the kingdom of God, which is the constitution of heaven. We call it the Bible, a lot of people, but we call it the constitution of heaven, because it teaches us how to do life on earth as it is in heaven. Everything from, give and it will be given. Makes no sense. Why would I give when I need, right? Because it's an upside down kingdom. So your greatest harvest will be because you give to somebody else's harvest, right? So that's generosity. You can't explain it any more than you can explain gravity, but you also can't deny it. Jump off a building, you're going to go down. Giving has a reciprocation attached to it, just like seed going into the ground is how we get the harvest, right? Forgive those who've hurt you. Do good to those who despitefully use you and say false things. It makes absolutely no sense. That is not the world's way. The world's way is sue them. Get what's yours. But when you understand the kingdom, what happens is when you operate the kingdom way, forgiveness all of a sudden unlocks blessing. Doesn't make sense. Can't explain it, but you also can't deny it. We have watched people who have had cancer, for example. They go and they forgive. They go down a list of forgiveness, and then they begin to pray for their enemies, and boom, it's the cancer's completely, they're in remission. We've watched people who have had like 20 bids that they've got out, and none of them are coming through. Literally, like their company is on stall. And we'll go through the kingdom way and we'll say, what do you have any ought against anybody? Are you harboring resentment? Is there any sin in your life that you got like hiding in the closet that could be a little thing that's keeping God from being able to say, I can entrust you with more? Because remember, money only makes you more of what you are. And if he gave you, we've watched pastors and leaders of churches that have never made more than $4,500 a month ever in their life come to us because God's given us the ability to produce wealth and help people produce wealth. They'll come to us, they start making money. Now, this is before 2017. They come to one of our companies, they start making a lot of money. And next thing you know, he's getting hair plugs, he's getting his teeth done, she's getting augmented. All of a sudden, they're getting more bougie, and there's starting to be affairs. And then there's division, then there's divorce. Why? Because money only makes you more of what you are. And that was one of the biggest things that showed us we're no longer going to build businesses without understanding how to build people. We're going to focus on building people from the kingdom up. It's going to be our foundation. The constitution of God is going to be our foundation. So when we have somebody that comes into one of our top programs, we won't even work with somebody if they don't give 10%. of their business, of their family, of their personal. And we teach this inside of our Smart Money Makeover. Well, why do we do that? Because it's a part of the kingdom way. We can show you how to make money, but if you want peace and profitability, you've got to do it the kingdom way. So God's not looking for your money. God's not looking for your success. God wants your yes. And the more you understand the kingdom, the more you're going to see that the kingdom of God, get ready, write down love story. Give me in the chat, say love story. I'm going to get all sappy on you for a minute. You guys probably noticed I'm not the sappy kind of girl. I'm a black belt in karate. I love getting out there on the tractor more than anybody else. Next to fishing, I'm a master fisher person and I love the outdoors. But I'm getting ready to get a little sappy on you. Everybody say love story. All right, put it in the chat, love story. The more you understand the kingdom of God through the lens of multiplication, remember, God's command to us is to bear fruit and multiply. That wasn't just about babies. That was everything he gives you stewardship over. There is a recipe. He's already given the potential of regeneration, the potential of multiplication. When he gives it to you, it's up to us to figure out the recipe on how to cause it to multiply. That's what God anoints us to do. God's anointed Larry and I to help people do that, right? The more you see and the more you understand the kingdom, the more you'll recognize that it is a heroic love story of regeneration. Sounds crazy, right? Regeneration definition, if we don't just consider the regeneration of farming and land, the definition of regeneration is the process by which organisms replace or repair damaged or broken body parts. All right. Now we know that we're doing that with the land, but I want you to think about this. The kingdom of God is about a body of people. God wants to heal or regenerate that body back into kingdom rightness. We are a broken people. We work with broken, depleted land. The only way to tap into the supernatural regeneration of God is if we understand this love story. God so loved what? The world, the earth, the land, the people, everything in it. God so loved the world that what did he do? He gave, this is a recipe, his best seed. That if we would believe this story, if we'd get it, we'd have regeneration forever. We'd have eternal life forever. So in that recipe, and this could be the most significant message about farming you will ever hear. This will be the most significant message about regeneration you will ever hear. Because if you want to tap into limitless profitability, which is what we teach. So we teach people how to go from revenue development, which is having the right KPIs, key performance indicators, the right quarterly objectives, having the right goals set in place, making sure that you've got the right vendors and partnerships and team managed organization, making sure that you're using the right equipment in your company, or for those of you that may not have ranches or farms, utilizing the right AI or automations or tools, resources, making sure that the business is set up right. But more importantly, that the foundation of the company goes out of just making profits. We have people that are making like $13 million in revenue, and we'll say to them, are you profitable? And they'll be like, not yet. Well, that's not a business, that's a job. Actually, that's slavery, because that means that they're so leveraged that there's stress to the lender. Yet the kingdom way is that you be the lender and not the borrower. Well, great, Stacy. How do I do that? I'd love to pay off my farm. I'd love to pay off my business. I'd love to pay off my house. You've got to learn the kingdom way. He can do it in one day like that. That's what happened for Larry and I. When he told us to give everything away, we didn't realize that what he was about to do, he was testing us with generosity so that he could give us the kingdom, so that he could give us our land paid for, so that every tractor, every building, we've got tiny homes for the women and girls and the leaders that come in. We've got other properties as well. We're putting in a lodge right now that's going to sleep 25 people. Why? All of it paid for. Why? Because everything we have is his. We don't use it to get, we use it to give. And so when we begin to show people how to move out of revenue focus, we got to make enough money to pay the bills, revenue into profitability and cash flow. There are systems, there are tactics, there's strategies, but it requires you to think differently than revenue production. But revenue into profitability is really not our end goal. Revenue into profitability that creates generosity is the secret sauce. So, for example, we've got organizations, missions, churches, people that we're supporting all around the world through Fuel by Fire. Recently, God laid on our heart a incredible mission outreach in Uganda. That Gulu, Uganda, is the youngest population on the earth because of the civil wars that have gone down there and the mass genocide. So a lot of the fathers and mothers were killed. So there are the average age is 14 to 16 in Gulu. So these are basically orphans. And there's an organization that we've partnered with that we've known them for many, many, many years. And they've created this incredible mission down there where it is, when it opens, they needed a final phase before they could open it. We said, we want to take responsibility for that final phase, and we're going to gather with some specific leaders, and we're going to help make that happen so that 1,000+ orphans and moms can come every week, not 20 or 30 orphans, thousands of orphans can come, learn about Jesus, learn what it is to have business development. We can teach them sustainable trades on how they can get out of that community and be able to go and become the governors and the leaders of their society, of their community. When you use what you've got, not for the sake of, I'm just trying to pay the bills, rob Peter to pay Paul, but get past revenue, even past profitability and cash flow, and think generosity, God says, I can bless that. Because that's what the kingdom is about. Jesus wasn't here to get. He was here to create regeneration. He came, he left his mark, he left and multiplied. Here we are thousands of years later, and it's the most successful message ever. More books sold than anybody else. So everything around you can go crazy. But if you're under the shelter of the kingdom, you can have peace. If you're in the kingdom of God, you can know that he's going to handle it. It's not your land, it's his. It's not your business, it's his. Matthew 6:33 says, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. It doesn't say seek what crop you're going to plant next. It doesn't say seek how you're going to make the soil have better nutrients. It says seek first the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God will tell you that. It'll whisper to you. And you'll begin to see that whether it is in sales, marketing, finance, cash flow, whether it's putting together vendor partnerships, it's all there in the kingdom. What we have to do, position ourselves ready to hear and ready to say yes, even if the request God gives us is astronomically impossible. That's what we call a God-sized vision. And we, Larry and I, and I talk a lot, as y'all can see, but it's the gift that God has given me. Larry is our COO, our head of operations. Larry runs for all the companies that we've had, even the billion-dollar companies. Larry is his greatness that God has given, his spiritual gift, is to be able to see something and then create operational efficiency around it. It's super important for you to know the who's that are in your life. And Larry, I'm going to, just let you take the helm here. And, we teach something called the growth method. And it's G, God-sized vision. We put all of our trainings on this. God-sized vision. R is revenues, turning revenues into profitability and generosity. O is operations, having kingdom-based operations. W is wise counsel, T is team culture, and H is healthy habits. Take just a minute and talk to them about operations and how kingdom operations, operating their land, operating their business is different because it helps you identify the cracks that could sabotage your future.
Yeah, it's good. You know, there's a story about first off, I like to relate a lot of what we teach and what we talk about, different stories. There's one that is applicable here, and it's a story of a submarine. It was a nuclear submarine back in the 60s that was out on a mission, and it had first gone out and had just running through tests, and it was very covert, very secret, and all that. So one of the things that on this particular mission that they were attempting to do was go to a certain level in the water in order to test the strength of the hull. Well, what they didn't realize that there was a crack in the hull, and so they slipped lower than the integrity level of where they should be for the whole strength of their submarine. They slipped below that in the water, the depth below that. And what happened was the pressure of the water at that level that they had slipped under was so great that it made that crack, which was a small crack, intensify and end up imploding that particular submarine.
Catastrophic
So
failure.
all lives were lost.
Yeah.
But what they didn't realize was that there was a crack in the boat. And a lot of times when you're dealing with operations, a lot of people ignore operations. They like the sales, they like the marketing because that's the flashy stuff. But when it comes to operating the company, there's key performance indicators, there's automations, there's standard operating procedures, there's employee handbooks, there's all these things that are necessary in order to operate a company at any level. It doesn't matter if you're just starting out or if you're becoming, if you're scaling into, a legacy plan in your business or in your ranch or in anything that you're doing. And so for us, it's helping people understand what the operations, how important they are. And so we do a lot with teaching that, from automations that can be created, anything that's standard that you do on a repetitive business, a repetitive basis, you can usually automate. There's new tools that are out there. You probably have heard a lot about artificial intelligence, although some people are scared of it, and good reason to be so. But it is a useful tool that is available and you can use it for good. And so there's great ways to be able to use artificial intelligence, not only to help you in your business, whatever it may be, but also to be able to gather information at a rate that we've never been able to do before. And
how many of you use automation, or let's say that, how many of you use AI right now in increasing cash flow in your business? Say cash flow in the chat so we can see kind of where the room is. You're using AI for cash flow, or just say no if you don't. Okay, excellent. Got a few people in there, a few people saying no. Okay, for those, no, a lot of people saying no. So for those of you that say no, this is where, again, God has allowed something onto the planet that has the ability. Jesus said, greater works than these will you do because I go to my Father. I personally believe that when something like this comes to the earth, and the world is going to use it for bad. We already know that. Just like the internet. There are people that are trafficking kids. There's people that are just foul obscenities in social media, but there's also people that are spreading good news on the internet. So it's not, is it here? It's how will we use it? And that's really what Larry is an expert at, is showing people how to utilize automations, whether it's for how you're turning your land, over, how you're utilizing regenerative farming, how everything that has ever been created on any other property right now is available to you. First time ever in the history of the world. But if you don't understand AI prompts, if you don't understand creating agents, how many of you would like to have 5 new employees just help you work your land? Say yes. Just think about it. How awesome would that be? I mean, for me, I mean, even if you're in, like, let's just say something practical, like you like to utilize the goat's milk to create candles, to create an additional stream of income. How many of you would like that to be a multi-million-dollar income stream? Never before has it ever been this easy to produce money online. So some of you are still focusing on the soil when the soil is supposed to be producing something for you that you can stick online to create an additional stream of income. If you've got avocados, you need to be selling avocado oil. If you've got goats, you need to be selling soap and cheese, and then the marketing capacity that God has given us online today. We've got clients that right now have the craziest, silliest little pillows or candles or tiny homes, right? And they go from nothing to multi-million-dollar success in 1 year. Now, the key is don't focus on revenue. You got to focus on profitability. So what Larry's talking about of operations is utilizing the systems and processes that are available to yield that into additional streams of income.
Mm-hmm. And you can do that in any business, in any area. So, for example, we've talked about our business that we have, Fuel by Fire, but we also have a ranch. And even on our ranch, there's different ways that you can produce income just by, it doesn't matter if you have an acre or if you have 1,000 acres or 5,000 acres, it doesn't matter. The amount of acreage doesn't really matter, but you can use AI in order to be able to help you find different ways to generate revenue on any size of acreage of property. So for us, we have fields of hay, we have grass that we can raise and sell it off as hay. You know, you have bees, you have chickens, cattle, horses, any number of different things, but also too, just be able to give access to the community to be able to come out. You know, so many times we forget that we are blessed with being able to have a place for other people to escape to. And so if you like to have people come out and visit, create a petting zoo. You know, there's all sorts of different things that you can do in order to
He
provide.
says that because I just asked him yesterday for a petting zoo. I
Yeah.
think I want to do a petting zoo to bring the community to our ranch.
Well, you know, have you guys seen these little Highland cows? They're so
The
cute.
tiny goats and the
So
jumping goats. I want jumping goats.
Anyways, but there's so many different things that you can do to generate income with your property, no matter what size property you have. So anyways, I see all that to say is that we use AI, we use all sorts of different tools inside of our own business to be able to find ways to not only increase revenue, but increase profits. And of course, for us, increase our generosity. And Stacy's mentioned some of the areas that we give into, like the mission in Uganda and other places around the world, Guatemala. There's places in California that we support. And so there are things that God's put on our heart, but all of it requires income generation.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want to impress upon you is that, yes, use wisdom when you're using artificial intelligence, using automations and different things like that, but don't let that scare you, because it is a tool to be able to help you do what God's called you to do, no matter what your business is.
So I'd love to, Jared, just give one. I'd love for everybody, if you're interested in the kingdom way that we're talking about, we do something called the Kingdom Wealth Alliance training, and it's free. It's 5 days, and we're getting ready to do it. I'd love for you guys to go to fbfchallenge.com. Jared and Selena we're going to feature them on this, and they're going to be able to share a little bit about what's been going on with their farm and ranch as well. But fbfchallenge.com, you can go and register for free. But when you do, I want you to tell, every one of you are going to get what we call a CEO mentor, somebody that's going to mentor you into the expansion of your land and that. And I want you to say regeneration to them so that they know you're coming from this particular event. And I know that Jared is going to be giving you guys an offer to be able to participate in something that he's doing. Jared, we want to be a part of that. We want to make sure folks get the Kingdom Way for free by going to
Okay.
the. And then I want to encourage everybody, as I turn it back over to Jared, is write out at least 15 streams of income that you're not currently doing right now. 15 that you could add to your cash flow. It could be like, oh, I could make soap. Oh, I could put an Airbnb on my property. Oh, I could utilize that for nonprofit. Think of 15 to 20 things that can add cash flow to what you're currently, don't question how. I just want you to think of the things that you could do. It's never how, it's always going to be who can help you do it. So 15 things, and hopefully that will stimulate your mind to begin thinking, how do I do business God's way? How do I do kingdom business? And God begin to download new ideas, fresh ideas, witty inventions for you to be able to increase greater cash flow. Your land is God's gift to you. What you make of it is your gift back to God. Jared?
Amen. Amen. That is so awesome, you guys. We appreciate that. So definitely go check out that challenge. What an amazing opportunity. Do you guys have a hard stop at the half hour?
No, we're good.
Okay. So I'm gonna just let God lead this, like you teach, Stacy, because last night I was so stressed about what I was going to present on today, and the scripture just kept coming to mind: take no thought. And I actually thought about the scripture in Matthew 6 when he was talking about worried about our worldly possessions. And I turned to this morning, it's actually Matthew 13, where it talks about don't worry about what you're going to say. It'll be given to you in the very hour, at the very moment, what you need to say. So I'm trusting on that. Because when I tried to write out notes and things, it just didn't work. So if you guys are okay, and Selena, would you be okay? Would you be willing to join us here? I add you and we'll just all unmute. One of the things that I wanted to address in this conference, and I was not able to put that together, was a piece on business relationships. Because I see so often, and I'm sure you guys see it too, that profitability was the number one concern in our survey that we did yesterday. So if you guys didn't get on that survey, we'll launch it here again, probably right after we're done. Profitability, number one concern. I would say, in all honesty, relationships trumps profitability. Like, it might be something that's more underlying, but I would dare say that more businesses are destroyed, and ranching and farming is not exempt from that, by the lack of strong relationships. And so I would like to have a little discussion about what are the principles that we need to employ so that we can have, first of all, a good marriage relationship. Let's start there. And then let's move to relationship with our children, and then the intergenerational relationships and the relationships with our employees and coworkers. So is that okay? You guys good with that? Selena, I'm kind of putting you on the spot here too, Selena, but I'd love to get your insights. So I'll act a little bit as moderator and interject.
I'd back up a little bit there because, first relationship is with God. And as that relationship is good, everything can build off that. So I agree.
Okay. What? Okay. Well, why don't you address that one first, Selena? How do we build a strong relationship with God? What are the key things that you do daily, weekly, habits that you
Yeah,
created?
yeah, we kind of addressed that yesterday when you talked about just spending the time, the communion, the being in his word, um, and then I think it's the action, taking action on the little things, to be able to show that we trust him. A lot of times we say we believe in God, but do we believe him when he says, hey, do this? And we're like, well, I can't do that. And so a lot of us pull back from things that he's asking us to do. Um, and so for me, I guess that's been a huge step to really get to that point where I believe him when he says that, when he's asked me to do something, believing that he can work that through me, and that it is about him working in my life, not of my own merit that I'm doing things. So yeah, those are, I guess, are my top three: to spend time with him, to spend time in his word, and then to take action.
Okay. Anything else, Larry, Stacy, you'd add to that with that first relationship with God?
Yeah, I love it. And Selena, you are so right. Because we are living reflectors of the kingdom of God. Our marriage is to reflect the kingdom. Our lives, we are the temple of the kingdom of the Holy Spirit. So everything is about relationship first with the kingdom. If you don't understand the kingdom of God, I just recently, I've got a whole bunch of books that I've written, but one that is probably my favorite, just a little bitty book that's about like 3 inches by 4 inches. Like it looks like a passport. It's called The Passport. And it's basically about understanding the kingdom of God. And everything in it is about relationship with God by understanding the way God works. And if you want to know how God works and you want to understand relationships and you want to be close to God, you've got to understand the way God operates. You got to understand the way God thinks. You got to understand the way God rules and reigns. And in order to do that, you can't do that watching Netflix and YouTube videos. I love it. You can learn from people who may be teaching that, but watching movies, and Larry and I gave up watching TV in March of 2023. Like we watched things like American Idol and The Voice and Survivor, just entertaining, you know. We didn't have any kind of shows that we watched that were like questionable, but it just was stealing time. And so, Selena, I agree with you. Spend time learning God's way. Spend time understanding the way God does relationships. And I'll go back, I said it earlier, alignment precedes and supersedes assignment. So to Selena's point, alignment with God even supersedes alignment with man, because you will have crummy relationships with man if you don't have a good relationship with God. You'll use people. You'll be manipulative. You'll seek your own way. You'll see how you can use people to get what you want, and you'll call it generosity, but really you're doing it for personal gain. When you understand God, God is what? Love. And so there's this incredible asset we have when we study God, when we study Jesus, when we study the wisdom of the kingdom, we begin to reflect it better. In our companies, all of our companies, our North Star is to reflect God daily in the marketplace. And Selena, the more we're able to do that and have that intimacy with God, the more I see my husband better. The more I love him, because God is love. I may not like everything he does. Like when he puts that toothpaste around the sink and doesn't wipe it up, I don't like that. But I don't have to let that become a root of bitterness or anger or resentment. I love him. And so that's powerful, Selena. I totally agree.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said. Well said. Okay. So we know that our connection with our higher power, with God, and by saying God, I think we can also include the Godhead, the Holy Ghost, Jesus Christ, making sure that we're connected with them every day. Second, our marriage relationship. Larry, I'd love to hear from you. What are your thoughts and supporting Stacy as she has been more of the voice of your business, and how you've been able to help and work within a business relationship, but also foster and kindle the romance and keep that part alive as well.
You know, interesting that you say that, because when we were first married, we were joined together as husband and wife, but we were also
Almost
living
30 years ago.
30 years ago, but we were living
Awesome.
lives from a career standpoint. She was singing, speaking, writing books, working as an executive for the companies that she was working for, creating businesses. And I was over here doing my thing too, you know, running businesses and all that. But in our heart of hearts, we knew that we were supposed to be together, not just as husband and wife, but we were supposed to be working together as well. But how do you figure that out? Like, how do you figure out, how do you work with your spouse? And I can't say that it was like overnight it just like came
I
together,
didn't even know how to spell the word submit
you
when
know.
we got married.
So there was some growing together, because obviously if you're the same person, you're going to have a very if you're the same personality as your spouse, you're going to have a very boring relationship, right? And so a lot of us are attracted to someone who has a different personality than us, because I don't know, God created us that way. And so we have different personalities, and so we had to learn how to work together. How do we communicate together? How do we create a business together, and all this stuff? But God talks about, one can put 1,000 to flight, two can put 10,000 to flight. So I knew that we were supposed to come together because we could do greater things together. And so for us, we've learned over time through ourselves, but also working with many other couples, many other business owners, many other businesses, that if the foundation isn't right, nothing else matters. So let me say that again. If the foundation is not right, the foundation meaning what happens in your home, if God's not first in your relationship, if there's not unity between the husband and the wife, if there's not unity with the kids, there's
Chaos.
obviously, but there's that's the foundation of everything else. Now, you can build a successful business, but without having a firm foundation in the home, but what I've seen, that falls apart every single time. I mean, look at that couple on that Coldplay video that everybody saw, that was, you know, hot on Instagram and social media a couple of weeks ago, right? Where they were having an affair. Foundation was not right at home. And so here's the thing, you have to have a firm foundation at home in order to have a successful business. And so
Right.
your relationship, you have to work on it. Stacy and I work on it 30 years. We still work on it. We still work on our communication skills with each other. You know, I joke around because Stacy does speak a lot more than I do.
He just said I talk a lot.
She communicates a lot more than I do. But here's kind of a funny story, is we found that over the years that I like to think a lot, and I have conversations in my head, and those conversations don't necessarily come out my mouth. And so
You too?
yeah, when we're finding that we're driving from point A to point B, I'm deep in thought, and she's wanting to know everything I'm thinking about. And so anyways, it's been this ongoing thing that we've had to grow through, and I have to be more conscious in just talking about what I'm thinking about. And ladies, we're really not thinking about anything deep. Like, I'm literally thinking, oh wow, there's a hog on the side of the road. I wonder, you know, if someone's going to shoot that hog because it's tearing up that guy's property, right? And she's thinking, I'm thinking about how the end
World hunger.
and, you know, and what our kids are going to do, and our grandbabies, or when are they going to, you know, all this stuff. And literally, I'm not thinking about any of that. I'm thinking about,
He
wow,
used to count cell towers when cell towers first started coming up. when we were, again, we've been together for over 30 years, so it's been a while, but early in our like first 7 years, when we didn't understand, the number one tip that we give people in marriage wanting to strengthen their marriage is seek to understand, not be understood.
Yeah.
Seek to understand, not be understood. Because if you're constantly looking for someone to understand you, number one, it's a weakness that you need to go spend some more time with God, because you're looking for approval. You're probably in a performance mode. You need somebody to understand your time and why you're always on the tractor, or why you're always doing this, or you want to be understood. But if you stop and turn that off and you seek to understand the other person, you begin to realize that God puts you together for a reason. And so Larry, it's actually very hilarious when we would be driving along, and I am thinking about how do we change the world, because that's my DNA. Like I'm a doer, I'm a mover, I'm a shaper. I see things, I want to execute. They call me a shark dolphin because I see something and I go after it. Larry is a contemplator, or like a sea urchin, where he's okay with things floating. He can see them, but he's probably going to want to delegate them. And he's very peaceful. Like he can literally drive on date night and say not a word, but think he's having a full conversation. That used to bother me when we were young, because I would be like, why doesn't he want to talk to me? But when I learned to seek to understand and not be understood, honestly, the intimacy level in our relationship went up, because I realized he doesn't process with words. He processes with acts of service and thought. And as, again, don't go to YouTube, Netflix to think that they're going to give you kingdom wisdom. When you dive into the word of God, you'll begin to see it's all there for you. And Jared, in our relationship, I'd say a second thing, we seek to understand, not be understood. Another one is give up your right to be right.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have narcissistic tendencies, or you have an ego that's leading you in your relationship, you're always going to be thinking about yourself.
On this topic, on give up your right to be right, I have a saying. When we first got married, or right before we got married, my grandfather came to me and he said, Larry, I want to give you one piece of advice for your marriage. And he said, this is the one piece of advice that me and your grandma adhered to. And as you know, they were married for 50 something years. And I said, well, what is it, Grandpa? And he said, you can either be right or you can be happy, but you can't be both. And he says, I want you to know that I'm a happy, happy man. So the moral of it is that, hey, if you give up your right to be right, you're going to be happy.
It's true. And
Yeah, that's so good.
You're
So
that
good.
person that has to have the last word in an argument. Give up your right to be right.
Mm-hmm.
Let it go. Because the greater outcome is not that we make money. The greater outcome is that we have peace. So if you have all the money in the world, but you lose your marriage, you have the number one, you're a CEO and you've got $1 billion investment in a company. And next thing you know, you're with somebody else on Coldplay screen. You lose everything. They lost everything in 1 minute. They lost everything. And so you look at that and go, what is really what matters in our life? That's where Selena said, your relationship with God, because your values will be right. And then ultimately, the whole reason of the kingdom is to create relationship through humanity. And that is, Jared, what you're saying is marriage, family. That's why we say have a life and business that you love that reflects the kingdom of God.
Yeah, very good. That marriage relationship can be challenging, I think, in any business, but you know, I can speak for like the livestock business. Sometimes tensions rise when you're working livestock, or you're around equipment, or you've got young kids. And you know, Selena and I definitely grew up coming from different backgrounds, although we both came from a ranch. She came from the cowboy culture and she knew how to do everything exactly right. And I came from a sheep herding culture and I did things different. So she's slowly taught me over these years how to do things right. And we've come, you know, to realize that, hey, maybe there's some middle ground here. There's some place where, yeah, there's a right way to do it, and sometimes it's okay. it's okay if it's not exactly perfect. So the next piece is that interaction with our kids, especially if our kids are involved with business. Let's talk about more looking at like the adult relationships and how and when to bring them into the business, how to set them up for success without enabling them. I mean, we only have 10 minutes to our next speaker, and this could go on. This should be like, this section should be a whole summit, right? The relationship piece. So we're really only going to be able to hit on a couple key things, but I'd love to hear from you guys, and Selena, if you've got some insights as well on that. Bringing in that next generation. What are your thoughts, guys?
Well, we have our children intimately involved in what we're doing, and I have to say it's a constant stewardship,
Mm-hmm.
because you can have one day where they're like, I love everything about what you do, and the next thing they're like, squirrel, right? Our children are now 24 and or almost 24 and 25. And growing up with them, and we believe that you should train up a child in the way that they should go so that when they're old, they'll not depart from it. But one of the things that we have noticed is that in doing that, it's in them, but it doesn't mean that they always get love. Do y'all know what I mean? Like sometimes that I've trained them that they should be nice to their brother and sister. And they're over there like whacking on each other, like whack-a-mole. And you're like, wait a minute, what are you doing? It doesn't just stop when they're kids. It's as they grow up, because it's the same thing that we all went through. When I think about myself at 24, 25 years old, at 21, I came out of a divorce, was suicidally depressed. My husband had left me. I thought my life, and then I look at my kids, and the things that frustrate me right now, again, seek to understand, not to be understood. I go back and go, okay, do I remember when I was 24 years old? Can I have mercy right now and give them a minute to catch up to the wisdom that I've gained as an adult? And so we're very blessed that we have, our kids have come through some seasons where they didn't want anything to do with us. They didn't want to be a part of what we're doing. And then all of a sudden, they love everything we're doing. When they're out with their friends, their parents will call and say, man, they just speak so highly of you. We've said to our children, why is it that you speak so highly of us when you are with your friends? What is it most? And they said, your consistency. Is you don't tell people to do something you're not doing yourself. And when we go out and we're over at our friends' houses and we see the families fighting and arguing, when we come back, there's a consistency about you and Dad that there's so much peace in the home. When you come onto the ranch, it's almost like there's an ether of God's presence there, that it's not just land. It's a presence place. And I believe, Jared, when we cultivate excellence, our core values inside of our company, one of them is excellence. Do the right thing the first time, every time. Don't have to be asked multiple times to set the table properly. If we ask you to set the table, do it right. We teach kingdom couture, kingdom culture. We teach kingdom how to actually set a table. People don't even teach this anymore. You got to go to cotillion to learn how to set. But what if your kids are one day in front of a king, queen, prime minister, and they don't know what fork to use? We think, oh my gosh, I'm just happy if my kids just take the paper plate and eat off. Well, there's a place for paper plates. We eat on paper plates. We don't like to do dishes every second of the day, but there's also a place where we're teaching and training our children how to operate in a level of excellence. If you're going to, my son recently came out and took my zero turn. It's my happy place. I love it. But he took it, and I was noticing he was down by our chicken coop, and he was all over the map. I was like, he does not know it. He doesn't understand how you blow the grass outward so that you create the clean look inward, right? He was blowing all the grass inward. And I was thinking, it's just training. I could get frustrated that he doesn't do it the way I know how to do it because I have all these years. Or back to what would Jesus do? He took 3 years every single day, 365 days of the year with his disciples, training them the way. And so it is, Jared, it's having patience in the process of training our young people, giving them grace, seeking to understand, not always be understood. And here's another one: rules without relationship will become rebellion. And so you might be like,
Yeah.
I'm from a pastoral family, you might be from the military. What we have something called the chart of transcendence. You might be a blue, where you are very much into dogma, rules, regulations, right, wrong. If you have rules without relationship, you will breed rebellion in your children and even in your home with your marriage. And so there's just, again, like you said, this could be a whole course in and of itself on how
Yeah.
to have a great marriage, how to have a great family, and how to have a great life.
It's so good. This is awesome, you guys. Selena, what are your thoughts about the younger generation? So, as you guys, if you missed our intro yesterday, we've got 9 kids. We've homeschooled, and we strive to create a culture where work is work, but it's also can be fun and it can be family friendly. And it's certainly never perfect. But what are your thoughts about, bringing up the younger ones, Selena?
I love the consistency. That's been huge for us to have that. It's, I guess, something that I've thought often about is that we have to see our children as people and to really treat them like people. They are endowed by God with interests and talents and abilities. And as we see that in them and help them recognize it within themselves and instill in them that idea that God has a place for them and a mission, and maybe that's here and with us. And we really believe that in our family, that there's a place for each of our children and their God-given talents and interests to add to what we're building. And so just instilling that in, helping them on that journey and recognize it and fostering those interests and trusting that in the end, God's going to put all those pieces together the best way for everybody's best interest. And I guess for me, it's just holding that vision and trusting the process of all the messiness that's going to take to get there, and to be okay with that. And Jared mentioned he came from the sheep herder background, which was very much a lot of work, which is probably why he's the youngest of 10, and he's the one that ended up having the ranch passed down to him, because everybody else is like, I'm done with this work. But I guess Jared was a glutton for punishment. But
I was just spoiled, they say.
so we just have tried to make it a place of a family work where it's a unity thing. It's a fun place. It's not always fun, and we are about hard work, and we help our children to understand that it takes effort, and that the Lord loves effort. And but then there's also a place for fun, and we focus on that as well.
Yeah, really good. Really good. Okay, are there any questions that you have from anybody in the audience? We've got just a couple minutes here and love to open it up. Go ahead and throw the questions in the chat. I can ask them if you want to ask somebody specific, or just throw it out to the group. We can do that. I like what Doug said. Yeah, it's not that we don't set standards and hold them to those standards, right?
I love that, Selena. Isn't that funny how, hey, let's talk about how to have a functional family. And all of a sudden you've got like kids screaming through the room, running naked, going after each other. That's exactly the point. Is life does not mean good life, God life, kingdom life does not mean it is without trials. It means that you can have peace in the midst of the storm. And when you have that ability to anchor from a position of rest, everything around you could be going like wild. And yet, you're centered. If you can operate from rest and not from stressed, you can operate in peace that passes all circumstances or understanding. And Jared, really, that's what the consistency is. Whether you're on a farm or ranch, whether you're growing a social media account, whether you're writing a book, whether you're a coach, whether you're selling milk or candles, it doesn't really matter what the role is. The role is what you do. That's not your purpose. Your purpose is not to be a mom. Your purpose is not to be a farmer. Your purpose is not to be an author. It is the role that God has given you to play while on earth. Your purpose is to reflect God daily in the role that he's given you. So when you get to a point where your kids are 18 years old, they're flying the coop, you now are an empty nester. You don't have to go, well, I don't know what my purpose is anymore. Motherhood or fatherhood wasn't your purpose. It was just the role you were playing for a season. Your purpose was to reflect God while doing it. So can your kids leave? Can you lose your farm and still have purpose? Can you give up your money and still have purpose? Can you throw out your arm as a baseball player and still have purpose? Your purpose wasn't to play baseball. Your purpose was to reflect God as a baseball player. So God might, like a Tim Tebow, all of a sudden you're not playing football anymore, but can you reflect God with what he's given you? And you look at him today, and all of a sudden today he's got a wife and a new baby. And yeah, the role changed, but the purpose is still the same. And so every one of us right now that are on this call, our purpose is to reflect God in the good days, in the bad days, in the sunshine, in the rain. Remember, and I'm going to say it one more time, when you have a setback, don't take a step back. Get ready for your comeback, because sometimes the setback is a setup for you to rethink, reboot, recalibrate, or even reinvent how you reflect God in what he's given you.
So good, you guys. That's really awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the wisdom that's been shared here. Somebody said in the chat, yeah, we've got to strip the audio and share some of these nuggets that have been laid out for us today. And we really appreciate you, Larry and Stacy, for being part of this group, for bringing your groundedness here, bringing things back to what truly matters, but also the practicality of like, hey, we do need revenue. Revenue is a big part of that. Profitability is a concern. We're not glossing over that fact by saying, hey, if we put God first, it's just putting those things in order. If we're chasing money, we are always going to be chasing it, and it will never be fulfilled. There will never be enough. And it's fleeting. It's fleeting, and it's hard. There's a different way, and that's why we wanted to bring you guys on, is to add that perspective. Thanks for staying on for the bonus session here also about the relationships.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. It's been an honor. Very, very excited to be with you, and we look forward to another time together. So
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Yep. So again, you go to do you want to drop that in the chat again, Selena, the page to go in to register for their free event. Absolutely. There we go. Larry's got it. FBFchallenge.com. Take advantage of that. Okay. Take care. God bless you.
peace
Bye.
out.
Right. Okay. Very good. Well, we're going to go ahead as we transition to our next speaker here. We're going to go ahead and we're going to launch the survey that we did yesterday. For those of you who didn't have a chance to do it, here's your chance. And you guys, I'm not sure how you share the results, but we'll go over them afterwards. It's just a quick 7 questions. Don't overthink it. Really, it only takes about 2 or 3 minutes. Just roll through this. And if you did it yesterday, there's no need to redo it. So let's see, it should be out right now. And I think you can do it on your phone, on your laptop, wherever you're at. This helps us for different reasons. We appreciate that you would take time to do this, but I think it can also help you to understand, hey, where am I at? What are the current challenges and struggles that I have right now in my business? So with that, we're going to take just a 3-minute break and let you do that. We're going to check in with our next speaker, and we will be right back.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello, Keith. Welcome. Glad you're able to join us. We're got a survey going right now. If that's on your screen, you can just pull it to the one side. For those of you that are completing it, again, it only takes a few minutes. If you did it yesterday, no need to redo it unless there's something else you want to add. We do appreciate the testimonials and appreciate the suggestions of future speakers for these events. So we're grateful to have Keith Burns here with us. He's the owner of Green Cover Seeds in Nebraska. Tremendous business. Keith, we've been talking a lot about building a kingdom-based business God's way, and I think you're an excellent example of that. Like it's you're not afraid to say, hey, here's what I believe in, and I would credit a lot of the success that you've had in your business to the fact that you started off on the right foot. That even goes to show, I can't read the full quote behind you, but it looks like a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Camera to stay there. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, very good. I love it. Whatever you do it all for the glory of God. So yeah, let's go ahead. Let's run with your presentation, Keith. Thanks again for jumping on with us today.
Yeah, let's see if we can get this shared here.
And, we'll lay the survey going for about another 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll pull that down. But
Can you see my screen?
yes, looks great. Yep, thank you.
All right. You ready for me to?
Yeah, let's jump right in.
Okay, well, great. It's good to join everybody here today. It's always an honor to be with like-minded folks who are interested in stewarding that next generation. So we're excited to do that. So like Jared said, we farm and have a cover crop seed business. We're here in Nebraska. I guess I usually have a map, but we're in South Central Nebraska. Just a little bit of background. We farm here. My brother and I farm a couple thousand acres. We've been no-tilling for 30 plus years. Well, we're about 60% irrigated, 40% dry land. We've converted just a bit more, and corn, beans, and multiple cover crop seed production is what we're doing right now. So we've got sunflowers growing, we've got buckwheat growing, we harvested rye, and then of course we grow the traditional corn and beans here as well. We started Green Cover 15, 16 years ago in 2009. And you can see this picture here is kind of what it looks like now. And I show this because in 2011, this is all farm ground. So this has all been built out in response to how quickly the demand for cover crop seed, the soil health movement, regenerative ag movement, whatever you want to call it, how fast that's grown and how it's kind of, just kind of taken over. When we started, it was much smaller than the farm. And now, we employ about 55 people, and about 4 of them are on the farm side and the other 51 on the cover crop side. So it has been a blessing, not without its challenges, as everyone well knows, but we are thankful to God for the provision of helping us get there. So our mission statement, what gets us going every day, is we are here to help people regenerate, steward, and share God's creation for future generations. That's what we want to try to do, and that's what our employees are bought into as well. And that's why we not only sell cover crop seed, but we do lots of education. We have lots of free resources out there for folks because we want them to be able to help regenerate their soils, whether they're getting seed from us or not. We want to be part of that process if we're able. So with all that being said, that just kind of gives us a little introduction. And so a question we ask ourselves a lot is, how do we increase the adoption of soil health practices and cover crops? Because we know that cover crops, as powerful of a tool as they are, they're only being used on, 5 or 6% of the crop ground across the United States. So, no-till is a little more widespread, but as far as kind of that whole soil health regenerative system, how do we increase the adoption of that? And, as we look at that, as we try to answer that question, one of the things that we keep coming back to, of course, this is the political comic, from several election cycles ago. It's the economy, stupid. But I think when it comes to these types of things, I think we can say it's the economics. It's the economics that people have to understand in order for them to adopt these practices. Farmers must understand the economic benefits of soil health and cover crops. And then I think once they do, then it's a much easier shift over to doing that. So this talk is kind of based around the fact that there is no better economics than free stuff. Everybody loves freebies. Farmers especially love freebies. And if you could get something for free, that's a pretty good thing to add into your economy. It helps your bottom line. And so I'm here to tell you that God has given us 7 things. And I call these bio graces. It's a term I kind of made up because they're things that we have from grace and they're biological. And so I call these the 7 free bio graces for farmers. And I'll start out, first of all, you have to understand what true grace is. It's true, something given to you by grace. It's free. You can't buy it. It's undeserved. You can't really earn it. And it's unrestricted in the fact that everyone has access to it. And so, of course, the best example of this is, the eternal life that God gives us through his son, Jesus. We can't buy that. We don't deserve it. We can't earn it. And everyone has access to it. But in addition to that, as farmers, we have other things that he has given us as well. And that's what I want to look at here this afternoon to just show you that we have these 7 free bio graces. And when we can take advantage of them as farmers, we can really improve the bottom line. We can improve our economy and we can be a much better steward of what God has given us. So, number 1, solar energy. It's limitless and it's free, and plants are the best way to capture, store, and convert it to something of value. So, sunshine. Sunlight is the first thing that we get for free. It's given to us by grace. We don't earn it, we can't buy it, and everyone has access to it. So it definitely fits that definition of grace. And it is the energy that powers all of our ag system. It's the energy that powers life, because sunlight, giving that capturing that solar energy, that plant can turn CO2, which most people consider a waste product, and water into glucose and oxygen, 2 things of huge value. We're going to see how important those are, but that's what plants do through the chlorophyll in their cells, through this energy of the sun. They convert CO2 and H2O into C6H12O6, and then also oxygen. So that's given to us for free, but we have to capture it. We have to utilize it. So this glucose molecule, as we'll see, is the key to driving the whole system, because here's what it does. When that glucose molecule is formed through photosynthesis, it gets changed into lots of different compounds. You look at this whole list here: starch and sucrose, cellulose, lipids, lignans, amino acids, right on down that list, all the way to hormones and vitamins. These are all carbon-based products, compounds they started with that glucose molecule that came from photosynthesis, and then it got turned into all these much more complex things. And look at the functions that these do. Literally every function within that plant is driven by the fact that they need that glucose molecule as that building block. And literally every function in our human bodies, because if you look at this list, it's very similar to what the functions in a plant are the same functions within the human body. We don't photosynthesize, but we're getting that energy when we eat the plants that have done all of these things. So the more photosynthesis that we can do, the more sunlight we can capture, the more glucose we can produce, the more of these functions can happen. And these are kind of in a ascending order. So we're going to start at the first ones. And if we run out of carbon, or if we run out of other things, we never get down to these secondary metabolites, and we don't have very good defense. We don't have a lot of alkaloids and terpenes, and we don't have the fruits and flowers and leaves that a really healthy plant would have. And so that's what we look for in a really healthy plant. It has plenty of carbon being produced in the system to do all this. Now, all we have to do as farmers to capture this solar energy is put up solar panels. We just put a solar project on the roof of our building that I'm setting in here right now, and it's great. It produces, $1,500 worth of electricity every month, but it was expensive to put in, and it's, you know, and it's ugly up there, and it's all of those things. But as farmers, all we have to do is go plant seeds. You know, God is giving us the perfect solar collector in these plants. But when we're in a corn soybean rotation, which many people are, it's only about 50% efficient. We're only capturing about 50% of the sunlight that falls when we're locked into this type of a rotation. So what we need to do, if we want to capture more of that, we want to bring more of that energy into the system, we need to plant cover crops. And we can graze them. There's all sorts of things that we can do with them to capture additional value. But the real value is the fact that those green growing plants, kind of in that off season, are still capturing solar energy. They're making glucose, they're pumping that into the soil, and they're energizing our system, and they're allowing more of those critical functions to happen within our system. And maybe you're in a wheat rotation. Wheat's even worse. You know, we harvest wheat in July, and if we plant a spring crop the next year, well, that's a 10-month period where we've got nothing growing out there. And we've got a neighbor right down the road here. He harvested a wheat crop. We've caught some decent rains. Certainly could have something growing, but he's keeping it sprayed, clean, you know, clean stubble, and totally understand. We used to have that mindset as well. Keep anything from growing out there for 10 months until we plant our next crop. And while that may look good from the road because there's no weeds growing out there, it's a sterile system. There's nothing growing, there's nothing feeding the biology. We're wasting opportunities when we could have a cover crop out there growing, capturing solar energy and putting it into the soil. So when I see things like this, when I just see these bare stubble fields, or even worse, when it's a clean till or clean sprayed fallow field, it's really just a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity to capture solar energy and to put it into the soil where it's desperately needed. Okay, so that's number one. Solar energy is free. Let's get as much of it as we can. Number two, carbon is not a problem. It's free food and energy for both plants and biology. Now, if you look at the news, you would think carbon is going to kill us all. Carbon needs a new press agent. It's the whipping boy of the environmentalist movement. And it's getting blamed for lots of things that it's really not necessarily totally to blame for. And so, you know, carbon is the building blocks of that glucose molecule. It's the building blocks of photosynthesis. So we know that's coming out of the atmosphere. And we have to have it in order to do all these things. The same chart that I showed you earlier. If we want these functions to happen, we have to have carbon in the system. And those plants are pulling that carbon out of the atmosphere. And here's how it works. You know, the plant is photosynthesizing as we saw, and it's taking that CO2 out of the atmosphere. And actually some of the CO2 is also coming up out of the soil or the decomposing residue from previous crops. So it's capturing carbon from below as well as from above. But the plant is making this carbon, making that glucose molecule. But as much as 50% of that carbon the plant is producing is not used to grow the plant, but it's leaked out into the root system, into that rhizosphere. It's being leaked out there, and all these soil organisms are eating it. They're consuming it. It's their food source. It's their energy. And in exchange, they're providing services back to the plant, because plants are pretty smart. And if they're pumping that carbon into the soil, and I got some cool pictures showing you how that works, if they're putting that out there and there's no biology there to deliver a benefit back to the plant, well, plants are pretty smart and they will stop putting that carbon into the soil. If there's no return on their investment, they stop making the investment. You know, that's what we should do as people. It's what we should do as countries. But sometimes I think plants maybe are smarter than some people. They need to see a return on that investment, or they're not going to put that carbon into the soil. So here's how it works. These are some really cool pictures from our friend Jimmy Emmons. Many of you know Jimmy, a great rancher, farmer rancher from Oklahoma, and he's now actually the assistant chief to the NRCS. So he is working on our behalf in DC to try to make good policies. But anyway, this is some pictures Jimmy took at a field day that he had a few years ago. This is cover crop cereal rye that he had planted after a summer harvested crop. So he planted the cereal rye, and it was 8 to 10 inches tall. This was later in the fall when he had a field day, took these pictures. First thing to notice is look at all of the soil sticking to the roots. That tells you, number one, he's got a really healthy system. He's got lots of biology. Those roots are just covered with soil particles. So that's a really good sign. But as he was digging, he dug up a spade full of soil and he broke it apart, and he saw this picture on the right here. And what this is actually, well, he took this with his iPhone, but he's got a magnifying glass on his iPhone and called a proscope. And so he was able to magnify what he was seeing. And this is a cereal rye plant, a root. This is a root of that cover crop cereal rye, and it's growing sideways through this worm burrow. You can kind of see the soil in almost a circular pattern here. So that's looking straight down through a worm burrow, and this rye root is growing sideways through it. And so he noticed all these little root hairs growing up off of the cereal rye root. And it's pretty cool because you don't typically see that. If you just pull that cereal rye plant out, you're going to rip all those little roots off. But because this was not in the soil, they are perfectly preserved. And he got looking closer at it, and he noticed something. And so he zoomed in on it. And so this picture on the right is a zoomed in picture of the one on the left. And he noticed all these little liquid droplets. And those are liquid droplets of carbon. That's the carbon that is being produced through photosynthesis, that's being pumped out into the soil system. And he's got a very active biology, as we saw from all of the dreadlocks on his roots. And all of this carbon is being pumped into the soil to feed that biology. And it's free. These plants are pulling it out of the atmosphere. They're pulling it from the decomposing residue from his soil. They're converting it into something of great value. They're pumping literally trillions of drops. I mean, you look at this, this is an eighth of an inch at most of a cereal rye root. One cereal rye root, you know, one rye plant can have up to 2 miles worth of roots, and there's 1 million rye plants per acre. You start doing the math times this many little liquid droplets of carbon. It is an incredible amount of carbon that this cover crop is putting into the soil to feed all of Jimmy's biology, and that's what makes a really healthy ecosystem. That's how God created it. That's how God designed the system to work. The carbon in the atmosphere is to go back into the plants, and it cycles. It's a carbon cycle. And so, you know, when people say carbon is the problem, it just shows you they fundamentally don't understand how plants grow and how this whole system is supposed to work. If you want a deeper dive on that, I've got a whole talk on this called Carbonomics. You can go to our YouTube channel and search for Carbonomics. It goes into a lot more detail and a lot more depth on how that whole carbon cycle within the soil works. So number 3, nitrogen is free and abundant. And, you know, when I say that, you know, when we look at these things given by grace, hey, you can't buy it, you don't deserve it, everyone has access to it. And then you look at the bills that come in the mail, and here's this bill, and it's thousands of dollars for your nitrogen fertilizer. And, you know, how can I say that nitrogen is free and abundant? Well, it's true. We spend a lot of money on nitrogen. As a industry, U.S. agriculture spends almost $5 billion on nitrogen alone. And so, you know, it's one of the biggest expenses that we have. But when we look at where it's coming from, so this is a pie chart of the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is this, I don't know if you can see my mouse, it's this tiny little sliver here. It's only 0.04% of our atmosphere is carbon dioxide. So if somebody tells you that carbon is a problem, ask them how much carbon is in the atmosphere. They probably don't know, but it's 0.04%. So not very much. Nitrogen is 78% of our atmosphere, but it's held as dinitrogen. So it's 2 nitrogen molecules bonded with each other with 3 sets of bonds, very strong bonds. It renders it inert. It doesn't react with anything in our human body, which is good because otherwise it would kill us. But it also doesn't react with anything in the plant. And so in order for plants to utilize this nitrogen, it has to be broken. You have to break those 3 bonds and make those nitrogen molecules come apart, and then combine them with hydrogen and oxygen and other things to make forms of nitrogen that a plant can use. And so, you know, we can build these big factories. This kind of started during World War I and World War II because they were using this to build bombs. You know, nitrogen that's broken apart can be very powerful, very explosive. And so they were using this to make bombs. And then after World War II, they kept these plants going, they expanded them, and now they make nitrogen fertilizer. So when you're paying for nitrogen, you're not buying nitrogen because you have every acre of crop ground, every acre of range ground in the world has 30,000 tons of nitrogen just sitting above it, sitting there. It's free, it's abundant, it's there for the taking, but it's in a form that the plants can't use. But you're not paying for nitrogen when you buy nitrogen. You're paying for the energy that it takes to put it into a form that plants can use. But what it takes man $5 billion to do, God created these tiny little things that do the same thing. We've got rhizobia bacteria here that are colonizing the roots of these legume plants, and they're breaking that nitrogen bond and they're making that nitrogen available. So when we have more legumes in our system, we're able to provide more of the nitrogen that the system needs. Now, it's not limited to just legumes. There are other things in the soil too, azospirillum and azotobacter, bacillus, cyanobacteria, and they're discovering new ones all the time of these organisms that can produce nitrogen out of atmospheric nitrogen, make it available to plants. But these are not nearly as productive as the rhizobia. Rhizobia can produce 400-500 pounds of nitrogen a year in the case of alfalfa or soybeans, where these things are producing 40 or 50 pounds of nitrogen a year because they're single-celled organisms. They don't build those big colonies. And so it's not the only part of the solution, but it certainly should be a part of the solution. Again, we've got lots of good resources on this. We have a great webinar with Dr. James White talking about the rhizophagy cycle and how all this is working inside of the plant. So if you really want a great deep dive on how this works, go check that out with Dr. James White. Okay, number 4, oxygen is freely available. Now, we don't think of oxygen as something that plants need to grow, but it is. And again, it fits that definition of grace. Oxygen, you can't buy it. It's not limited. It's available to everybody, and we don't deserve it. It's just there for us. It's a byproduct of photosynthesis, but we need to have that oxygen in our soil, because if we have compacted soil, as our plants are growing, as that biology is doing its thing, there is CO2 being produced. And if that CO2 can't get out of the soil and oxygen get back in, then things start to die. It starts to turn anaerobic. The good biology dies, bad biology takes over, and roots will never grow deeper than what oxygen can get into the soil. So sometimes the limiting factor on growing a crop, it might not be water, it might be oxygen. And the fact that your soil is so compacted that you can't drive oxygen deeper into the soil, your roots will not grow deeper than where that's happening. So if you got something that looks like this on the left, where it's compacted like a brick, you are not going to have roots grow very deep. But if you got really nice mellow soil, well aerated, the roots are penetrating, you're going to have oxygen as deep as those roots are. That's going to be much, much better. And it can also, sometimes roots don't just stop at a compaction layer because of mechanical impedance. This was some information that Nicole Masters was showing when she was here at her farm back in June. She was showing this research that shows that when you have compaction and the gas diffusion, those gases can't move very fast, very efficiently. Ethylene is a byproduct of the plant growing process. When ethylene accumulates, number one, it triggers a ripening effect with fruit. So like if you have a green banana, they'll subject that to ethylene to make it ripen. Green tomato, same thing. But in the soil, ethylene triggers a hormone response that restricts root growth or makes roots go sideways instead of going down. And again, that all happens because that ethylene can't move back out of the soil. It can't diffuse enough, and it can trigger that response. It really restricts your root growth. So instead of having roots that are compacted, we need things that will help open it up. So we like plant roots, we like earthworms, we like all of those things that can help aerate that soil and allow that oxygen to get down there. All right, number 5, soils are rich in minerals and plant nutrients, and we just have to go get them. So, when you look at a soil, it's 45% by weight, it's minerals. And then you got the water, you got the airspace, but the majority of the weight of soil is made up of minerals. And those minerals are the things that your plants need to grow. Now, nitrogen is not a soil mineral, that's out of the atmosphere. We just looked at that. But phosphorus and potassium and sulfur and all of these other things are coming from the mineral portion of our soil. And if you don't believe how much you have, do this. This is a common soil test. You send it into Ward Labs or any soil lab. They're going to give you these numbers, and it's not telling you what's in your soil. It's only telling you what the plants can get to in your soil. So this is plant available nutrients. But if you send that same test in and you request a TND, or a total nutrient digest test, then they will test everything that's in your soil, whether the plants can get to it or not. They can test everything. And so this is an average of 68 samples and just 6 inches, just 6 inches. And your soils are much deeper than 6 inches. But on average, there was 878 pounds of phosphorus, 3,700 pounds of potassium, 8,600 pounds of calcium, and right on down the list. There's a huge amount of these nutrients in our soils, but most of them are tied up in a form that plants can't get to. Just like the nitrogen in the atmosphere is not available to the plants, most of the nutrients in the soil is not available directly to the plants. God designed the system that way because it all goes through the biology. Because if it was all available to the plants would get too much at the wrong time. You would get it leaching away. There'd be all kinds of bad things that would happen. So it needs to be held in those unavailable forms, and then the biology makes it available for the plants as they go. And so that's what we have to do. We have to get the biology involved. And so I love this article in Scientific America. It says mycorrhiza fungi run the largest mining operation in the world. It's great because it's microscopic mining. And you see this picture on the right here. This is a little piece of mineral. Think of it as a little grain of sand. And these brown tunnels, or these channels, are actually mine shafts that have been chemically bored into here by mycorrhiza fungi. Here's what it looks like. This is a plant root. These little dark things, the round dark things inside that plant root, are the arbuscles. And then you have these hyphae growing out through the wall of the mycorrhiza, out of the root, these mycorrhiza fungi. That's what's actually, those are so small, they're so delicate, but yet they can tunnel in, they can burrow in, because they're doing it with chemicals and with bacteria, and they're actually converting solid rock into liquid minerals. And then those liquid minerals they're delivering back to their host plant in a form that those plants can use. And that's super cool, but those mycorrhiza can't live on those minerals. They have to have the carbon that comes from the plant. So essentially the carbon is the payment that the plants are using to hire these guys. Here's another picture of it. Hire these guys to go out and get the nutrients that they need. Again, lots of good resources. Dr. Christine Jones, she's one of the best soil microbiologists of our lifetime. We've got a 4-part series, webinar series with her. You can get on and read, listen to the one called The Phosphorus Paradox, where she talks a lot about how this process works. All right, number 6, water is given to all. And now why it may not be at the right times and the right amounts that we want. We don't buy the precipitation. We don't earn it. We don't deserve it. And when it falls, it's available to everybody that it falls on. So I submit that it is given to us by grace, even though it doesn't always come at the right times and the right amounts that we want. It's frustrating because we can't control the water cycle. You look at this water cycle and it's complicated. There's all this transpiration and condensation and transportation of it and deposits and all of this. But there is one part of this water cycle that we can control, but so many of us do not take advantage of it, and it's right here. It's the infiltration. We have almost total control over how much infiltration that we can get from the rainfall, from the precipitation that falls. And so I love this picture. This is pictures sent to us by one of our customers in Oklahoma. The NRCS had just been out a few weeks before, and so they had good data on these 2 farms. And then they got a 5.3-inch rain in about an hour. So the neighbor on the right here, conventional tillage, only grows wheat, no cover crops, no grazing. NRCS had tested his infiltration in that field at 0.6 of an inch in an hour. So out of a 5.3-inch rain, he got 0.6 of it, and the rest of it is running off the ditch right here. You can see that. So he got 16,507 gallons of water. Our friend, our customer, our seed grower, Russ Jackson, farms over here. He's got a no-till crop rotation. He plants cover crops. He's got good planned grazing management. He's got all of the soil health principles clicking. The NRCS had been there. They tested his infiltration at 6 inches an hour, 10 times his neighbor. So how much rain did he get? Well, he got it all, because 6 inches of infiltration an hour can take in a 5.3-inch rainfall event. He got almost 144,000 gallons of water stored. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who's going to grow better crops the next year on this. And so we can control the infiltration, and we have to have infiltration because let's face it, the rainfall events, they seem to be less frequent and more intense as they're coming. So you got to be prepared for it, and you got to be ready to take it. And not only that, but you have to be able to store it as well. So these poor, worn out soils that may only have 1.5% of soil organic matter can only store about 1.75 inches of water per foot. So that's 189,000 gallons in 4 feet. But something that's really healthy, really got it going on, 4.5% organic matter, we can store 3 times as much water in this soil as we can over here on the left. So not only do we have to get it into the soil, but we have to hold on to it. And again, that's where that carbon being stored in your soil, that carbon loves to hold on to that water. And then finally, soil biology makes the system bigger, faster, stronger, and more efficient. I've been talking about soil biology throughout here because it really is the key to making this work. And our soils have these biological organisms in them, or at least they used to. Now, the way that we farmed over the years, we've gotten rid of a lot of them, not on purpose, but it was an unintended consequence of overusing, synthetic fertilizers and herbicides and tillage, and all these things are hard on the biology. And so we don't have them doing all the things that God created them to do, all these different things. So then we have to replace them with some sort of an input. And so, whether it's earthworms, mycorrhiza fungi, or the rhizobium, they're really doing critical function. So here, we like to say we need the biology. So sometimes we have to seed them. In other words, we have to put some into the soil. And the easiest way to do that is the seed treatments right on the seed as you plant it. So whether it's a rhizobia inoculant, a compost extract inoculant, some sort of mycorrhiza inoculant. There are ways that you can put some things back into the soil. Now, you don't have to do that forever. Once you get your system rebuilt, it will be there and it will function. But the important thing is you have to then feed them. Because if you put biology into your soil and you don't have this liquid carbon source like what we looked at out there, they have nothing to eat, and those populations will die off. So it's really, you have to be thinking about them like a livestock herd, like wildlife. You have to provide a habitat, you have to provide a food source for them if you want to keep those populations healthy and going. So again, great webinar here from Dr. Jones on how all of that works together. So as we close, all of these things are given to us by grace. It's free, it's undeserved, and it's available to everyone. But here's the thing. Grace is not automatic. You have to reach out and grasp it. You have to accept it. Just like Jesus died for everybody, but only those who accept that are going to be able to take advantage of it. And it's the same way with these 7 graces that God has given us within our soils. We have to do something to implement and integrate these into our life. And of course, this is going to be preaching to the choir, but we do that through following these principles of soil health. So I know I'm out of time, so we keep the soil covered. We want to minimize those disturbances. So here's a great example of an organic farmer rolling down hairy vetch. That's no disturbance. He's got his fertilizer and his herbicide right there from that vetch crop with no physical, mechanical, chemical, or biological disturbance. We want to maximize the diversity that we have out there, because when we do that, diversity above the ground leads to diversity below the ground, and that really makes the system cook. We want living roots as often as possible. So sometimes that can be with perennial systems, sometimes it can be with interseeding, sometimes it's just doing a cover crop at the right time. And we want to properly manage, we want to integrate livestock, but we need to manage them properly. We can't just throw livestock out there and not have really good management in order to make things work. So I know I went over just a tad on time. I apologize for that. We've got tons of resources on our website. If you want to check those out, we've got these resource guides. You can download those for free. We're working on the 12th edition, which will be out in January. But we've got great articles in here from Ray Archuleta and Gabe Brown and all of the lots of the top people. Christine Jones, many of the people that I mentioned contribute articles to these every year. So go to our website. You can download those. You can shoot me an email or give me a call if you have any questions about any of this stuff. I would be more than happy to help. So again, thank you so much for your time and for your attention. And don't be afraid to go out there and get your share of these free graces. Because here's the thing, if you don't use them, it's not like somebody else can get them. You're not helping other people by not using them yourself, because everybody has access to these. So go out and figure out how you can change your farming system to get more of the free stuff, because that really changes the economics of your operation. All right.
Yeah, super cool. Yeah, and actually we do have a little bit of a buffer here. Ray Archuleta is our next speaker, and he'll be on at the hour. So we've got time for a few questions. Where do you see the future of regenerative agriculture? I mean, you are in it, you're in the trenches day and night.
Yeah, well, the future of regenerative agriculture, I think, is I think where it needs to go. I don't know if it will go this way or not. We need to focus on growing more food that humans will actually consume, and less commodities that, are getting burnt in a vehicle or fed to an animal. Now, it's still important that we grow those commodities regeneratively, but I think if we're really going to move the needle, if we really want to add value to what we're growing, we have to figure out how to try to get that closer to what humans are consuming. So the whole Maha movement, I think it's going to gain some legs. There's a lot of validity around that. And so, how do we do that? If I'm a corn soybean farmer, how do I grow stuff that humans will consume? Well, you start looking for markets, food grade soybeans, food grade corn, are there other things that we can do or other things we can grow? And you certainly would not want to switch everything over all at once. You would want to, just, experiment on small areas and see where you can go. So, I think that's the ultimate in getting more value for the product. And then certainly, the other way that you can make profit is just spending less to grow it. And that's by reducing your synthetic inputs and replacing it with these biological ones that we just talked about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really good, really good. What are you seeing as far as the tide of profitability when people go down the regenerative route versus the conventional route? You kind of have your finger on the pulse there. That is a huge concern. Not so much amongst the livestock producers, because we have really great commodity prices, although it's still tight and tough because everything else is increased in price too. But I think that conventional row crop farmers, it's pretty tough for them, right? That's a little bit outside my day-to-day expertise, but
yeah, for sure. I mean, when corn is, take your corn to the elevator, sell it for $3.70. Most guys aren't growing corn for less than $4 a bushel. So, for a lot of people, if they break even this year, they would be pretty happy with that. Now again, government subsidies, will certainly help and, can help people stay afloat, but that's not a long-term solution to be able to do that.
No,
So,
not at all.
ideally, we have to stop looking, and I'm sure people have been on here saying this before, but we have to stop looking just at yield, and we need to look at, how much profit did you make? Can you make more profit growing 150 bushel corn with a modest amount of inputs versus 240 bushel of corn with, the whole suite of inputs? Some years, yes, some years, no, but you need to be at least looking at that, and what does that look like? And especially if you can grow some sort of specialty corn where you get a premium for it as well. And so the people that we see that are doing the best, that's what they're looking at. They're looking at specialized markets. They're looking at being low cost producers, and they're looking at the profit per acre, not the yield per acre. And that's hard for a few reasons. Number one, our farmer ego, our mentality has been cooked into it. You have to grow lots of bushels. But number two, you kind of get penalized. Well, not kind of. You do get penalized by the crop insurance system if you're growing lower yielding crops, even if you're more profitable, because the whole insurance system is all based on yield. They don't really care about profitability. It's all about yield there. And so, if you're playing that game, and so many people are, because, if you've got money borrowed at the bank, you're going to have crop insurance, and it's a whole system, it's a whole cycle, and you will penalize yourself by growing lower yields, even if they're more profitable within the confines of that system. So that's a bit of an impediment, and we have to take a serious look at we are getting, I heard somebody say our farming system is not broken because we're getting exactly what the system was created to produce. Now, it may not be right, but it's not necessarily broken.
Not broken.
Because we're getting
Interesting.
results. We're getting the results that the system was designed to do, which is lots of bushels of cheap commodities.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. So do you think that there will be a return to perennials? And this hopefully isn't a threat to your business, but what
Yeah.
what would it take to go back to more of a nature system where perennials are the default?
Yeah. I think I'm seeing that happen, in a couple of ways. We've always had guys tinkering around with, the what I would call the short-term perennial system, 3 to 5 years, put in, you know, cool season introduced perennials, orchard grass, ryegrass, fescues, things like that. That you could have it out there, graze it for 5 years, and then you come back into row crop production with that, because you don't have the huge investment and a long establishment time like you would with warm season perennials, so you can kind of get in and out of that a little bit quicker. And we see people do that from time to time. I would not say it's widespread or it's the general rule. In other countries, in South America, they that is a general rule. They will do that because they don't have access to a lot of the fertility inputs that we do. So they're having to do a perennial rotation like that to allow that soil to build back a reservoir or a bank of nutrients, and then they can come back out, and farm that, and then have high export crops. Whereas a perennial based grazing system is a very low export crop, because most of those nutrients are staying in the system. So we see some people doing that, and with pretty good success. I have a customer in Kansas, one of the first ones to do this. And they were, I think, in for 5 years, and they put it on their worst performing ground, the worst piece of crop ground that they had, which is what you should do, because that's where you have the least amount of opportunity cost you're giving up to do it. And after 5 years, they took that out of perennials and came back to corn, and that was the best. That was the best corn they ever grew. Best corn all year was on their worst field prior to that, because of that perennial-based grazing system. It had rebuilt itself. And so, can we do this? Can we take some of these really poor, marginally functioning fields and rebuild them this way? Absolutely. But it has to be managed right. You can't just turn it into perennials and then turn 100 cows out on a section and leave them there all year and overgraze the snot out of it and expect that soil to be better at the end of that type of a system. It doesn't work that way. You have to have the right management system. You have to have the amp grazing, you have to have the rotation, in order to really make that work. Now, I also see we've got a few guys that are starting to convert to more warm season perennials, which I would call, that is a long-term investment, because these things are expensive and it's got a long establishment window. And so when you're putting these in, you're committing to, I think probably the next 25 years of leaving that into perennials. And we've got a neighbor here, which we did a podcast. His name is Kip Heinrichs. He's a neighbor of ours here in Nebraska. You can go to our podcast either on YouTube or any of the podcast platforms and listen to that interview I did with him. But he's got really good soil right here in South Central Nebraska, pivot irrigated, highly productive, great soils. And this year he'll harvest nothing with a combine. He's going to run it all through his cattle. And he's taken, I think he's up to 3 pivots now that he's converted to Eastern Gamma grass and Big Blue Stem and Ending grass and switchgrass. That is huge to take prime irrigated pivot irrigated, farm ground and say, I'm going to graze cattle on it because I think I can make more money than growing commodities. And you know what? Right now, he's absolutely right. He is.
Sure.
But he's grazing cattle and then he's following that up with sheep. And he added a
Okay.
bunch of sheep to, his grazing rotation without really reducing the number of cattle that he had, because they kind of eat different things. They have different dietary needs, and so he's doing both, and he's doing pretty well right now. And so he's got very little equipment cost because he doesn't need a combine, he doesn't need a corn planter. He's basically got a drill, and then all the cattle handling equipment. So I think yes, it's out there. Is it going to be widespread? I don't know. What will tend to drive it is if the demand for really high quality grass-fed beef continues to grow, which I think it is. But as that continues to grow, this is the type of system where people can do that really, really well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Appreciate you going there and answering that. That's great. Can we switch gears here just a little bit and talk about how you built your business? What are the principles upon which have allowed you to grow and to scale?
Sure. Well, when we started, it was just kind of an outgrowth of the farm, and it was just a way to, have some additional business and income streams to get some of the kids involved. And so when we started, that's kind of what it was. We didn't really think about it being, scaling it. We probably short-sighted in that. And so, when we first started, we just started, very humbly out of the back of our, farm shop. And in fact, we still have customers that come and they'll say, yeah, I remember coming and we were up in your little Morton building and you had those 14-year-old kids out there driving forklifts. And it's like, yeah, probably did.
Yeah.
So principle number one from the very beginning was we try to approach it with a farmer mentality. And when I say that, I mean, we still farm, we still use these things, and so we still approach it with a farmer mentality. So we are trying to do what's going to be best for the farmer. And, oftentimes that is sometimes that conflicts with the business decision, but we want to do what's best for the farmer. And so we have built our entire business around building diverse mixes, custom mixes for people, not because it's easy, because it's a terrible manufacturing model, but because it's the right thing to do to try to tweak that mix to meet the individual needs of people across the country. Number two, from the very beginning, we've been heavily educationally oriented. I taught school for 10 years before I came back to the farm. And so
Okay.
education and teaching has just always, been part of, who I am. And we kind of brought that into the business. So from the very beginning, we did lots of free field days and, we put out free material and, now we've got, 400 and some videos on our YouTube channel. And we started a podcast channel that we have now, and these resource guides, those are expensive to do. We print 30,000 of those. You can see them right here in the background. We print 30,000 of those every year and give them all away for free because we are convinced that if people understand how the soil works, the only logical conclusion you can come to is that you have to have a plant growing to make the system work. And a lot of times that's going to require cover crop. So, that's been the bulk of our marketing strategy has been educate first. And then, we certainly, as you mentioned early on, we try to honor God with what we do. Our values are, to treat people right. So we want to do that, whether it's our employees or our customers. We want to exhibit high levels of teamwork. That's another one of our values. Family matters is a value that we have, and it's not just not our own personal families, but the families of our employees. But we consider all of our customers as part of our family as well. And then the last one is always growing, and that's a bit of a play on words because we want our people to always be growing, always be learning, always be becoming better versions of themselves because of, experiences they've had or things that they've learned. But we also want to see your soils always growing. And that can only happen if you've got a plant out there and growing, much like the talk that I just did. Without that
Yeah.
plant out there growing and capturing that CO2, solar energy, and putting it into the soil, the system will not work. The system cannot heal itself. But when it does, it can, and it will, and it does.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, really good. I appreciate you sharing that. And it's been neat to see really the worldwide impact that your business has had. Certainly, could talk a little bit about your what do you call it, the smart seed calculator?
Yeah.
What's
So
your trademark name?
we've got a smart mix calculator
Smart Mix.
online where you can go to our website, sign up for a free account, and basically that tool helps you helps you think through what species would be best for your individual needs. And because I said that, from the very beginning, we set our business up to make these customized mixes for farmers. Well, this tool allows people to play around and kind of try to figure out what might be best for them. So when you establish an account, you put in your zip code. That zip code then is tied to all of the climate data. So then it's going to know your first frost date, your last frost date, the growing degree days, your precipitation, your climate zone, all these things, we have in a database for per zip code. So then it knows all that. And then you have to select goals. What are the goals you want to try to accomplish by planting this cover crop mix? Whether it be enhanced grazing or nitrogen fixation or erosion prevention or pollinator attraction. There's, I don't know, 17 or 18 different goals you can choose from, and then you tell it when you're going to plant and when you're going to terminate and what your next crop is going to be. So then it takes all of that information and it, through all these different algorithms, it will sort these things out and say, okay, here are the best legumes, here are the best grasses, here's the best broadleaves. It's not going to tell you exactly what to plant, but it tells you which ones you should be choosing from. And then within the choices, there's little buttons you can click on to watch videos, to read text sheets. You can learn about these plants if you don't know what a cowpea is, or how a cowpea is different than a mung bean. You can learn right there how and when and why you should use these different things. So it's a tool to build mixes, but it's also a pretty good educational tool to familiarize yourself with these different cover crop species as well.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's really, really intuitive, really easy to operate, fun to play with. Great resource. We appreciate you making that available.
Yeah.
Well, very good. Any final comments that you have for our audience before you log off, Keith?
Yeah, I know that, people ask all the time, how is our business growing? Is it, what's the attitude of farmers out there? And, frankly, we're kind of holding steady, but it's not necessarily growing like it did in some of the first years. And I think there's just a general, there's a lot of buyer hesitancy because margins are tight, the ability to risk is low. And so people are pretty cautious. So what we really encourage people to do is, especially if they've never tried it before, is to try something, even if it's on a small acreage. You can learn as much on 10 acres as you can on 1,000 if you really pay attention and really watch it. But you got to try something, because if all you do is sit on the sidelines, you'll have the same questions next year as you have this year. And I promise you, if you try something, you won't get all the answers, but you will have different questions next year, and there'll be better questions to ask. And then you can do the next thing and get out there and find other people who are doing similar things. Follow Ray Archuleta wherever he goes and listen to him, and you'll learn so much. But just take control of your own destiny, and instead of sitting around complaining about how bad things are, take charge of some of that, take charge of your own learning, and try some of these things. So that would be my suggestion, and I just Totally honored to be the warm-up act for the great Ray Archuleta.
Hey, I thought I'd pin you both here so you can hash it out here a little bit, but you guys are great. I mean, you're preaching the same message to the same people with slightly different approaches. But Ray, welcome to the summit here. We're certainly honored to have you here.
Thank you,
So-
Jared. I think Keith's made it. I don't know why you invited me. I mean, he really hit it out of the park, because that's one of the biggest struggles I have. We teach all over and Keith hit it beautifully. The power of the plant is so powerful. And I think that's what we're missing it globally and nationally with Uncovered Ground. We can talk about that, but that's one of the biggest struggle I have teaching producers is the soil's alive and the plant is the mouth of that soil. So it's really good to see. And Keith didn't pay me, by the way, for this add up, but he's right. I mean, this is where it is. How do we get people to understand the power of life? And that plant is the conduit. So good job, Keith. I really appreciate that.
Of course, of course.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Keith. We appreciate you jumping on here, and Ray. Yeah, I'd just love to continue to stay in touch, see how your business grows, and pray for your continued success.
And thank you,
All
Keith.
right. Well, Ray, it's an honor to have you here with us today. We appreciate you taking time out of what I know is a very busy schedule to join us. I mean, you are known as the soil guru, if there ever was one.
Yeah.
So it's great to have you here.
Thank you, Jared.
When we asked what the greatest opportunity was in the little survey that we did both yesterday and today, it was improving soil health, where the participants recognize that as the greatest opportunity. And for context, Ray, the greatest challenge that they saw in their business was profitability.
Yeah.
And so, I look forward to hearing from you, because if things are done right, we're not only doing things right for the soil, for the microbial life, for the animals, we will reap the monetary rewards as well.
Yeah. I totally agree. I really appreciate it, by the way, that I'm here. And I don't know, I think the more I do that, I think in humility, we find out that we know very little. And the more I get involved in farming and ranching, and I know less. So yeah, I think one of the biggest foundation for regenerative agriculture is humility. I think the more you understand, have that concept and framework of humility, it opens conduits for learning. And that's the biggest struggle we have is being humble enough to realize we don't know that much. That's why one of my favorite books is You're Not That Smart.
Amen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that at the beginning. One of our ground rules was forget what you think you know. It's not what you know that'll hurt you. It's what you know that just ain't so, right? So
Oh, yeah.
have a little bit of a big dose of humility to be able to say, hey, I can learn from anyone. It doesn't mean that we, have to take it all in and have to all remember it. But that's my hope, is that from each of these presentations, we'll take some notes and we'll commit to just taking one action, as small as it might be. Just one thing that we're going to commit to do, and that'll move the needle, and then it'll give us the momentum to keep going. So let's jump right in, Ray. Let's run with your presentation.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly go over through some slides I want to share, because I think the beautiful thing about it is economics. And let me get my slideshow going. And you already got me to share my screen, right?
Yep, I think you're the co-host, so you should be able to.
Well, look at that. I've been given the power. That's kind of scary.
That is scary, yeah. But
Yeah.
you know what? You're just co-host, so I can always revoke it.
That may happen real quick. That's good. Thank you. Let's get started. Let's see if the audience see. Oops, that's the last slide for some reason. Okay, here we go. Let's get rocking. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, new framework for thinking. Yep.
Yeah. I started off with that because I have this saying when I travel across the country. In the last the last 18, 20 months, I've been in 6 continents, and I've been in every state since I've started doing this. And I said, and I take this from the holistic management, a new framework of thinking from Alan Savory. I love that way he framed that. And Regen Ag, what it does, we attract you economically, but you later fall in love with the ecology. And every person that comes to our workshops and our field days, that's exactly what happens. We draw you in economically because we either list the workshop is how do you cut down inputs? How do you become more efficient? How do you save money? And then later on, farmers realize, oh my gosh, it was always about the ecology. And ecology means the study of the house, in case anybody wonders what it is. So ecology is study of the house. And so the first thing I want to talk about is mindset. The mindset is everything, and how it impacts our truth, and how it impacts how we view in the local community and what we've learned in school. Now, mindset is everything. It's the lens, it's the framework that you look at the natural system, it's the way you do things. Your mindset's everything. And then one of the things I got impacted early in my life, started realizing, and Alan Savory helped me a lot here about understanding holism and reductionism, and what's the difference, and how we reduced our science, and it doesn't work with natural systems, and especially healing the human body. And this is where we're failing miserably. And number 3 is, I tell farmers and ranchers, most people say, well, my goal is to be a rancher. No, your goal is to mimic nature as a rancher. How can you mimic nature's grazing system or their cropping system? All of our goals should be, how do we mimic nature, her design, her grazing systems, her architecture, her patterns? And the last one is, Regen Ag is not for everyone. Just be brutally honest. It is not for everyone, because this type of system requires more thinking and more management. And then I'll just be brutally honest. Some people aren't willing to put the energy to it. So regen is not easy. It's tough. So I just want to get that very clear. And so, again, this is where I've been in the last years of retirements, in the last 30, this is kind of my flight pattern. I'm kind of being funny, but I literally have traveled the whole country and large parts of the world to teach regenerative agriculture. But my journey starts here with when I hired within RCS, 89 to 90 years. And this is where we're at. We're still here. Colorado, I took a picture of that picture in Colorado, and then I put a picture right there, if you can see it, is the organic system. And I did that on purpose because I love working with organic farmers and that, but I don't think we understand, before 1935, a lot of the system was organic, and we've already destroyed a majority of our land before that in organic systems. I think sometimes we assume some of the most degraded soils I've seen are been in organic farmers, but I've also seen some of the wonderful soils on organic systems. So I just kind of want to give people proper perspective, because either we're chemophobes, we blame organic, we blame conventional, blah, blah, blah. It's really not that. It's really the mindset. And also too, here, as I speak all over the world, the country, I want to make sure that people understand that agriculture is the conduit to really fix these issues. And I think there's a great article in the Scientific American where we have more vapor storms threatening people and property, where they call them sky rivers, they call them, and where we're getting more and more water vapor in the atmosphere, and we're having a more dysfunctional water cycle, and yet we keep blaming the carbon in the system, in the atmosphere. But really, we're having more flooding. A lot of us farmers and ranchers are really saying, we don't have those steady rains. We don't have that steadiness, that predictability to some degree that we would feel comfortable. This is our patterns. That has all been disrupted. And then also the other disruption that's happening because I've been to Europe, is this kind of disruption, and we hardly talk about it. This was huge in about 6-7 months ago, about a year ago. You saw these tractors, and there was a huge disruption because of the force the government was trying to push on agriculture and farmers. And in fact, when I visited the Netherlands, they were talking about actually buying farms away because of the water quality issues. And their solution is, well, buy them out. It's kind of like they forget they eat. And it's really interesting how, but there's been that kind of disruption. But it really comes out to this. I always do this. I created this slide in 2007. I said, the land cries out to us because the soil is naked, because it's starving. The soil, the ancient people called the plant the mouth of the soil. That's how it eats. So our soil is only not uncovered and bare, it's starving. It's thirsty because the water evaporates when you don't have the natural skin and the cover in the plant, and it's running a fever. We have all these issues, and you create this sensible and latent heat, which disrupted the water cycle. So we have no infiltration. Tell people we don't have a runoff problem on the globe. We have an infiltration problem. And so one of the things of our demise economically is these 4 things that are happening in every ranch and every farm. And I can walk in there and look at the farm and ranch, and these 4 things are the most critical things, these processes. This is what the planet Earth does every day. And Keith really hit on the first one. If you don't have a living plant, and you don't have diverse living plants, if you don't have a living root 24/7, the soil eats by a living plant, converting light energy into chemical energy and feed the microbes. And without that, you don't have a water cycle. Without plants, you can't fix aggregates. And the end of the water cycle is done by microbes. They create these little balls of aggregates, and I'll show you a picture of that in a little while. And then the nutrient cycle, which is connected to the water cycle. But all this is driven by the software of the planet. And notice how I use the word software of the planet. Folks, we all have phones. Those phones are useless, worthless pieces of plastic and silicone material in there without software. The software of the planet is the diversity of plants, animals, insects, viruses, humans, diversity, plants, animals, all of it. It runs on this. Our planet Earth runs on diversity. So more the diverse the farm and the ranch are, the better the software works. And the only virus to the planet of the software is us. It's our thinking. Please understand that, again, let me touch upon, a lot of us don't realize 60% of our rain comes from the ocean. That's the big water cycle. That's causing the climatic issues, in my humble opinion, is the plants, the small water cycle. We don't have enough evapotranspiration of plants, which bring the clouds and stabilizes and keeps the soil cool. It's all these things that are causing this great disruption. And this is the main issue. We're missing and we're blaming carbon. Well, in some sense, it is related, but that's not the big issue. The water cycle is. This is a huge issue. About 20-some% of our landmass is naked, bare, reflecting heat. I grew up in the 5th largest state in New Mexico. It looks like that. Most of the West looks like that, reflecting heat. So it's really important to understand that. So what's caused a lot of this disruption and created much more of an uncovered soil surfaces and leading to all this dysfunction? Well, one of the things is that's really, really impacted our country, and not only our country, but Central America, Latin America, and I travel all over, is this. It's this detachment from the land. This is the current ag model and the way we treat soil. This is the way I was taught in school. It's a growing medium. Got some bacteria. It's a growing medium. And I went to graduate school for soils. And this is the way I walked away. It's something you put plants in. It's a mineral matrix. That's what I grew up thinking. This is what I went to school. And they still teach this in schools. This is the regenerative model. How we keep a living plant and don't disrupt it. It's alive. That's the regenerative model. Look at the compare contrast of those two. I put that just to give you the absolute contrast of this system. That's the regen model. And one of the biggest struggles I have when I teach all over the world, about 90% of the farmers believe it's a growing medium. It's not alive. Another big issue that I have to deal with, we reduce the current model into a factory machine. This is the way we raise our animals. We as a society push the farmer and rancher down the society through reductionism. Let's be efficient. I hear that word all the time, efficiency. This is efficiency because we don't really understand efficiencies in an ecological context. These pigs on the left side they make about $120 a hog. The ones here on the side, they make $1,200 a hog. There's a huge difference in people wanting grass-finished pork. This is nature's way of doing business. This is man's way of doing business. Also, too, while we all complain about the young people wanted the rise of the Impossible Burger, and I know why they called it impossible. It's impossible to swallow. It's disgusting once you eat it. But young people, I have a lot of respect for the younger people. Believe it or not, these younger generations, they don't want food raised here. They want food raised here. They know something's wrong with the current model. And I appreciate it. And they see that this is not the way they want to run their farm and the ranch and go back into the farming community. The young generation doesn't want that. Currently, the reason why we're going broke economically is this right here. It's a great little picture. It shows this is the majority of the Midwest uncovered. It's run on ancient sunlight. What would I mean by ancient sunlight? Fertilizer, chemicals, all that is ancient sunlight. Diesel, all oil-based. Ranches and farms should run on new sunlight. This is a cover crop in the fall. This is in this early spring. Both pictures are in the spring. Well, who do you think's capturing sun? Which one thinks they treat the soil like a living ecosystem? It's easy to see that. Here's where we're going broke. Tillicide, too much haying, too much fertilizer, too much pesticides, too much over applying manure, too much. Moron, the moron principle, moron. And this is a common from Latin America, South America, Europe, all of it. Very common. This is the main issues that we're seeing. Over applying of everything. So what's caused this is social conditioning, I'd call it. This is why Regen Ag doesn't grow so fast. Social conditioning from the family, the community, the schools, work, and church. What do I mean by conditioning? We condition our kids when one of your children say, hey, Dad, why don't we try something new? And you'll say, oh, no, son, Grandpa taught us this way. Great grandpa, we condition people. When you go to organic for the first time, people say, you're an idiot. Or you go to no-till, you're an idiot. Conditioning. When you want to challenge something in the church doctrinally and say, hey, maybe there's a different view looking at this scripture. Oh, no, stay in your lane, bro. Same thing. And they do this in church. You do this in work. They told me that the same. Hey, Ray, push the money, stay in your lane. Don't ask questions why we're going broke. But here's the thing. I want to share this. I love this graph because it really mimics the mimics the United States. Through the 1920s, look at the farmer's share, look at the farm losses, and look where the money goes. It goes to big ag business. I call it big pharma, the big chemical companies. And the universities and all these people are all part of big pharma. The corn board, the soybean board, the wheat board, all these. It's like Stockholm syndrome. We protect big ag. We protect it because we feel like we're challenging it and say, well, no, the thing is broken. It's broken. A majority of the wealth is going to them. Am I opposed to the tool makers? No. I'm opposed to farmers and ranchers going broke. That's what I'm opposed to. That's the issue. We still need tools. But then if our life is such a great quality and we're doing so well, how come farmers and ranchers have the highest suicide rate of the top 5 or 6 careers? Because here it is. Farmers are the poorest and ranchers are the poorest millionaires I know. You're worth millions and no cash flow. The stress is brutal. Well, why? Because we're working against the natural system. We're fighting it. My school, this is my college education, summated in that reductionism. You see all these pieces. This is when I took when I went and took chemistry, science, pathology, all this, all broken up in pieces. But not one professor said, no, Ray, let's put it all together. And the end of the goal is to mimic nature. Let's put chemistry, biology, and all of these sciences to make it function as a whole. Mimic it. We were taught reductionist science. Same thing with the human body. When you go to the doctor, they break you up into pieces. Go to the liver doctor, the heart doctor. That's why doctors, I do not go to doctors unless I've been, again, in an accident. I cut my own foot or something with a chainsaw. I'll go to the doctors. But for chronic disease, I do not go there. They're horrible. They're not good at dealing with chronic issues. Same thing with our soils. Our soils are chronically sick. So the first thing I teach people, the strongest geological force on the planet is life itself. See that? All of us that grew up in the West have seen that. That plant is leaking acids, making association with fungi and bacteria, and breaking rock down. It's the soil biology that brings the minerals to the plant. Let's make that real clear. It does not happen by magic. Microbes do that. Fungi do that. Plants break rock down. The strongest geological force you can put on your soil is a plant. Look, this is, you think we all complain about our crappy soils? Some people, I have crappy soils and I'm good with it. I'm nothing but rock. This is Australia. This is gypsum seabed salts. How come it's dark back on top? Farmers and ranchers, life. Microbes do that. Plants change geology. That's who does that. That's the number one thing I got to get across. If I can't get you to understand that, I can't help you cut off your inputs. Plant and soil are one. Oh my goodness. When I first learned that, I came screaming out of my bedroom going, oh my God, wife, I get it. Plant and soil are one. She looks at me and she goes, oh my God, I married you. You got problems. But it's that powerful. The plant is the mouth of the soil, ladies and gentlemen. It's the mouth. Keith's been hitting it. You don't put living plants 24/7, as long as possible, you're not going to get the soil to be restored. This is where we're going broke. I want this to leak. This is a living root leaking liquid sun, thousands of carbon photosynthetic molecules to feed microbes. This is what I want. This is right here. Look at the protozoa. These are one of the key things I look in the soil. If the soil's healthy, if they're present, that means there's a healthy ecosystem. I call them my micro cows. That's where that. This is where we missed in college, in school. This is my herd. Look at the body condition score of that, Jared. That's beautiful. That's what I want. And then these organisms right here. And I'm going to go very quickly because if we don't understand this right here, then you don't understand how it's going to change the economics. Look at the first 2 or 3 inches of this soil. These are called the mesofauna, earthworms, the critters, the dung beetles. They're the ones that are doing the cycling. 95 to 98% of all nutrient cycling is by microbe. This is how we reduce our fertilizer, herbicide, and pesticide costs. The more you disc this, till it, don't feed it, you leave it bare, you overgraze it, the more you write a check. Just as simple as that. This is the system that runs the nutrient cycle. Okay? Now, Biomimicry Institute, one of my favorite websites, Biomimicry Institute. If I had gone to college, this is what I would have gone to school for. Biomimicry. And it's a phenomenal place of learning how powerful. And so it's taking engineering, computer science, it says, and asking one very simple question. Ask nature how she does business. Well, the same thing for agriculture. I love showing this picture. If our cities were designed on biomimicry, this is the way they would look. You might even get me to live there. But this is the way we design cities. When we want to control and we want to enforce and we don't appreciate nature's balance. Look at, I'll show it again so everybody goes, nature's way of designing cities, the way we're supposed to design them, the way we design them. Pretty simple. Look at the difference. The temperatures, when we add more trees, they showed crime rates go down, temperatures. Farmers and ranchers who have a farm or ranch next to a city, they get less rain because the rain clouds get pushed by the heat that comes off it. Crime rate goes down if we build cities like this. Makes a big difference. So now let's get into how farmers are doing this and how we're cutting our costs. When I tell people we're going to mimic nature, this is what we're talking about. The architecture, look at the plants, look at the structures, look at the broadleaves, the lengths, the small leaves, the different legumes. Architecture in the forest, in the prairie. We are designing covers that mimic those. Both systems have living plants. The co-op doesn't feed those. There's no fertilizer applied to, nor herbicides. Animals on both systems, living plants, all the principles of soil health lie on those two pictures, and we'll talk about that in a sec. But let me zoom along so we can move on. This is what Keith was talking about, how we're designing cover crop mixes to do this, mimic the architecture. We're doing this all over the world in all cropping systems, from tobacco to potato to wheat to corn to soybean. It doesn't matter. And if we have a crop failure, you know what we call that? Organic feed, especially if you have cows. Works beautiful. This is the nexus of what we're trying to do. This is no-till in Tennessee with no cover crops. 50 years of no-till. I used to think no-till was the most awesome number one. I don't believe that anymore. Cover crops is number one, and no-till is a close second. No-till stops the destruction of the house, but it does not bring the healing process and not feed the system. It's cover crops. I hate the word cover crops, Jarrett. Hate it. I prefer calling it service crops. Why? They service the microbes, which the service crops service the corn and the soybean and the wheat and the alfalfa, the next crop. They service the climate. They service the cow. They service the organisms. They service life. They service the bank. They service everything. Hate the word cover crop. Why? Because you mentioned cover crop in the United States. Oh my gosh, I don't have an erosion issue. They think it's about erosion. No, it's not. Service crops, they're biological primers. So this is what farmers are doing. They are building this kind of machines now in corn and soybean areas. That's not just a sprayer, that's a seeder. So they can spray it on top of standing corn. So you don't ever leave that ground bare at the end of the year. And then they're planting into this. They're planting pumpkins, watermelons, tobacco, corn and soybean. We're doing all these now going into this type of system. Rolling the cover with just the planter. This is happening everywhere. It's called green planting. We are capturing sun. We are reducing fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides. We have farmers no longer use insecticides. We'll show you some more case studies. Look at the herbicides. When the cover crop dies, it releases natural herbicides and suppresses weeds. We saved parts of Arkansas if it wasn't for cover crops. Pigweed was taking Arkansas over. Could not find any more chemistry to control pigweed. Cover crop, a little bit of herbicide, saved parts of Arkansas, period. It was awesome. Planting tomatoes. Here's Russell Hedrick. Some of you have known him, but he's North Carolina's dryland corn champion. This kid is incredible. What makes him, I call him a kid, he's a good friend of mine. He's in his early, he just turned 41. What makes the guy such an impressive young man? He never went to college. Diesel mechanic and in a diesel and a fireman. Brilliant. What makes him so good? He's a farmer scientist. One of the most, he does more test plots than I've ever seen. He learned regenerative from watching YouTubes from us. He went to the best university in the world, YouTube University. He proved no-till works. We used to hear no-till, no yield. 459 bushel corn in the soils in North Carolina are not Iowa. 40% less fertilizer. He yielded so well, the university went to go check 4 times because they were freaked out. They were scared that he won that yield. He did it with biologicals, Haney test, cover crops, and he's a good scientist. He's a great practitioner. How about the Rulons in Indiana? Good size operation, 5,000 to 7,000 acres. This is what they say conventional versus no-till and cover saves them a year. Over $608,000 a year in cover crops. A $101 advantage So what do they say? Reduce equipment costs, reduce fertilizer, increased yields, drought tolerance, less erosion, less environmental impact, less lawsuits. This is his slide. This ain't my slide. And they're still doing covers and no-till. How about my friend Adam Chappell? Adam's right here in the center. Got a master's degree in Arkansas. He's a cotton plant. What changed him in his whole operation? YouTube University. He has a master's in entomology, and his system was failing. In fact, he asked his professor, main advisor, and he says, "Don't do cover crops, Adam, because you're going to have pest problems and pest issues." Well, I'm glad he didn't listen to his advisor. And look what happened with Adam here. This is what caused Adam to go and look in the internet for something to control weeds. They were losing the battle. Now he grows furrow rice. He grows cotton. He grows rice. He's one of the very few farmers in Arkansas that grows rice, irrigated rice. By the way, they get 50 inches of rain over there, 50 to 60, and they still irrigate, but he has reduced his fertility cost by 50%. 75% in reduction in herbicides. His seed cost went down 64%. How? Cover crops, low disturbance. He's a good manager. He's a good manager. Haney test. Are we beginning to see a pattern here? Look how he rows cover crops on furrow. We're not. You can't do cover crops on flood irrigated fields. That's what we were told. Look at this, how he's rolling the covers. Beautiful. Look at this. I like this. And so, look at that. You can see those little channels there. That's where the furrow. I don't know, guys, but that gives me goosebumps. It mimics nature, rolls down, because what does the forest floor have? That turns into dry residue. Nature has leaves in the forest. In grasslands, there's always a living residue skin, never leaves it bare. What's the difference in his system? It used to cost him 71. This is how much he used to spend on disking, field cultivator, and that. His conventional system returned $17 an acre. His regen system, $122 an acre he makes, because he doesn't have to do all these tillage, field cultivators. I don't know how many times they ran it a lot. We in the West, we turn our soils into talcum powder. That's how many operations they ran. Look at the difference of his soils, the old conventional neighbor and his soils. Neighbors, his cover crops, less tillage, careful with the chemicals. I don't have time for Brandon Rocky. I love Brandon Rocky. Go on his website, go on YouTube and try Brandon Rocky, regenerative potato. He's awesome grower of potatoes in central Colorado. Does an incredible job. Excellent quality. If I buy potatoes, I'd buy it from Brandon, because the quality, no more fungicides, no insecticides, completely eliminate all those sides. Side means to kill. I went to college in Las Cruces. I grew up here, went to college here. This is the way I went to, what they taught me in college, Jared. This is the way I was taught irrigated pecans. We were taught in the high deserts of New Mexico, we leave the ground bare. Why? Competition. They're going to steal water and nutrients. You don't let anything grow next to the pecans. That's what we taught. Now we teach this. Same area, we teach this. We plant cover crop, permanent covers or cover crop mixes under the pecans. Organic matter went up, water use went down, elimination of insecticides, no fungicides. We eliminated all those issues, yields stabilized. Go figure, mimic nature. How about Jerry Doan? Because I know you a bunch of ranchers, and I know some of you know Jerry, but Jerry does an incredible job. He's in North Dakota, one of great group of people up there. It was North Dakota for me, was the beginning of the soil health journey. Here's Jerry. I was there when we took that picture. That is a 300-acre mix. He's using multi-species mixes and stockpiling them and grazing them in the winter. $50,000 savings in haying every year now in feed costs. And he saves $200 of the head after all cost by raising mixes in North Dakota, the tundra. People say, well, we can't do it here. Well, I'm sorry, that's not true, because if you've been to North Dakota, it's brutal. I'm a warm season cover crop. I wouldn't make it in North Dakota. I could tell you I would freeze. I live in Missouri for a reason. So $50,000 of hay saving, of not raising hay, but he lets it stockpiles and he checks the quality, and those cattle do really well in the winter, and they do that. My sheep hate hay. When I had my sheep, they did not like hay. They want stockpile. So cover crop mixes are great. And by the way, over here in the south of where I'm at, in southern Missouri, we can get our cattle to finish on these mixes. They can gain 3.1 to 3.4 pounds a day on those cover crop mixes. That's the way we can finish our cows here. Okay, wrapping it up with one of our famous friend of mine. He was in Common Ground, Alejandro Carrillos. I grew up in New Mexico, and I've been to his ranch 5 times. He started with 100 cows. Las Cruces is here. It's a 4-hour drive to his ranch. It is incredible. And he's a 4th-generation rancher. Let me show you what he was able to do. This is the way New Mexico looks. Arizona, most of the West looks like this. I was a district conservationist in Malheur County in Oregon, Idaho. A lot of our West looks like this to this day. Okay, this is the problem. Alejandro this is hot. Look at his temperatures. He gets 10 inches of rain a year. He says, oh, teasingly, he says, if I get more than 10 inches, that's way too much for me. I can do great. But when he gets down to 3 inches, last 2 years, he's only had 3 inches. He says, it was rough, Ray. But I like to have at least 10 inches in hot, brutal summers he has. This is what he's doing. He groups the animals tightly. Alan Savory had a huge impact. Mentors helped. We took that drone footage. 2 cowboys group the cattle and move them like buffalo. They move them from one spot of the ranch to the other spot of the ranch. We were there when we took this drone footage. 2 cowboys did that. So the idea is taking from one part of the ranch, moving to the other parts of the ranch that are not doing so great. I call it mobile link, linking one part of the ranch that's doing a little better and moving the seed to the other part of the ranch. And how do you move the seed? Right here, through the hide of the cattle and through the manure. Mobile link. There was a great research paper they wrote, Mobile Link. It's done by the Europeans. I thought that was a great paper where you're taking a degraded area or a better part of the ranch and moving it and creating a ripple effect and moving and bringing life back into the ranch. And there, look at the power of manure in the desert floor. Just to show you real quick, this is the way, if you drive from Albuquerque or north of a little where I grew up, 75 miles north to El Paso, where Alejandro lives, that's the way it looks. They taught us in school in range management, creosote, mesquite, they're invasives. There's an ecological shift. It will never allow the grasses to move back, and it shifted ecologically. Alejandro says, well, I'm glad my cows didn't read the research papers. This is Alejandro's ranch. I was converted back into what the Spaniards, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the Spaniards saw when and my forefathers were the original Spaniards that settled in New Mexico. I got to see what my forefathers saw 500 years ago. This is how powerful cows are. This is what ranchers are doing. You group the cows tight. There's a rancher in Mexico that is restoring his mind. He's taking the mind and restoring that with cattle. This is the way it looked before, and taking it to that, and taking it to that. Cows will heal the planet. Cattle are powerful. Some of the best soils I have seen are integration of cover crops, no-till, and cattle and sheep. Some of the best soil health scores. But I want to make I'm almost done here, Jared. I want to make a very quick thing. I keep hearing pushback and says, because again, we protect the big pharma and we have Stockholm syndrome, but we got to feed the world. I believe that. Man, I used to embrace that baby, hold my hand to my chest and pledge allegiance that, yes, we got to feed the world. As an ex-Peace Corps volunteer, I'm going to tell you, no, we don't. We teach the world to feed themselves. Here's an example right here, Pasadena, Darvis family, 1/10 of an acre, $40,000 a year on 1/10 of an acre, 6,000 pounds of vegetables in a little subdivision in Pasadena. Don't tell me we can't feed the world. That is the biggest lie that we've ever perpetuated. And we believe it. And we'll sit there and defend big pharma and saying we got to feed the world. And so I don't buy it. Here's the change that's going to happen. I love this when it first came out. 70% of millennials read labels. Agriculture is going to change from quantity to quality. And the young generation, they want to eat well. They're foodies. My daughter's a foodie. She's 30 some years. We're foodies. We want quality. Why? Let thy food be thy medicine. This is where it's heading. Those who are in the regen are putting themselves in a position where they're going to get more money down the road for better quality. People say, well, regen food's expensive. My neighbor 2 weeks ago died of a colonoscopy. They ruptured her intestines. You want to know what expensive? Go to the doctor. Go to the hospital. I have a daughter that's a nurse. I have many people in the medical field. One of the highest rates of death is going to the hospital, believe it or not. We need to understand food is medicine. And once you understand the power of food and the value of it, the price should go up. Organic, be careful. Just because it's organic look, this is a good picture of Gabe's eggs. They have to be grazing on those grasses and eating the bugs. Is there a difference between grain-fed and grass-fed? Yes, there is. We have the science to prove it. There's a great book by David Montgomery and his wife that check the food and the research to show the difference of grass finish. I want my animals not grain-fed. I want them grass-fed. I'm willing to pay the difference, but it's hard to finish grass, to do it right. A lot of producers do not do it right, and it's difficult. It's not easy to do grass-fed. Why should we care? Right here, folks. I think this picture summates it really well. And I think this is where Robert Kennedy's trying to get rid of the processed food. And he understands that it starts with the soil. I put this because this is the brutal reality. We all struggle at becoming more and more obese because the way we eat, the soils are degraded. We're starving. We're nutritionally starving. And it starts back with the soil. And he understands that. So, summating this up, the quality of the food, all this is going to start when we get these 4 things right on the ranch and farm. You got to capture sun. You got to have a functioning water cycle. You got to have a functioning nutrient cycle. And please understand it runs by diversity of life. And so the more diverse you're in your operation, the better it is. I came up, these are the 4 principles that we picked up through time. First principle is, I always go, is context. Understand your ecological, your cultural, and I forgot to put economic here. I got another economic. Understand your ecological, your economic, your cultural, your social, your spiritual context. When I walk on your as a consultant, I take this first. What is your context? Where's your farm located? Where's your ranch located? One of the two things I want to do right away is careful on the chemical and physical, cut down your disturbances, careful with your tillage, over application of manure, your fertilizers, fungicides, insecticides. And then this other part is, how do I integrate diversity of plants, insects, animals? And I added one, time. Time, what do I mean? I want diversity within space and time. Can I put more covers in between the corn? How can I integrate more covers in space and time? When you don't move the animals to the same field every time, move them around differently, diverse of time. And the last one, work in relationship, in community. Nature works in communities. I tell farmers, don't do this by yourself. Don't do this by yourself. If you do, good luck. You'll spend the rest of your life trying to figure it out. I tell farmers, work together. If you have 40 years left, you don't have years left. You have 40 opportunities, 40 chances. It takes a whole year to find out whether your practice worked or not. I tell farmers, work together. One rancher does this, another rancher does this. You put your plots, your test plots together. If I have 5 guys I work with, I got 5 years of research in every year. That's what makes Russell Hendricks so powerful. He's always putting plots. But I'm going to tell you, I'll leave you with this last note, Jared. Do you know how many landowners all over the country actually do test plots and do check strips and actually do what I call calibrate their soils? They put 0 rate, half rate, full rate fertilizer. Less than 1 or 2% of the producers do that. And so we're guessing, and that's the issue. We're not doing our own science. And I tell producers, do not wait for NRCS, do not wait for the extension, do not wait for the university. Do it yourself. And Nebraska has a great the University of Nebraska has a great program teaching farmers how to set up their own demonstration plots. Excellent. So folks, I thank you, Jared. I know I went through like drinking water through a fire hose, but
Yeah, it's all good.
But I
It's
just
all
give people a little framework on what I'm doing on a global scale, how I'm working with producers.
Yeah, we love it. That has been a great addition to this summit, Ray, and so glad that this is being recorded, that we'll be able to go back and watch the recording, recapture some of the wisdom that you shared. Ray, when somebody gets the regenerative bug for whatever reason, and I'm finding more and more that our human health is the driving factor, and our clients, they're saying, hey, I couldn't figure out what was wrong with me or my kids. And I started to, and the doctors couldn't figure it out. And so I started to research and found out, oh, it goes back to the way our food's raised.
Yep.
So it's interesting that a lot of even the farmers are regenerative because of a health concern. The profitability is another one. But what would you say to somebody who's, they want to do things right, they sincerely want to, but they just don't really know where to get started?
I'd go to school. I go
Yeah.
to Soil Health Academy. That's why we created Soil Health Academy. There's a lot of good schools out there. Keith, I would definitely go with Keith. Keith Burns does a great job. I go every January, the second week of January. There's a great school that Keith puts on, and then we go to, when you got a person that's been doing regenerative agriculture for a while, kind of the higher level producers there. It's in Phoenix, Arizona. My brother's there. I love going to Phoenix in the winter. It's the only time I like going to Phoenix. But that's a great school. Soil Health Academy is a great school. Minnesota Soil Health Coalition has some good schools. South Dakota Soil Health Coalition, Wisconsin Soil Health, they have good schools. Wisconsin and farmers-driven schools are some of the best. Wisconsin has one. Minnesota Soil Health Coalition, they just started. South Dakota Coalition, one of the best. Arkansas Soil Health Alliance. All these are farmer-driven alliances that I was kind of the help instigate some of those, because I told the producers, you drive it. We want ecologically regenerative farms to drive it. Let farmers and ranchers teach each other, not being controlled by the industrial complex, which I really feel that the universities are controlled by, corn and soybean and all these other groups. And I said, you be on your own. NRCS is controlled, whether they want to realize it or not. That's why I was censored as an NRCS employee to keep my mouth shut. Because when the industrial ag complex makes an argument, they go to the senator, and the senator calls the head of the agency, then it goes downhill. So come to a school that are driven and run by farmers and ranchers.
Yeah. Yeah. Really good. Amen. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons that we do these virtual events, is to certainly, we're not going to be able to cover all the aspects of regenerative agriculture, of running a profitable business. But we whet your appetite, and hopefully we give you some resources so you clearly know what your next step is. Do you think we've reached a tipping point with some of the changes that are happening politically where regen will become mainstream?
My honest truth, no. I think we're at 1 or 2%. If you listen to Simon Sinek, who's one of the best speakers on the law of diffusion, he says I'd say that we're 1 to 2% until we reach 13.5%, that gap, then the whole thing will be shifting. I think we're in the awareness state. I think we're at the early, like you, Jared, you're one of the early innovators, early adopters. All these other, we're at the early stage. I think I will probably not see it in my lifetime, but I think we're coming, and it's growing fast. Cover crops have grown in some states by 60%, but it's still, we still got a lot of bare ground. The places that are going to change the quickest, Jared, is Latin America, Australia. They don't get government help. They don't get cost share. I'm consulting on the largest grape grower in Mexico. I get requested to go down to Nicaragua. In fact, I'm going next week and helping the largest premium tobacco grower into regen. They're growing quicker. They're coming faster. Why? They get no government help. In fact, some of them said, Ray, we don't want the government to help us because they may take our land away. Australians are on their own. They form these groups. They work together. They don't work by themselves. They're really big in trying to work as a community. So I think United States, we cost share in a lot of ways is hurting us. And I'm not opposed to it, but the way we set up NRCS for the last 80, 90 years, it meant well, but it started to end up being enabling people instead of helping them out.
Yeah. Yeah. What will it take to get to that tipping point here in the United States?
Well, one thing I want to make sure so the audience I don't want people thinking, I really believe it's going to be a transition time. I never, ever recommend getting farmers off cost share, chemicals, fertilizer right away. Government help, don't do it. It'll collapse. When I work with a producer, it's gradual. I work with them gradual. So it's going to take time to shift, because when people want to cut off fertilizer and chemicals right away, like Sri Lanka did, they wanted to go organic. Great goal. People went hungry. We have to be very careful how we transition people. Soil's not ready. We have 200-300 years of soil degradation, and all of a sudden we're going to put 3 or 4 years and think we're going to magically shift it. We can't get rid of Roundup right away. We can't get rid of those herbicides that I'm not a big fan of, but they're tools. Gradually work our producers out of this system. We've been doing this for a long time. So it's going to take us a good transition time to back our producers away. So I say very cautiously with wisdom. And I think I've been trying to get a message to Mr. Kennedy that we have to be very careful how we transition. And because if you go tell people we're going to cut you off right away, and because I have a lot of environmental groups where, Ray, we're poisoning ourselves, we're doing this. That goes, yes, I get it. But the soil's not ready. Do you want massive starvation? You have to understand the context of the producer and where they're at. Please understand that 98% of the farmers globally don't really understand soil function and don't believe the soil's alive. So understand where we're at contextually. That's where we're at soberly. And it's hard. I've only been impressed with 10 or 15 farmers that I've met with their understanding of soils. And I taught thousands. I don't know anything. So this,
Right.
so yeah, I think we need to be sober at where we're at.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Well, hopefully we are doing our small part here by spreading the message, making people aware. It's neat to see that cover crops and soil health is becoming more mainstream. You're starting to read more about it in the traditional trade publications, whereas, when I think I attended your first school with Gabe and Alan Williams, trying to think, it might have been 2017. It was still pretty fringy then. So in the last 8 to 10 years, it's become a lot more mainstream.
Oh, it's exploded. The growth is incredible. And please, I think, let me go back to RFK. I think he means well. I don't know the political pressure that man's under.
Sure.
I don't think we understand the power of the industrial military complex and big pharma, PHARM and the FARMA.
Yeah.
I think we need to understand who controls agriculture in our government. It's these big three. And so there's a lot of forces. And so that's why I retired from the government. I was fed up. After 30 years, I was done. The corruption is brutal. So what we're doing here, guys, what you're doing what you guys, all of you that came today and are listening into Jared's podcast, this is how we're going to change agriculture right here. And it's changing with these workshops, these field days. I used to think we were never going to change agriculture. If you would have asked me 20 years ago, I had no hope for agriculture. None. I have more hope, Jared, for Chernobyl, where it blew up to heal, than our agricultural lands. And people look at me and they say, "Are you crazy? You remember when they blew up? I was 25 years old. They said that was going to be a desert." Audience, Google Chernobyl today. Deer coming back, fox, everything's coming back. They found a fungi eating radiation in the core. Why do I say it will heal quicker than our agricultural lands? Because in our agricultural lands, we are tilling, spraying every day. We never give that land rest. More healing will happen in Chernobyl than we have in our ag lands. And so that's why I'm so brutal about it. And that's where we're at. We push the limit and we don't give nature a rest. And a rest could be just simple cover crop is giving it a rest and feeding it.
Sure.
So that's my thought process. I think we're at a very, very low percentage and I've been 50 states and 6 continents. I'm just giving you my humble perspective.
Yep. Yeah, that's good. I appreciate your perspective, because you are you have a lot broader context than I think anybody else here. You've seen it from different continents, from different approaches, in government involvement, no government involvement, profit driven versus sometimes, perhaps in countries where the herbicides were banned, and and so then they have to just left to figure things out. And so that perspective is awesome. There's a quick question here, Ray. David asks, are you advocating growing our pastures in a service crop blend? You talked about a farmer in North Dakota that was cutting and saving grasses for winter feed. Is there somewhere we can read about this?
Yes. Jerry Doan does a really good job on his go on YouTube, again, YouTube University, but I also do like here in the West, what we'll do is like I designed a cover crop mix. Another person to see if you can do on North Carolina, we have the professor at North Carolina at NC State, Um, uh, what's his name? Oh my gosh, my name is his name is. But there's a lot of tripe cover crop mix is on grazing systems on YouTube.
Okay.
There's a lot of that on how to design them. I designed
Okay.
I designed a bunch of mixes. In fact, they have Ray's Crazy Mix. I designed a mix, and today it's being sold in North Carolina and that. And and so yes, we're using. I definitely I use them as a gap. We're using them in Colorado, in Western Colorado and Eastern Colorado and Western uh, Kansas is doing a lot of mixes under pivots. In fact, one of the largest operations out there is moving the cattle out of the feedlots and letting them graze on the mixes, cover crops on under the pivot, and they're gaining 3.1 to 3.4 pounds a day grazing them. And so yeah, it's a great way. I love the mixes. Now they're a little more expensive, but they're worth it. But if I was finishing cattle, and our fescue here is pretty poor in the summer, I plant summer mixes. I no-till summer mixes into my cool seasons, and so it provides a gap. And I don't use herbicide, and I didn't use any fertilizer or nothing. And we got 10-foot, 11-foot high cover crop mixes. But you have to have the rain, and it's got to be timing, and you have to learn how to design the mixes correctly. So there's a lot of things designing, just Google designing cover crop mixes for pasture systems, and you should see a lot of videos come up. But I definitely advocate those, especially for finishing cattle. They're great. That's why especially if you have a hard time finishing and getting grass finish animals, I would definitely do the mixes. Jerry Doan has been doing it for quite a while. A lot of people in North Dakota have been doing it, South Dakota. Yep.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Well, Ray, it's been an honor to have you here. We appreciate you. Folks, if you just take a minute and share a takeaway that you've had from this presentation, that would be awesome. Let Ray know in the chat. Gratitude for having been here. Final thought, Ray, anything come to mind that you'd like to share with this audience?
I just want to share the power of one. We talked about it, how every one of you can make a huge difference. You know, if you would ask, like 20 years ago, I go back to that spot, I had no hope. Really, I didn't have hope for agriculture because, the water was still clean. I was a district conservationist. And I lived in Idaho side, across the Snake, and I was the district conservation in Oregon. The water was always, every time irrigation system season came, it turned into chocolate right there on my border. And I couldn't understand why a farmer that lived in the Treasure Valley, great water, great soils, why 500 acres couldn't support 2 families. Really bothered me. Could never kind of like nobody would ever answer it. But then I found out that the power of nature, and we mimic it and design it, and I find out if we share it and we reflect it on our farms and ranchers, we will change the world, guys. One person can make a huge difference. One person, it is not corny. One person makes a huge difference. And please, audience, your neighbors are watching you. All of you that have struggled and you did this journey on your own, they laughed at you and mocked you. I want to thank you for all the hard time you took and the journey you suffered through in the early stages. I am just one person of you, like you, that are down this journey. So I want to thank the audience for taking their precious time here and what they do every day, so that when you think that, you're going that extra mile, you're moving the cattle, you're doing all these things, you are making a difference and people are watching you. So I want to thank you for bringing healing to God's creation. And we do it together as a family and a team. So thank you for serving, that I get to serve you and that you're part of and allow me to be a part of the podcast. So thank you, Jared, and the people that showed up.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Ray.
Yeah.
God bless you in your efforts. We hope that you live long enough to be able to see that tipping point reached.
I hope so too. Thank you. You guys take care. Blessings.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. No. Very good. Ross McGarva, we're grateful that you're able to join us. Are you able to unmute? And there you are. Hey, how are you today?
You hear me? I'm good. Yeah, feels good to sit down for a minute.
Oh,
So,
good. Good. Sounds like you're out and about and busy. So tell these folks where you're calling in from today.
actually, I'm calling in from Ennis, Texas. So it's south of Dallas, about 35 miles, along
Okay.
along the Trinity River, floodplain. So helping.
Yeah, well, welcome. And it sounds like you've moved there not too long ago. Is that right?
Yeah, I've been on this outfit, took management of this ranch, about 3,000 acres, 1st of April. We've been in Texas for about 5 years, moved from the extreme northeastern corner of California, southern Oregon, where California, Oregon, and Nevada all come together. So
Right.
we lived for a long time in Lakeview, so 5,000 feet elevation, Lakeview, Oregon. I grew up in a little town called Likely, California. High mountain valley, a drained swamp, tremendous soils, lots of water, very short growing season. So,
Yeah. Well, you probably know Pierce Flournoy then.
oh yeah, neighbored with Peters. Yeah, I've known his younger brother Craig and I are best friends from diapers on. So
Yeah, right.
yeah, the old
Right.
family.
Well, awesome. Well, we're grateful you could join us and tell a little bit about your story. You're going to be talking a little bit about multi-species grazing. Is that right?
Yeah, some of that, and probably quite a bit about just electric fence components and such as that as well too. And I experienced doing that. So we bought a place in Lakeview, Oregon. It was half section, a couple hundred acres of it was irrigated, and the first season we were there, we weren't, the first season we owned it, we weren't there. So I had a friend that helped keep it irrigated and move the cattle. Well, it was just in 2 pastures. The creek kind of split them, and came payday, gathering day, and they were there on the cane, and it took 5 of us to get 200 head of steers out of the pasture. It took us about 3 hours to do it. Walk them a half mile down to the road with the scale, and it was still a 3% pencil shrink. So I thought, I'm not doing that again. And so we were able to move on site, and the first thing I started doing was building just some high tensile electric fence, just like 2 wires, use solar chargers to energize those wires, and essentially did lane grazing down my irrigation, flood irrigation spaces. Ran out some poly pipe on top of the ground. I think that's another, we learned a lot during that time about never go short on the size of your water pipe. Do the biggest you can afford to do. Just to, I'll just throw out some things that trivial kinds of things, but they're not trivial because they're critical to your systems. But every change in pipe size, so 1 inch to 1.25 inches, 1.5 to 2 inch, actually doubles the gallons, real close to doubles the gallons per minute that pipe will carry at a fixed pressure. And so if you can handle 2-inch pipe, choose 2-inch versus 1.5 inches, because you're going to get more water to the end of that pipe and still have some pressure left on it. And so we, the next year, next season, I had same owners, cattle on there, moved them twice a day and moved the water trough with them. And those cattle followed me to the scale, and they took their first crap on the downside, on the pay side of the scale, not on the losing side of the scale. And so that became a practice for almost 25 years. We did that. And if you do the math, I never have picked up a drop, but it probably weighs what, 7 to 10 pounds when a 900-pound steer. And what's that worth it? Whether if you're selling them at, today's market, $350 a pound or thereabouts, let's do the math on
$20.
which side of the scale do you want that on? If it's on, if you're doing it on the gain at 50 cents a pound, you're still talking a lot of money by the time you run a couple hundred cattle across the scale. So learn it's a whole lot easier to pull cattle than it is to push them. And if you're out there with them all the time, and it's a good experience every time you show up, they'll follow you anywhere. And the good experience just needs to be you're moving them to fresh feed, and they get used to that, and it's so easy. And then once you get them conditioned to hot wire, it doesn't even need to be hot, and you can move cattle huge distances and make corners around ditches or around roads, county roads, whatever you want, just by putting up a piece of baler twine. And by doing that, and changing the mindset of the cattle to that you're their friend, not their enemy. One guy can move 1,000 head of steers, and I've seen this happen. And he's in the middle of the steers, pulling the water trough, and move them a mile, cross 3 or 4 ditches in the process, and put them where you want them, and they're just eager to go. They'll just go with you. Doesn't happen day one, but it'll happen partway through the season. You've got that, and you can your labor efficiency per head of livestock you've got on hand becomes tremendous. So tried different things, as far as the equipment that we used. The solar charged little battery pack things are good if you're just putting up a hot wire for your horse for the night, but don't try to hold a whole bunch of cattle there very long. And so we went, after a while, we had established this is where the fences need to be, this works. And then went overhead or underground with a main system. And so we're plugged into AC power, a big ground field. If your fence starts to get cold, most likely you need to put some water on your ground field. And so just, those are just some of the things I thought I ought to share as we go over this, because I've run into so many people that said you can't, I've tried hot wire once and it didn't work. Doesn't work, won't ever do that again. My guess is they probably bought a spool of aluminum wire, and then they tried to roll it back up again, or it coiled. They just wound up buying the wrong components, the wrong products and so it was a failure. They didn't have a good or a decent ground field. They didn't have adequate bolts headed out to the deal. So and I know everybody's got their favorite thing. I'll tell you what mine is as far as the equipment that I like. I will always buy Gallagher reels. I like Gallagher's posts. I use what's called a long leg spring clip to hold the wire to that post. Actually, let me back up. I don't buy Gallagher 3/8. I like the 3/8 fiberglass posts. I don't like the Gallagher clips that they sell to fit on their post. And their posts and some of these foreign posts are actually not 3/8. They're like 7 millimeters or 6 millimeters, and a 3/8 clip will slide up and down on it. So I use what's called a big long leg spring clip. I get it from either from Ken Cove or Premier One, and that's got a good tight fit. It's got a long leg, wire leg that sticks off the back, and just a loop that your wire sets in. It's very secure, and you can get to where you can just snap that on there, one-handed as you're riding your scooter down along the fence and putting up the fence. And it comes off the wire easy, but when it's controlled, but it doesn't come off the wire when you don't want it to. That makes sense. I mean, I've picked up a lot, some of these kinds of clips that hold the posts are, they're not secure, and the wind blows or something, that come off, your fence is down. So Gallagher reels, they're ergonomic for me. I like the 3-in-1 geared reel. They hold a lot of wire on them. I tend to use their wire as well, like their poly braid. the 3/8 drive-in posts, a bore step-in post. If your ground's too hard, you can't step it in. If it's frozen, you can't step it in, and there's typically soft plastic and you can't drive them in. Pigtail post is the same way. You can't drive that in. It's got a round top on it. That's why I use those 3/8 fiberglass posts, and I use a dead blow hammer to put them in with, and they'll last for years. And there's a fairly new handle for the end of your spool. That's I was told like a 12-year-old kid invented this thing, and it's called a Zammer handle. It's got both a non-conductive and a hook on the end of them. They're typically white. I found really good luck with those. And then the thing that we used, so we had an opportunity started in 2015 to lease the family ranch I grew up on. It's about 3,000 acres of irrigated ground, and all flood irrigation, so big canals on the sides and whatnot. And we built high tensile fence, like 2-wire high tensile fence down the border checks and fenced off the ditches. So then I had grazing lanes that I could run these cattle in. And I found pretty quickly that if you've got grass, it's not hard to find cattle that people want to buy your grass with. And so our business model was essentially we were just selling grass and using other people's cattle to harvest it with. And we typically had about 2,500 yearlings on us, as many as 12 different ownerships. They were all just about every label you can imagine. We were certified organic. We had natural cattle that were going into country natural beef. We had cattle that were just going right into beef Northwest, part of the industrial cattle. And we would graze those at very high stock densities because we were moving them twice a day. And that's where we really learned the weak link that we had was kind of our water system. I'd used 1.5-inch poly pipe laid out there, and we were pushing water with just like a 1-horse well pump, 3/4 of a mile. By the time you got to the end of it, you could fill a trough, but not if there was a lot of demand on it. And so if during cool weather, which we were really blessed to have, that the nights cooled off and everything, you'd be fine, and cattle would learn how to come and take turns to drink. But once it got up to about 90 degrees, we had to split our mobs down because we did not have enough water supply to water that many cattle. And anyway, we would graze, put these in a mob, and our lanes were typically 500 to 600 feet wide. And we found that if your mob was pretty close to equal with the length of the front stretch of the fence, so if you had a 500 wire or 500 foot length, about 500 cattle in that mob would be just about right. And we'd pull that thing forward. And of course, it always was dependent on how much forage was growing and time of year. That varied. So every day you'd have to adjust somewhat, but we'd move them twice a day, and we would pull that wire forward, 20 feet, 30 feet. And you can figure the stock density on that, but we were close to 1 million pounds per acre at any given time. And we would not have been able to do that without the use of another Gallagher product, which is called a tumble wheel. And if you've never seen those, look them up. They're the greatest thing. And if you have fairly rectangular space without like trees in the middle of the thing, or if you've got any kind of obstruction in the middle of that space, you'll cuss them, because you got to take the whole thing down and go around it. But if you've got a nice fairly straight parallel runs, there's not a better piece of equipment for running moving your wire with. You don't have to pull posts. You just grab the reel on one end, walk it forward in the evening, and the next, you know, on your next move, you grab the other side of it and you walk that forward, and those wheels just tumble and move right along. And an interesting thing that happens, they make a little clicking sound when they move, and those cattle get tuned into that just like they do a horn in a feedlot, and they'll follow that clicking thing everywhere. And so you can lead them to the scale with a wheel, you know, builds a jig and pull a wheel behind you so it clicks, and those cattle will just come running right behind that thing because they know they're going to get fed. So we use those heavily. And then we found that our my crew wasn't moving my back fence as regular as I wanted to, so I spent the extra money and we put them on behind us as well. So we pull the front one ahead and they'd go to start to graze, and then you come back and you can move your back fence so that they wouldn't go in and turn around and start grazing regrowth that's coming on behind us.
Mhm.
So we saw some interesting things in that valley was a like I said, a drained swamp, and the traditional methodology for, you know, what everybody did for had done forever was, you know, your cattle go out on the government permits through the summer, and they let the hay grow up, and you cut hay, and then bring them back in the fall and throw the hay back out on the ground again. And when and so that created a mosquito haven to breed and reproduce. And by doing this intensive stock grazing on those swamps, I had several people tell me we wouldn't be able to do it because of mosquitoes or because the ground was too soft or whatever. But that's a great motivator for me, is just tell me I can't do it. And so I jumped, we went right in there whole hog and did it. And what we changed, we actually broke that mosquito cycle, and it broke it in the whole valley. And so by the people in Likely would go, there's no mosquitoes this summer. You know, the first summer we were doing it, it's like, yeah, we don't have mosquitoes down here either. Now my irrigator, he was still using mosquito spray because he'd get out in front in the tall grass where the mosquitoes were still breeding, and they'd pack him off. But you could stand at the backside of that mob of cattle, short sleeves, and never get a mosquito bite. And so that was an interesting thing. And the other thing that happened, we had a tremendous population of barn swallows that moved in and just set up camp with us. And so this was part of the ecological change that happened as well. But when we moved those cattle forward and they'd walk into that tall grass, those mosquitoes would come up. There were these thousands of barn swallows around us. We filmed it over and over again. It was so fun to watch, but they would actually travel out with us in our scooters to eat. And then we had another observation that we would try to leave, or typically leave 4 to 6 inches of leaf area behind us as we went. And these are old established fescue, red clover, Timothy type of pastures, you know, bluegrass and that were growing there, a lot of reed canary grass, meadow foxtail. And so it was a very dense sod with you know, very little bare soil and real high organic matter. So that helped on all, you know, for us to be able to carry this capacity. But we were standing there, I had a seed salesman come, and we went out behind the cattle, and we were walking around, and he was the one who made the observation. We've been doing it all summer, but never really paid any attention. But behind this herd of 1,000 head of steers that were grazing, the ground was clean and the grass was clean. Your shoes weren't green. You'd think it would be just like a feedlot, but that hoof action had taken all the manure and worked it right to the soil surface immediately. And so we did this for 5 years, and it was just amazing to see the increase in regrowth. Quality of the grasses changed. Every year just got better and better and better and better. And so I think if you're considering doing intensive grazing, don't hesitate. Jump right in. You know, equipment's important. Spend as much money as you think you can afford to get the best chargers and I think that, and make sure you got a good ground field. So I guess
Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. Thank you. For anybody who has experimented with electric fence, everything what you've said is very applicable and makes sense. Yet some of you may be completely novice to this, and it might be like speaking a foreign language here, but keep this as a resource to go back so that when you get started, if you are just starting up, even if you're a seasoned rancher and you're like, hey, I want to tighten up my grazing, I need to get some electric fence. Go back. There's some good resources here that he's put out that are practical. I wish I'd had that. I wish I could pull up the picture when Dave Pratt did a field day at our ranch. We were winding up poly wire on a stick. And he's like, no wonder it doesn't work, Jared. He's like, none of you don't want to do it. Your employees don't want to do it. That's archaic. Go buy a stupid reel. It costs whatever, $100.
Well, they do now. So I started off, you can buy, they're typically orange or yellow, an electric cord reel. They've got a yeah. And I've rolled up hundreds of miles of fence on that. It's slow and tedious, but it was cheap, and they'd last a year.
Lot easier than a stick.
Yeah. A lot better than a stick. I'd use a stick in the hub to make it spin faster. But there's also an outfit called Razor Grazer. Range Ward Razor Grazer is their tool, and they've got a rewind set up on their thing. And it was developed by a grazer in Canada. It's now owned by a company in San Antonio, Texas. But they just came out with a this question just came up there. Yeah, I have a razor grazer. I use it for my sheep, and I've got them trained to a single wire, and which makes putting hair sheep wherever you want them amazing. I'm a dealer for them, and this isn't a sales pitch, but they struggled with finding a price point that was worked for everybody. And I don't regret spending the money now. It was a lot of money to start with. But one of the things and I just kept harping at them, you need something simpler. So and I don't even know what they're calling it now, but they just started manufacturing a unit that's essentially just a rewind unit. You can hook it on the back. You got a 2-inch receiver hitch, so you hook it on the back of your scooter, because if you're doing this, you probably already have a lot of the components. But they sell half mile of it's a step up from like the orange poly braid that Gallagher does. It's a 9-wire, highly conductive, very strong, on an 18-inch spool that fits on this unit, and then it's just got a switch, and it'll wind that thing back in, so you don't have to do any winding. It hooks onto the battery in your scooter or the pickup or whatever you're using. We actually just built this outfit here. I knew we wanted to do this. We're setting up and essentially copying an intensive the grazing system that we did before here, and we brought in some yearlings and so I made 3 trailers, and that's built around this new component. But instead of $75,000 or $9,000 for the Shepherd, what they call it, Power Shepherd, this is $1,300 for the rewinder, $1,500 with the spool of wire with it. So it's that's pretty affordable, and I would say, man, buy it if you're going to be running much fence, because it's tiresome rolling up a lot of fence, and I know I've been on some grazing projects that I would not have done if I hadn't had one of these units, because it just makes life so much easier. So
it's really cool.
I get lost mentally if I try to read the questions and stuff.
Okay, we'll just sorry if we don't get to everybody's question here. Just to try to pick the ones and maybe combine some of the ones that are asked here, but are you running a mob or are you running your cattle and your sheep together now?
Actually,
Word.
right now, my sheep are actually on a solar farm.
Okay.
Just the sheep, our own personal sheep. And we're going to be raising a mob here. We're just receiving these cattle right now. We're looking for some customers. I've got a lot of feed here on this place, and so we need a lot more animals to make it work well. The price of them and the availability, my gosh, they're just not out there right now. Trying to buy some thin cows, and it's taking order buyer hitting 5 sales a week just to get 40 of them put together in the last 3 weeks, you know. And the prices work. You're competing with the packers. They need them badly. People are buying some of these younger cows in poorer condition to rebuild herds with, and
Yeah.
it's pretty wild. Never seen this to this extent. It's crazy. So
Yeah, interesting. We just had an order buyer at the sale yesterday and today looking for that same order. So just something that'll qualify for a grass-fed hamburger program, and my bid didn't get them bought yesterday. So they were there, but we couldn't make it work.
1s and 2s.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, this has been great. This adds a lot of practicality to some of the higher level things that we're talking about, because it does come down, as the late great Tony Malmberg said, you know, we have to get down to the soil surface.
Yeah, love that.
And
yep,
great.
Yeah, I think the book he wrote is one of my favorites. I've listened to it 2 or 3 times, and I'm really glad he wrote it. So
yeah, me too. There it is. No, that's not it. Thought I had it. This is Walt Davis's book. We have 2 homes, and anyway, that's Walt Davis's book. I thought I had Green Grass in the Spring here, but I don't.
Yeah, Green Grass in the Spring. And actually, I'm really glad he read it too, because and they didn't edit it, you know, carefully. So you really, if you haven't listened, it's on Audible. Listen to and read it. You get the emotions. I mean, he went through some stuff. So, but it's a very good deal. No, he was a big inspiration to us, and encouragement as well. So,
well, that's good to know. Good to know. Well, it definitely honors him, the work that you're doing, and keep it up. Hopefully we can come see you sometime.
Yeah. Well, we're not
see your operation.
DFW, so.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Well, Ross, thanks. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And those go ahead and put your insights in the chat. Many of you already have the things that you've taken away from this presentation here. And let's see, we've got Devona up next. Let's make you co-host here so that you can unmute and share your screen. All right. Are you there, Devona?
Awesome. I'm here.
Hey, good to see you.
To be here. Thank you for inviting me. And
you bet.
What a fabulous group of speakers we've had. You guys have hosted for us over the last couple of days, yesterday and today. Really, I'm very impressed. I feel like I've attended and spoken at and done a lot of these kinds of talks, conferences, summits, and this is the first time in my 25 years I have ever heard health come up like it has. And that's coming from somebody who is, and I'll introduce myself, but that's coming from someone who is also a holistic health coach. So I'll introduce myself to the group. I was trying to set a timer for myself so that I comply with our timing. Okay, so my name is Devona Bell. I have had the absolute pleasure and privilege. I don't have anything to share. I've got some talking points in front of me. I didn't actually put it into a PowerPoint. I thought about it and I thought, well, I'm just going to talk. So I have had the absolute pleasure and privilege to work with farmers all over the US and internationally for over 25 years. And regenerative food and farming systems has been the focus for me. We call it regenerative now, and I'll talk about that a little bit. The purpose of my work has been to support farmers in the US and around the world. And honestly, it has truly been such an incredible pleasure and privilege. And every time I work with farmers, I learn from farmers, and it's amazing. So getting to know farmers and other food systems players that really prioritize that success of family farmers is what gets me going and is exciting for me. So I came to agriculture from an environmental and people side of it. I grew up outside of Washington, D.C., small suburb area in Maryland, where I grew up, where my grandmother lived, up what's called New Hampshire Boulevard, were all farms. And I used to, as a kid, go horseback riding, and we'd go to the farms, and they're all gone. They've been gone for a while. Everything is just house upon house upon house. And that really connected with me, and and it made an impact in my life. So really healthy people and a healthy planet require that healthy food. And we've been talking about that, and it's so important. And that means that the farmers need to make a good living so that it's economically feasible for them and economically sustainable. And so it has to be for many of us that are environmentalists at heart. And I say that maybe with a different definition of mainstream environmentalists, because I believe in sustainably utilizing, not sustainably, regeneratively utilizing our natural resources. But I call that being environmentally conscious and having the environment at heart, not some of the more different ways that are looked at. So it's this people, planet, profit nexus is really what my passion is. And the making the living part, I was really excited to see that this is about profit, these sessions today, because, or yesterday and today, because without that, our farmers aren't going to make it. So after working in this field for a couple decades, I decided that I had enough of visiting farms that I was going to start my own small farm. But I never call myself a true farmer because I still kept my day job, and I never had to live off of the income off of my farm. So I feel like really what I have is a small farmette in the mountains of Virginia, and more of a homesteader. Since 2014, I've raised various poultry, well, of course, chickens, but also turkeys. And I generally try to do heritage breeds, but not always, because we live and learn as we go along that sometimes they are not the most productive. I have done heritage breed pigs. I have a small fruit orchard and a big home garden. So even big enough of a home garden that things would go to market. Through my journey of over a decade farming, I was also dealing with health issues. And I think that this has come up over and over. And that's when I decided about 10 years ago to become a certified holistic health and nutrition coach. And it really was through seeing such alarming health issues throughout our country, and unfortunately experiencing some of them myself. And so really is a large part of that is due to toxicity that comes in many forms, but also comes in our food and farming. And that really excited me. And one of your speakers yesterday talked about healthy soils create healthy planets and healthy people. And I live that. I believe that so very deeply. So, you know, I think that we can see today that we have a lot of attention on this, and it's grown astronomically in the last decade, 12 years, from not really being at all in the public conscience. It was just such a fringe movement to having MAHA today, which is incredible. So to kick off this time together, I really want to say a huge thank you to both you, Jared, and Selena, and also to the farmers on today. You guys are the backbone. You guys, you ladies, I say it including everybody, are the backbone of our country. And without you, we cannot exist. And your work is so very important. And I just want to thank you for it. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about regenerative agriculture, and there might be some things that have been touched upon already, and some of it I'll go through a little bit more quickly. But first, I do want to talk about that food and farming health connections. And it's been mentioned, but I really do think it's worth saying again. There is such an explosion of diet-related diseases in our country and in the Western world, but in our country especially. So we're seeing 60% of adults in the US having at least one chronic disease. That is insane. And 40% have two or more. As we know, we have an obesity epidemic. 75% of American adults are overweight, 42% are obese. With age, after we've lived a few decades, a handful of decades, then we see that things weren't like this at one time. And what's very scary is then for the younger generations to come along and think, oh, this is the norm, but it is not. It is not supposed to be the norm, and it is not what is intended for us. And so I love that we're having a focus today on how to help this and how to fix it, and especially for our children. More than 40% of children in the US are overweight and 20% are obese. This is a national issue that is of the utmost importance. It also has to do with our national security as well. So it's metabolic health is a lot of what we're talking about, like that's high blood pressure, high blood sugar, abnormal cholesterol, heart attacks, strokes, but it's, also diabetes we talked about, and the rising incidence of autoimmune diseases. They've been going off the charts. I mean, when I was growing up, I did not know one person allergic to peanut butter. And now here we have a country that is allergic to peanut butter of children. And that's just one little thing. Then, we're seeing these autoimmune issues of type 1 diabetes, which is autoimmune, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, celiac, colitis, Crohn's disease, all these gut issues. And I'm sure we have all seen this huge demand for gluten-free, which is triggered from, I truly believe and have been saying for a decade, it's triggered from spraying. Everything is complicated and complex. So to wrap it up into one little neat package is not so simple. But I think a very big factor of it has to do with the glyphosate, the Roundup that is sprayed on wheat to desiccate it before harvest. And when I used to work in Montana, and one of the farmers that I worked very closely with, I said, Dave, his name is Dave Scott, by the way, and he is an incredible sheep farmer outside of Butte, Montana. I said, Dave, it's so dry in Montana, there's no way anybody would be spraying the wheat to dry it up. Why is that a thing? He said, because look at the fields, there's swales, and the combines are going to come through and they want everything nice and tidy and dry. And me, after working in ag for decades, who had felt like I'd seen all the spraying, but I was shocked that that's actually happening and was at that time. So what are these triggers of these problems we're seeing? What are the underlying causes? Well, of course, stress. Stress is a big deal, and that is something for us to take on in our life, and look at meditation or prayer, and that can help us. But it's also food sensitivities and toxic exposures, nutrient density deficiencies. And so what can counter that? Well, nutrient dense food. So what can we do here? For me and this group of people we're talking about, I feel like we have a massive call to action here. We want our children to be healthy. We want our families to be healthy. We want to be healthy. We want our communities to be healthy. And our farmers are the heroes of this, the absolute heroes. And this is also a massive economic impact on our entire country, where we have a huge, significant economic burden of chronic diseases, with nearly 90% of healthcare spending attributed to them. So that is just, that's very damaging to our country. So I'm going to shift now to regenerative. And what does it mean? This greatly varies on who is talking. And so in my opinion, regenerative came about from the dilution of certified organic, the dilution of organic. This would be with big ag organic, and how it is not aligning with organic's foundational values. In the marketplace, we're seeing a big dissatisfaction with organic. Many people see that USDA organic program has become less focused on soil health and has been compromised by large corporations. This leads consumers and farmers who prioritize soil health to seek alternatives. And so today and yesterday, we've been talking about regenerative agriculture. But the thing is about regenerative is that, and this is not a negative. I say this that we have big roads ahead of us where we have the power over this work, and we can make the changes that are needed. So there's different interpretations of regenerative, and it's influenced by business models and objectives and ideologies. So we all know Rodale, and the Rodale Institute is one of the pioneers of regenerative agriculture. And actually, they coined the term regenerative, but instead ended up using organic decades ago. So they're a big player, and they really are prefacing the type of regenerative that we're talking about here. Really prefacing soil health, biodiversity, reducing or eliminating synthetic chemicals, really reducing ag inputs, talking about animal welfare. And then there's also the Regenerative Organic Alliance, which is Rodale, Dr. Bronner's, and Patagonia. They have come together and they have created the Regenerative Organic Certification. Now, what these are is these are add-on labels to organic. And then there's the Real Organic Project. And the Real Organic Project is also another add-on label. These two are extremely similar. I'm very good friends and colleagues with the Real Organic Project folks, and know very well the Regenerative Organic Alliance. And there's a little bit of differences. However, they're very similar. And my hope is one day we have one instead of the two. But they're both doing incredible work. And what that is that it starts off with being organic, and then it's an add-on label to add on regenerative. So, I was going to talk a little bit about the similarities between agroecological practices and regenerative organic practices. And as we know, there's a big focus on soil health, as we mentioned. There's biodiversity and ecosystem health. There's reducing dependence on or elimination of the synthetic chemicals. And there's really that holistic systems thinking. There's also integrating animals into our work. And we've heard a lot of these things. So I feel like I'm doing a recap for you guys. But maybe what we haven't talked so much about is how regenerative organic is different from mainstream organic. And I don't want to focus too much on this, but what we're seeing with people being very unhappy with mainstream organic today is because they feel like it has been sold out and no longer stands for those foundational values that existed when organic was established, back in the 70s. I believe it wasn't put under USDA until I think the 90s. But when it was established, the organic standards really aligned with what we look at as regenerative standards today. So there's a big focus with regenerative soil health as a central goal. We know this. But when you look at mainstream organic, and it looks at very large scale operations of organic, we really find them often, we can't say everybody, but often overusing the allowable inputs. And so really it's not as much as a focus on regenerating that soil. And they also are having monocultures, and they are often doing CAFO, confined animal operations. And so these things are really not aligned with the foundational values of organic and also of regenerative, as many of us see regenerative. So I'm going to skip through this. I think we've hit on enough of that. So let's talk about some of the key challenges with regenerative agriculture today. So it really has gained significant traction, but there's a lack of a clear and standardized definition. So that's an opportunity. You know, we're talking about problems and challenges, but problems and challenges are just a door or a window to an opportunity. And so we all can be a part of helping to define this. But what the problem with it today is that brings about an opportunity for often large scale food companies using this as an opportunity for greenwashing. And so having that lack of a standardized definition allows for that to happen. And let me give you a few examples. You guys maybe know already, but several companies across the food and agriculture sector, including Bayer and Syngenta and Nestle, PepsiCo, McDonald's, Cargill, ADM, you're hearing the big ones, and a lot of the big chemical companies are being accused of greenwashing their regenerative agriculture practices. You know, they promote soil health and mitigating climate change in their words, but actually not sure that they're changing much of their practices, and they're being accused of really doing a lot of business as usual practices that negate the benefits that should be seen by regenerative. Okay, I'm gonna move through my talking points here. So I want to get to the points of I had way too much information for my short time. I want to talk about how to support farmers with regenerative agriculture. This is the work that I have done for a long time. I used to run a program called ATRA. I hope that you all have heard of ATRA. ATRA has a terrible acronym, so don't even try to learn the acronym, but it's ATTRA. I no longer run this program, but it's a very good program, and I highly recommend it for farmers and ranchers because it's free. It's paid, well, nothing's free in this world. It's paid for by our tax dollars through USDA Rural Development. And the team that I had the pleasure to work with and the privilege to work with were farmers all over the country, 6 offices, and you can call them and you can talk to them. You can talk to an actual person and you can get the help you need. And, you know, if you were to call and get somebody who focuses on fruit orchards and you needed to talk to Dave, the sheep farmer in Montana, they would send Dave a message with your number and Dave would call you back. So it's a great resource. Please just Google it and you'll find the information on it. So the reason I bring them up, and actually other places I have worked, is that I have personally found that farmer cohorts and communities of practice are essential and super beneficial. Farmers learning from other farmers, this is what's real. You know, each of the farmers, they understand their challenges. And when one is actually that, for lack of a better word, we can call model farmer that's already gone down that road and has seen successes, that is such incredible information. And you're seeing a lot of them yesterday and today talking about their successes and their challenges. We have to learn from the challenges and the failures. This is great gold. And so having communities of practice of farmers to help other farmers make this transition from conventional to regenerative, and maybe regenerative to regenerative organic, who knows if that's the road that you want to go down, because that's the marketplace that you want to serve. That is super important. And so I think farmers also need to have help and tactics to reach markets that pay what is needed for farmers to be economically successful. So your products, a regenerative product, is a differentiated product. It is better than other products that are not using regenerative practices. There are studies, the Bionutrient Association, it was listed on here yesterday in the chat. There are studies that have been done to show higher nutrient density in products that are coming off of regenerative farms. And I was part of those studies on my farm as well. And it was great fun to do those soil samples and send them in and get those reports back. And so educating your consumers, if you're direct to consumer, this is especially critical. And you have this opportunity to really talk to the consumers, as we talked about with health challenges, and tell stories. That storytelling is very powerful. Tell stories on podcasts, tell stories in your community, speak at community events. These stories are super powerful, and this is what will bring you the customer base that will understand that they have to pay more for your differentiated product. And another opportunity is to work with food hubs and local buyers that already get it, and they want those products to market your differentiated products. And don't undersell yourself. You have to charge the higher prices to pay your bills. And well, you guys know this. And then how can farmers drive up demand for the true regenerative organic products or regenerative products? Well, that is what we've been talking about, the educating and inspiring consumers, that storytelling, the transparency, the highlighting the health benefits, and also hit on the eco and the climate messaging. I know I'm repeating myself here, but these are really critical points. Leverage certifications and trust signals if you are not direct to consumer. Those are going to be critical for consumers that aren't able to know you. We talked about build those premium and direct to consumer markets. Oh, and when you're doing direct to consumer, there's a lot of the health coaches that are popping up nowadays, like I have done. I don't do much of it, but I have done, and I'm constantly recommending these farmers and these farmers and these farmers. So talk to those functional medicine doctors and their nutritionists and those health coaches, and tell them about your products. Give them a sample if you feel like they're going to help you really open up those markets. So partner with the mission-aligned people and the brands and retailers. And really important is to engage in that public policy and awareness campaigns when we have the opportunity. And so those are the big messages I wanted to get to you guys. I went about 5 minutes over what I wanted to, but those are the messages that I felt like would resonate and wanted to share, and would love to answer any questions. Or you can also reach out to me anytime on LinkedIn. I'm pretty active on there, so I will be sure to respond.
Yeah, that's great. Is that the best way to reach out to you, is on LinkedIn?
Yeah, LinkedIn's a good one. I do have a website, but it's been a long time since I've updated it because I was super busy in my day job. I've since left my day job, and I'm going to be consulting and focused more on my health coaching. So the DevonnaL.com will show you, we'll take you to my website, and we'll show you blogs I've written years ago. You're going to see that are now extremely becoming, there's traction on them. And I'm like, thank God we got traction.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That is neat to see that is coming to fruition. Well, we appreciate you being part of this. we're not afraid to bring in the health aspect, bring in the spiritual aspect to what we do as farmers and ranchers, and in life in general, but specifically to the agricultural group. So thank you for your perspective. And
It's been
if
a
there, if you,
pleasure. Thank you
if you
for having me on.
yeah, if you scroll through the chat and you see any questions you want to answer there, please feel free to do that. We appreciate those that have been active in the chat and the connections that have been made. That's my hope, is that through this, there's going to be some expert speakers. Lena and I are here as the guides, but you guys connect with each other. And I've seen that happen where, business deals happen, friendships happen, masterminds and connections happen because we're at the same place at the same time.
Yeah,
So that's,
exactly. So I have a quick question for you two, for Jared and
yes.
Selena. In your program, do you develop the cohorts, and do you help these communities of practice to grow, and maybe link them with older cohorts that are further down that road? And if not, it may be something you want to think about, because that learning is rich.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're not quite to that level yet, but we see the value in what you're saying there, Devona, because we've been blessed with some wonderful mentors. We've been blessed to be part of mastermind groups, boards that have blessed our lives. And so we see the true value in not trying to be the solopreneur or the pioneer, right? It's, I think in the
Jared,
age that we live in, we're ready for that.
there is the opportunity to jump on the masterminds that you're doing, which is connecting some of those people.
Excellent. That's so
yeah.
important. Well, thank you both for the incredible work you're doing and for hosting this. It's such a huge value to the overall big community. So thank you, and thanks for having me.
Thanks for being on.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, thank you. All right. Let's find our next speaker here. There we go. Darren, we need to make you co-host. He's under Agrarians Ltd. Darren is joining us from the other side of the world, right? Where you guys are already a day ahead. I think it's actually Friday where you're calling in from. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's the future.
It's the future. Yeah. What time of day is it there?
It is just about to hit 8 a.m.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
800.
Well, impressive bookshelf you've got behind you there, Darren.
Oh, yeah, it's not a green screen. It's
Yeah.
real.
If you had to pick just one book, if you could only take one book with you on an island, what would it be?
Gee, that's a tough question. I've got
That
a
is a
couple.
tough question.
Can I take two?
Sure. Maybe your top three.
All right. Well, this one here, I've got another bookshelf here. There's actually bookshelves all around me. This one here, it's called The Challenge of Landscape by P.A. Yeomans. It's the development and practice of keyline, which is probably one of the most influential books that I've read. P.A. Yeomans was the inventor of the keyline plan, and this book was written in 1958.
Nice.
I think a segue from that in the Australian land planning story is Bill Mollison and Andrew Jeeves's Permaculture Designer's Manual. That one, that's a big black book. I'll have to get out of my chair to get that one.
Okay.
And of course, well, there's another book that you and I would both take, right? So that one.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, yeah. There you go.
Yep. Well, awesome. We appreciate you being part of this event, and know you were able to join a little bit yesterday. Look forward to hearing from you, your perspective, insights, wisdom, and experience.
No worries. So I'll do the screen share thing, and off we go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sweet. All right. Here we go. All right, so, oh wow, I didn't know it was going to do all that sort of bling. All right, so Darren Doherty is my name. I'm from Central Victoria in Australia, which is down here in this multicolored continent of ours, which, like all places, has a strong Indigenous history. And we now know that Aboriginal people have been practicing agriculture for a very, very long time, as people across the world have. And a lot of how we've sort of come back around now with our European agricultural systems are often mimicking what Aboriginal people have been doing on this continent for a long time, creating savannas, working with native grasses, and basically running really large ranches. So it's sort of come full circle. The Regenerative platform is what I'm going to talk about today, and the Regenerative platform is a 10-layer farm planning framework, and the 10 layers start with climate and then go through geography, water, access, forestry or ecosystems, buildings, fences. Oh, that's it. That one came over from a Spanish version. Circos or fencing, soils, economy and energy. So as a farm planner, which is how, when people ask me what I do, I'm a farm planner. So what I do is I help work with people to look at themselves and how they want to express themselves on a piece of land. I look at the land and how it wants to naturally express itself, because land, I believe, does, and try and pull those two contexts together. So have people understand what they want to do, how they want to express, all of that, and then look at the capability of the land to develop that expression. And then we look at all of what we call the infrastructure that goes around that. What sort of systems and infrastructure needs to be put in place to support that expression, that change of practice, and so on. And whether that's water systems, access system, trees, etc., buildings, fences, and any energy systems. And then we also consider the kind of treatments that might be need to apply to the soil. So the agronomic treatments, the geotechnical treatments, in order for us to have enhanced capacity, as well as the economy of an operation and how it or what economic considerations do we have to have in order to go forward. Some of the support materials that we have to wrap around this, listening to the last speaker and around, when you are looking to go through practice change, it's definitely not a good idea to go alone on that. And whether that's working with peer-to-peer cohorts, such as was being suggested, attending forums such as what we've been blessed to be involved with here, thanks to Jared and Selena and their team and their family, but also written resources, of which I've got a bunch of behind me here, and we've tried to distill some of that and in what we call the Regenerative Handbook, which is being released chapter by chapter. It's a technical manual because we can't shy away from the fact that there's a lot of technical stuff that goes on in agricultural practice and infrastructure change. So we've put a lot of effort and a lot of income into developing really world-class resources in this piece, which we've done. We're just about to release chapters 7 and 8 of that. The Regenerative platform as a methodology, we use it for everything. If you saw, I'm perhaps a bit OCD on this, but I know that there's lots of others who are as well. I use it for all of my file management on my computer, because one of the things about being involved in agriculture is agriculture, I think, is the most diverse vocation of humans. I think it's the most honorable vocation of humans, but it's also incredibly diverse. And as you try and increase that diversity, so if you are going from growing row crops and now you want to introduce cattle into that or livestock into that, well, and that that increases the diversity of the operation and the diversity of considerations. You know, if you've got a row crop operation, well, now you've got to think about, well, how are these animals going to be contained and managed through the system, but then also watered. So how does that all play? And we use Google Earth for this. We use Google Earth a lot. We're really lucky that we've got really good mapping systems now. Google Earth is free. It's a bit of a pain to organize. So we've actually developed a template which is free to everyone, which makes it so that you can use Google Earth as a sort of a checklist for how you go about redesigning your landscape, and has all of the considerations that, or captures all of the considerations, as well as provides points of data and so on. So this plan on the screen here is of you might say a 750 acre farm makeover on the east coast of Australia, and there's lots going on there, but a lot of that's just the technical position of where's hydrants, where's pipes, where's fences, where's ponds, all of that sort of thing. Because often what we're doing is finding ourselves doing a makeover, which is a water and wire makeover. And Google Earth really helps us to put that into some sort of frame. When it comes to the layers, oh God, it's got all of this stuff going on. Sorry, I don't. It's been a while since I've delivered this presentation to see all of the gee whizzery of it. With all of these layers, what we're trying to do is try and have it so that we pull all of this together. As the last speaker spoke of, and others on this program and others that you would have heard over time, we're generally dealing with a lot of specialization. But at the same time, we've got a lot of integration that we're trying to pull together of all of those specializations. So again, I'll use the row crop example. Row crop agriculture has been radically simplified over time. There's been a lot of through the period of industrialization, especially I would say the last 30 or 40 years, where there's so many what we'll call crop protection agents that are being applied. There's been a radical simplification of the variables that were otherwise over human history we've been trying to quell. And those variables are what's called ecosystems. So we've always been trying to quell nature from having a firm place in our agricultural ecosystems. And over the last 30 or 40 years, that's really, really ramped up, particularly in row crop systems. Now, of course, as we listened yesterday to the gentleman talking about all the ills of glyphosate and how that is so captured in our soils and so on, many people are now looking to go, okay, well, how am I going to reverse that trend, actually invite back nature into my farm, and what's that going to look like? But still make money and fulfill all of the goals that I have for myself and my family and my community. So trying to pull all of that together, trying to pull in the different elements is sometimes challenging for people. So again, that's part of why we're trying to make a layer approach, and that's, I suppose, a bias because I am a planner. I think of things through a planning logic. So trying to have it so that we impart that on other people is really important. That's part of what I'm trying to put across today. So you're going to have all of these different elements. How do they, as we are trying to, or if you are trying to integrate new production systems, like I said before, you might be a row crop farmer and you are now looking to bring livestock into the system, or you might want to bring trees for alley cropping or whatever it's going to be. You've got all of this fencing, you've got all of this ground preparation, you've got all this economic analysis to do, etc. It really helps to have something to tie that together, and that's part of what we're doing here. Each of you are going to have a different starting point. So when we look at the climate layer, for example, the climate layer is as much about the meteorological climate. So how hot, how cold, how rainy, how windy, how much rain, when does it fall, etc. But it's also about, which is why in the icon there we've got a head, but then we've also got the we've got the sun, and that's to say that the climate of the mind is actually something that is also very, very important here. So we start with that, and in our framework, that means the application of the sort of thinking of Alan Savory and others with holistic management, having people look or seek to establish some sort of holistic context. Yeah, itemize, put out there. What do I want my life to look like? What gets me? Tell other people around you what gets you out of bed in the morning. All of those sorts of things, but also tell people, well, this is what's important to me. These are the things that are going to make my life a quality, making quality of life statements. What sort of forms of production are you going to be involved in, which feed those quality of life statements? And what do you want the future to be like? So putting all of those things out there, because words are very powerful and intent is very powerful. So we think it's super important to start off with that. Now, a lot of people are resistant to that because a lot of people have not necessarily been raised or given the license to express themselves in that way. It might be seen to be selfish or otherwise, but we think it's super important. I mean, we get this life that we've been blessed to have. Why not make the most of it? And to make the most of it, we feel the best way to do that is to express what you want to do as an individual, and then coming together with your family and saying, well, what does our family mean? How are we as a family going to express ourselves, and what's that going to look like? So when we go through these priority checks, at any given time on your journey, you're going to have different concerns of what are captured in the different layers. So let's say that we're 2 years into the transition to regenerative agriculture, or whatever you want to call it, some sort of practice change, which is what a lot of people, I'm sure, on this call and on this seminar are looking to do. Well, you've got different priorities across the board, and so again, one of the things that we do through the checklist, which I'll provide to Jared and Selena so that can be shared with you all, is when we go through our the self-check-in, you go through each layer and go, well, this is actually a super important layer for me right now. This is part of my, you might say, the log jam for me to get to the next stage. So we find that is a really helpful way of, be it every 6 months or wherever, let's say you get your soils to where you want, you get your soils in a direction, going in a direction, so that now you don't need to have as much laser focus on that element as you did before. Now you might need to focus more on getting your fencing sorted, right? So that's now going to be more of a priority. And, there's going to be, for every one of you listening today, as you progress through practice change, you'll all have different priorities. Further with the layers, we have what we call the constitutional and foundational layers, which are climate and geography. And then we have what we call the infrastructure and development layers, water, access, ecosystems, buildings, fencing, energy. And then we have what's called the management layers, which are soils and the economy. Framing these things in that way is very helpful. Framing it too, so that you consider what your transitions are going to be like, and what practice change will look like. So the last speaker was just saying, a lot of you are going to be, perhaps putting a label on something. There are labels out there, and there is resistance to that. But let's just say, broadly, you're interested in having a practice change which will characterize as regenerative agroecology, however you want to frame it. So that's so you've heard about it. That's the kernel of the idea. It's given you some sort of pause to go, yeah, okay, I'm going to do something about this. So next is the why. And so I think it was Simon Sinek many years ago had a very popular speech where he talked about the power of why, and that humans as emotional creatures have this innate questioning of why and an innate motivation around why. So it doesn't hurt for us to actually have some self-determination, as I would put it, to say, all right, why do we do what we do? And why do we want to do what we've got coming forward, right? So, and what is that going to look like? And so that gets us to the next thing. What resources do we have right now? Mapping, monies, people, skills, equipment. And when we look at what we're doing with this, what sort of return on investment will each part of the transition take? Or return, so that we can do this profitably and so that we can fund it, because all of this needs to have a background of profit delivering development. Then we come to the where, so which gets back to the last slide or a few slides before, where we're looking at focus and priorities. Well, where will we focus? Where will we place elements in the landscape? What goes where? Where is the market for our products? All of those sorts of where questions. And then when will we begin what we want, what we need to do? When does that go button get pushed? You know, a lot of us talk about doing a lot of things, but then have we done the background to get up to the point where the go button actually gets pushed and you go into activation mode, right? So when's that going to happen? And when will you step that out over time, the different things over time? Because, I mean, I've worked with billionaires and even they can't go blat, right? We work very closely with Polyface Farm and the Salatin family and have taken them all over the world. And one of the residues of that is people go, oh, I want Polyface. And it's like, yeah, you're not going to get Polyface in 5 minutes. I mean, that's a 60-year project that you're seeing there. So, you know, we have to understand the limits to our ambitions. Great to have them, but understand as well that, you know, these things take time, and that the best systems that I've ever worked with have been very, very incremental, and such that we say that you need to be strategic, pragmatic, and incremental in the development of these transitions. And then who will perform the various tasks involved in the transition? And then how do you feel about all of this? You know, you've got to check in the feedback loops of holistic management. You're going, well, plan, and you plan assuming that you're wrong, which is a really good, immediately humbling way of applying yourself to all of the things that we do. I mean, nature is a very, very complex. Humans are very, very complex. We've developed as humans this incredibly complex society. So we need to take pause and acknowledge that, or all of that, and go, okay, well, we need to check in on that. We also need to go, well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, and maintain our humility in what we're doing, as well as being responsible to what we've got to be responsible to. So plan assuming that we're, you know, not always right. Check in and then replan. And that's more or less the feedback loop that we encourage. So to the layers themselves, the first layer of climate, this is where we're looking at you, your family, community, enterprise, culture, regulations, risk, etc. And that's also where you're, you know, zooming in on different frameworks which are going to help you. So holistic management, which we also spoke a bit about yesterday with Ranching for Profit, two sides of the same coin. Both started with people who work together, Stan Parsons and Alan Savory, and they've got very, very similar outlooks, but just a bit different way of going about it. But, you know, we've got that sort of framework, which I think is really powerful. We've got all the mind mapping we've got all the business planning stuff that's been out there for a long time. You know, the work that I've found very, very useful. Michael Gerber's E-Myth book when I started our business in 1993. Super useful. Alan Nation's work, all of that stuff, top of the mind sort of stuff that really helps to frame your attitude towards what you're doing and captivate the way that you're going to go forward and how you're going to pull it off, how you're going to manage, just the succession thing. That's a major climate layer thing that we've got. If you are looking to run a place and have succession in mind, well, then that's going to play a really big role in the way that you would develop your holding and so on. So we say, as sort of points, identify what gets you out of the bed in the morning. Some of you will be sheep people. You get up in the morning, you go, I think sheep. Some of you will get up in the morning and you think, I'm a tree guy, so I think about trees. And then you might be an olive guy, or you might be a pistachio gal. Each of you are going to have different motivations, which are your, as the French would say, your raison d'etre. The reason for why you do what you do. So understanding that's really important, and sort of feeding that. Having some sort of framework for decision making. We happen to think that holistic management is really useful for that, but you may find others out there, and we definitely encourage that. Matching enterprises to the human and meteorological climate. That's really important. There's no point doing things in a landscape and in a climate that just don't work. And I think there's specific challenges around that are all over. Matching personalities to job descriptions. I think this is a really key piece, especially if we're trying to manage family operations and trying to keep the family enterprise together. We've got to be able to do that, and to match personalities means you need to identify your personality, right? So you need to look a bit inward and use some of the different personality assessments, whether they're the big 5 or whatever else. I'd identify all of your weak links. Sometimes, you've got to come back to the well and sort of go, okay, well, and this is not to have a whinge or a moan about it. It's just to go, okay, this is where I'm at. I've got to check in on where we're at and do that in the cold light of day, and then go, okay, now I can see where I'm at. Now I can see where are we going to go? And then as I said, be strategic, incremental, pragmatic, and fiscally disciplined. I mean, I think yesterday I put up a post on our socials about a client who I've had for 15 years, and I went there and I put the drone in the sky and had a really good conversation with them, and it was really awesome. And I put that up, and some guy said, "Oh, they're lucky. They've got all the money. It's great when you've got an unlimited budget." And I went, "Mate, you don't know who these people are. They just because you see 15 years of hard work expressed here in a couple of drone shots, you don't know that these people have scrimped and saved. They've done everything here that's absolutely right. And what you see there is an expression of that. So don't go being a lazy keyboard warrior shooting that sort of stuff up. But that's the reality. The people out there who are doing the really best work, there's a pattern, I think, to success, and that is being strategic. It is being incremental. It's being pragmatic, and especially being fiscally disciplined. When we see that, like I said, I've worked for billionaires and they haven't been able to pull this stuff off. So all the money in the world is not going to make this work. You've got it. There's elements to success that we see repeating themselves over and over. And then the other part is that thing of our togetherness, our fellowship, our need to, take time out, go for walks, rides, dinner, and look after yourself physically. I think that's all very, very important. So the geography layer is where we're looking at the mapping. And I'll tell you, if I'm working with mostly men like to not do the climate stuff. That's all the hairy, fairy, fuzzy stuff. They don't like to do that generally. They like, come on, let's get on with the maps. I like the maps. So off we go with that. Now we're in an era which is unheralded. We've never had better maps, and it's amazing. So a map is not the territory, but by goodness, it's there's some incredible maps out there that we work with, so that we can look at the shape of a landscape and then see how water will react to it and so on. I'll show you some stuff that we're doing on that a bit later, but that's really, really helpful for monitoring, not only for planning, but for monitoring. And within the geography layer, we also characterize the consideration of some of the marketing stuff that you're going to do. If you were going to take on doing direct-to-consumer marketing or direct-to-consumer sales, well, you'll have to put a marketing hat on. And you go, well, what's marketing? Is that advertising? No, it's actually advertising is an output of marketing. It's about market analysis. So that's where you got to go, okay, well, what does that all look like, right? And that's where you go in and look at your demographic analysis, your psychographic analysis, you know, all of these different things, which can then help you to then provide the product which goes to that market and so on, and then monitoring, etc. So we suggest using Google Earth to map and monitor your systems, because it's free and it's really, really good and it's very useful. Handheld devices out there now, super good for, well, just even yesterday, I use a platform called Gaia GPS, which allows me to take photos of, like if let's say I'm on a livestock property or some property and I want to go around and do an assessment, map it. I can go around with Gaia GPS or GPS Kit and a few others and take photos of the troughs, of the livestock water points or gates or anything else across that place. And then that app will allow me to then export that, and I'll go into Google Earth, click on Google Earth, and it'll immediately, just I don't know if it'll work, no, go here. It'll immediately, as you can see on the top left here, give me the photo of what that point looks like on my map. It's super useful to be able to do that sort of thing. We look at landscape features and all of the rest of it. When you are in bushfire areas, which of course here in Australia we're always concerned with that because we're the most fire-prone place in the world. But fires are increasing in their severity and extent all over the world. So looking at bushfire attack level assessments are really important. And then considering that even with just general providing for emergency services and, you know, how they're going to support what you've got going on, that's important. And then how does geography affect your marketing, as we touched on before. So when we come to the water layer, this is when we're looking at storages. So we call ponds dams in Australia. I think you call dams the embankment part of a pond. We just call them that. So if I say that in the future, you'll know. And, you know, we're looking at how we're going to harvest the water off our landscape, how we're going to reticulate it, get it about, pipe it, etc. How we're going to treat it. And if we've got fire in our landscape, then how we're going to plan for fire through the water layer. So a lot of people who are transitioning to doing livestock operations, or you've got a pastoral property right now, what you will do is often do what we call a water and wire design. You'll work out, because a strong element of changing over to doing more what people would call planned grazing, is to be able to have a fencing system and a water supply system which supports those what some people call adaptive grazing management or holistic management, mob grazing, whatever you want to call it, whatever your version is. So you have to have the kind of infrastructure that will support those changes in management, which are, you know, part of what we're trying to achieve here. So this is a really important layer, and it's plumbing on a landscape scale. So there's stuff that we've got to work on. You know, what sort of, if you've got X pipe of Y diameter and it runs over Z distance, then how much water is that going to flow out at the other end? Well, we have to do a bit of math on that. And fortunately, there's lots of resources now, calculators and stuff that we put forward to people. And we've also got to understand what the quantity of different qualities of water that we need. So you might have wells, for example, but what's that water quality, and is it suitable for particular uses? What do you need for domestic water supply, and so on? There's all of these different elements to consider. So within the water layer, we say that the priority number one is, how does your landscape interact with rain? And that's where we're looking at trying to have 100% ground cover 100% of the time. That you know, God gave us this thing called gravity, which I think is much underused. It keeps our bums sitting on our seats. It keeps Brad driving his car, as I can see while he's watching me. Hi, Brad. Be careful, mate. It's an incredibly underutilized resource. So our planning it should as much as possible consider that. Try and make water systems plug and play. what I mean by that is that with the fitting systems that we have available in water pipeline systems now, you can literally treat your water grid like a USB, like USBs on a computer. I mean, we've got to that point now with the technology. So I call it a plug and play system. Similar with fencing, it's quite incredible when we look at the super flexible and mostly farmer designed technology that's out there that can really make things great. Understanding volume is really important, whether that's peak flow volume, whether that's the volume of water that we need, and then all of the mapping stuff that goes with that. The access layer is really important. Accessing all of a farm in all weather is obviously a key element in the effective management of a landscape. Roads, tracks, trails, etc., that people have put in over time, I'm going to say, and this is not a knock on our forebears, but generally not placed in good positions. Roads are, if we look at the areas that were surveyed in the United States west of the Mississippi, where the where the square mile section was used, that was one of the worst things that could have been done to your continent. We had the same approach here. It was a method developed in Ireland, in the colonisation of Ireland, in the so-called Downs Survey. It was, that whole design of the sections where you've got multiple chain road reserves and the 640 acre square mile section. That was the result of a survey tender for the carving up of Ireland. That's how it was called. And as a result, it was basically the cheapest way that we could subdivide the landscape and make it available to private European owners here and in the United States. We have that in common. Now, the result of that is that all of our roads, which harvest an enormous amount of water, right? A road is if you look at a roof is about 80 to 95% efficient catchment surface. So what that means is that 80 to 95% of the water that falls on a roof runs off. It doesn't get absorbed. It doesn't splash off, right? So it can go to a gutter and it can go to be captured, right? A road can be 60 to 80 to 85%, depending on if it's a tarmac road, it can be 90%. So they're almost equivalent. And you think of the road area that we have across a whole continent versus the roof area, there's a lot of road. I would say there's a lot more road than there is roof. So that has an enormous impact on the way that water moves around our environment. So our forebears unfortunately did us a disservice by squaring up our landscape and not paying attention to the shape that was there, like, ready for us. So we can't do much about what's happened around the edge of us, but we can have a crack at doing something about what's inside. And so this is where we will sometimes look at roads and go, okay, is Grandpa's road in the right spot? And you go, well, I love my grandpa, but he went A to B, and God bless him, he did it because that was the shortest distance between A and B, right? But these days, with modern earth moving machinery, which is so useful and so efficient, we can build what we call like gradient catchment dams, which is roads. So we'll build a road which has an inslope profile, and it'll harvest water and it'll bring it to a pond reliably year after year after year after year. Now that road then becomes a subdivision point, right? Because when you tend to put roads in an environment, in a farm, they tend to then become very, very permanent features, and everything sort of bounces off them. Your fence lines follow the road. Your water pipelines might follow the road. Your tree lines might follow the road. So they're really, why I'm harping on this is that because they're very powerful in terms of their capturing and directing of water and potentially eroding and flooding landscapes and causing erosion of themselves. But B, they can be really powerful in the same way by actually channeling water in the right way and controlling it, as well as being really effective conduits through our landscape. So we spend a lot of time on access design as a result. Hence my passionate delivery there. So for us, placing, and most people are not going to get passionate about road design, right? It's not the sort of thing that people wake up and go, oh, I'm really excited about designing a road. But we do, because we know how powerful they are. This property I was at yesterday, we designed a beautiful road network, and I would love to have any of you drive around it, because it was just like you put roads in the right place, you can observe everything. And a lot of what agriculture is about observation. You're always out there checking in. And this place, because we put the roads in all the right place, they've been in place for 15 years and they've not eroded. They're capturing water. They've got grass right up to the edge of the road. The road surface is really stable. They've needed a grader out there once in the last 15 years to just give the roads a little bit of a trim. So, there's all of those things that, if you do it right, can be so amazing. So placing roads according to topography is really important. Reconciling the value of retaining or replacing access is important. And also depending on your operation, because some of you will have value-added operations, which will increase the likelihood or the potential that you'll need emergency vehicle access. Or if you're in fire-prone areas, then that's really important too. All right, we've got 20 minutes, 22 minutes I can see to go. So we've got ecosystems is our next layer. And this is where we're looking at all sorts of stuff. I mean, if every plant that you grow is part of an ecosystem. So we're looking at fauna, we're looking at fungi, we're looking at bacteria, and we're looking at algae, the 5 kingdoms of nature. So they all have a place, they all exist in your ecosystem, in your farm ecosystem. It's the degree to which you will engage with them, that you will nurture them, and that you will directly cultivate them. So some of you will choose to grow wheat crops, or corn, soy, whatever it is that you're growing as row crops. Some of you will choose to be tree people, and as my friend Francisco Alves does in Portugal, he has a 1,500 acre cork and pork forest. So he's got cork trees which get harvested every year. The trees get harvested every 13 years by these very, very skilled people, and they provide all of the cork for all your Birkenstocks and everything that you're wearing, and all the other, and your wine bottles, etc. So, but they do that, and the acorns fall from those trees, and then they fatten their pigs, which the ham from that sells for €500 a kilogram, right? Retail. It's extraordinary. So that's one type of agro ecosystem. There's a bunch of these. So, and often it's expressed with the integration of woody plants into a farm ecosystem. I think if I drive through the beautiful plains of the center of the United States, one of the biggest elements that I see missing from them is the intelligent integration of woody plant systems into those environments. And it doesn't need to be much, but it can be very, very powerful. Putting a shelter belt can have, if you put a 30-foot high shelter belt, or even a 15-foot high shelter belt, depending on where you are and what tree heights you can get, that can have a massive impact on the productivity of crops and of livestock, as well as bring in a whole lot of species. Life begets life. That old one. You put these species in, then that starts to bring in the insectivores, all of these beautiful birds which come in and can cycle something like 200 kilos of nitrogen per hectare. I mean, put a price on that, right? So there's all of these other things that can happen there, but it's really important, and you've got to look at how this is going to be integrated. If we're looking at the sort of tree integration, we don't suggest that people do that in the first go of your transition. We think it's more important that you get your operation in the right order and get your reconfiguration there, that generally means as well that your soils will be recalibrated in their direction. And then once you get that going, which might take 2, 3, 5 years, then you're probably in a better position, soil wise, knowledge wise, financially wise, to then start to then go and integrate trees and all of those sorts of things into the landscape. That's our usual trajectory, you might say. So, what sort of person are you? Think about the whole system, not just trees or grasslands, but there's a whole lot of other species involved. If you are going to plant trees, well then plant and retain the right trees and shrubs in the right place, plus in the right layout and configuration to support your whole operation. Don't put a $10 tree into a 20-cent hole. We see people do that all the time. They don't pay attention to the fact that a tree or shrubs need some ground preparation. So, you've got to pay attention to that. And look at what forage options you've got. And then something that a lot of our people do is create a homestead oasis. You've got that homestead. A lot of properties in the world, with the way that agriculture's become, it's become so big, it's become so bland that there's a monotony to the landscape. And so we have quite a few people who run those sort of operations. They go, I need my oasis. I need this place that I come into that actually gives me that dimension to my landscape. So why not do it? Create an oasis around your homestead. It's the natural place to do it and work out from there. Buildings, this is an incredibly exciting layer. And I think, I have my good friend Joel Salatin and Daniel Salatin, but particularly Joel and his genius of a father, Bill Salatin, and others before who informed them to thank for the whole concept of portable building infrastructure and trying to really rethink buildings. The great George Henderson, who wrote The Farming Ladder, and The Farmer's Progress and other books in England, was really good at this. Trying to think of a building as a piece of infrastructure which has multiple uses, and what are all those uses, but then putting wheels on buildings, because especially when we're in the livestock business, which so many people are getting to be a part of again in the field, then, well, they are migratory animals. So we have, ideally, we want to migrate any building infrastructure that we have with those animals, where be that, we've got a number of people we work with now who have 150 head dairy, sorry, that's not right, up to 500 head portable dairies. So the dairy goes around with the herd and you pull the milk away. Last time I checked, if I built a dairy for a 500 head operation, that's going to cost me $2 to $3 million. I'm going to have manure lagoons, I'm going to have all of that, versus a portable dairy, which if you build the right access network and so on, it all ties in together. You can build one of them for about 200K. So it's a much lower capex. And of course, the animals, you don't have the same sort of stress on the roads. The animals are not spending all this time walking to the dairy and then walking back to where they've come from. They can do it all there. And you've got the manure distribution, etc. And you don't have the capital exposure. And guess what? If you're a leaseholder, and there's an increasing amount of people who are leasing land because of the agricultural land affordability crisis, well, portable infrastructure allows you to enter into those landscapes with low capex exposure and get to work, right? So, whereas in the old days, if you said, I want to be a chicken farmer, well, now you're sort of looking at all of these big barns, and there's so many people doing this. Paul Grieve, with all of the work that he's doing, there's so many people who are doing some amazing work. The abattoir thing, as we call them, or livestock processing facilities or slaughterhouses, that's a whole other game. We know that we've got a centralisation of the industries across the world. Here in Australia, it's a similar situation to what it is in the United States. It's really hard to find slaughterhouses that will do custom kills. There's all of those limits. So we, in my state, just last week, the government just announced that you will not need a development application. You won't need a planning permit to put an abattoir or a micro abattoir on your farm anymore. That's a major leap forward in enabling farmers who want to directly market their animals to be able to do that and get the lion's share of the revenue that comes from that. Sawmills. I've got a Lucas mill. I'm a bit of a woodworker. That's one of the things. I've got a Lucas portable sawmill. So all of this stuff is all portable, low cost, and allows you to completely change your outlook. So are your buildings a reflection of your climate or somewhere else? Because a lot of us, especially when we've come, so many of us of a European descent, we've brought our building ideas from those places, and the houses and the buildings that we have built have not actually been designed for the climate where we now are. That's very common. So a lot of energy and money gets wasted on heating and cooling buildings because we use nostalgic architecture. Or people just don't consider these things. Retrofitting buildings so that they are more integrated, that they've got greater functionality, amenity, and energy efficiency, and examine the flows of processes in the built environment. What that means is there's an enormous amount of flow, and I'm a big fan of farmers getting whiteboards or blackboards, and just when you do something, go through and go, all right, well, if I'm producing something, what does that take over a year? And not only what does it take, where does it go? Where is it when it goes through? And then trying to match that up with the flow processes in the built environment. George Henderson's Farming Ladder and Farmer's Progress, written in the 1950s, are really good books on that. Fencing, I think the first type of fencing is stockmanship. It's not the hard wire, it's stockmanship. How we relate to animals, how we use, the experiences and the knowledge of people like Temple Grandin, of Bud Williams, the late great Bud Williams, here in Australia, Bruce Maynard, Dean Revell. There's all of these geniuses who've been able to crack the code of how we work with livestock. And I think that that's the first thing before we then get to the wire, right? The invention of wire and steel posts has revolutionized both your and our countries. If it wasn't for steel posts in a treeless land of the Great Plains of the United States, how else would you have been able to bring it to make it a big livestock operation? Wouldn't have been able to be possible. So there's all of these design elements, but then there's how do we actually use them? And thanks to Harry Gallagher, who developed the first low impedance energizer in New Zealand in about 1938. He designed it to stop a horse from rubbing up against his Buick. So he designed an energy. That was the purpose of the first energizer. It wasn't to actually manage livestock. That Gallagher family is still in business today. So all of those innovations have made a massive difference to the way that we're able to very flexibly manage, like I said before, migratory animals in a sedentary landscape. We all manage relatively, if you look at the great buffalo migrations and the great cattle migrations and all of these species which have existed in nature and now we've brought them into agriculture, their ranges are much bigger than any of our farms. So we have to acknowledge that. And so if we're going to do this properly, we need to create our own migrations if we're going to pull this off. So fencing plays a massive role in doing that. So stockmanship's the first fence. Fencing to topography and the keyline plan is the shape of the landscape is very important. Integrating with other infrastructure, because all of these things tie together, like I said, where your roads are will integrate with where your water pipelines are, with where your fencing is, and so on. And fence knowing that it's 2025, not 1870. A lot of us are still fencing with technology that our great grandparents were familiar with. And I'm here to say that if they were introduced to the kind of electric fence technology that we had, as opposed to doing heroic the kind of heroic fencing that some of them did with stone fences and, you know, all of that timber that or that lumber they needed to cart around and haul and so on. And they looked at that and went, you guys are still using those tech, not electric fencing. What's wrong with you? Right. So there's all of those elements that we look at today and we have available, and then mapping it, of course. The soils layer is where we're looking at, well, we frame this as a management layer, as I said earlier, and this is where we're looking at planned grazing and cropping. So it's management-based operations, not development-based operations. Then within the soils layer, we're also looking at both the agronomy, because soils are used to grow things, but they're also used to found things, building foundations, roads, dams, or ponds, etc. All of those earthworks. We need to understand how a soil behaves under those conditions as well. We frame this that we have a series of treatments. So any of you with any of your operations, when you're looking to change their state, you will look to, well, the way we look at it is go, let's have a look at what treatments you will put this through. It's like the soil's like a patient, right? You've got to put it through a triage, and then you've got to put it through some sort of process, which is going to be one thing after the other and always getting feedback. So that's what we call treatments. And then after you've been through some sort of treatment process, which gets it aligned in the direction that we want to go, well, then it becomes a management play. You're not having to do the treatment as much. You're having to manage what you've created. So we think as a priority that topsoil formation needs to be the number one outcome of humans. I think if everybody, and I take this from my old great friend Abe Collins, he put it out there that who's in Vermont. He started the Carbon Farmers of America in 2006. A really great dairy farmer. He said that if we wanted to solve most of the problems of the world, well, then the majority of them would be solved by us all focusing on topsoil formation. You know, all of our water problems would be solved. All of our human nutrition problems would be solved. And I mean, you know, I don't need to tell any of you this because you've listened to any number of speakers before me today and others who are telling you all of this, right? So it's not a big news flash, right?